Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. The Americas RMR about to get back underway. We've had one day of action yesterday, a good night's rest, a good reset of everything, and now we get to dive into the day two, where unfortunately here at the Americas RMR, people are going home. Unfortunately, it's not Maui. Welcome back, Maui, to the desk. You survived the first day. We brought you back. Launders, you gave him an 8 on 10 yesterday based on his performance. That's what I heard.
He actually gave me a 1.17 HLTV rating.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's like
not bad
what's
at all.
that, like a bit level from yesterday?
Yeah, and my headshot percentage was
Quesarado.
actually 77.
Very impressive indeed.
Damn.
Reflecting bit, really.
aimhighmaui@gmail.com.
That is true, actually. that is
Probably should have said that.
It's in his bio.
It's on my Twitter bio.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
then
it's
it's
on
all
my
good.
Twitter bio.
All right, well,
Yeah.
very business formal then, Maui Snake. Gentlemen, here we are, back for day two. We've got two best of ones, 4 split across the streams to finish off the schedule of yesterday, because we are here at the RMRs. In the competition phases, it is still early days, but we do know our first Legends team for the Paris Major. It's Fnatic.
They got so lucky.
And Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi, yeah.
We know two of them.
They got so they didn't play a top 30 team to get that legend spot.
Damn.
But at the same time, the fact that they beat Bait is pretty impressive, right? Like, except Bait got it was the best of 3, but still.
All I'm gonna
I want to know if
say
Bait's
is-
going to make it through now. That's
Is
the
Captain
question.
Kirka gonna
crossed.
make it? I want Captain Kirka 023 stickers.
It's a similar situation to what we got, unfortunately, for them at the last European RMR, right? Bait, 1 win. They look good. They were in the middle of the pack, and then best of 3 after best of 3, man, it slipped. So let's hope it's not the same for them. But that's over in Europe, and you've heard enough about Europe. You want to talk about Americas. The 16 teams that we've got at the Americas RMR, all still competing, will not be the case after today. 4 teams going home. We haven't locked in any Legends. We only get 1. We haven't locked in our Challenger spots. We're still vying to see who does get sent back. Who's down in the 0-1s? Well, we've got Imperial, Team 1, MIBR, 0-0 Nation, Ewer versus Nouns, Paquetá versus Solid. And again, 0-1 to 0-2. That means elimination here at the Americas RMR. Have you digested that yet, gentlemen? That we get 1 less chance than the European teams?
I'm just bummed that Paquetá or Solid are going home, man. I think both those teams put up great fights, and I think that when we actually look at the other teams in 0-1, Imperial, Team 1, it's kind of surprising to see Imperial with a chance to not make it when we were coming into this event thinking that they were a lock. And by we, I mean you, Scrawny.
I am we.
Yeah.
I am indeed we in this instance.
Interesting pronoun.
Okay, let's look at the 1-0s. We've got FURIA versus EG. It's not EG Black, so they shouldn't be too nervous. But that is still a game where evil geniuses could punch upwards, man. We saw Breeze Automatic start that best of 1 yesterday so hot, and then they carried it through off the back of, say, Hexed's impact.
Oh, yeah.
BESTIA versus Fluxo. Fluxo versus Ewer. That one didn't inspire you, Maui Snake. Tell me why.
Well, Fluxo versus Ur just felt like a game where Fluxo sleptwalked into that one, never really communicated past the first 20 seconds of a round, and yet we're still able to scrape out a win over Ur, who showed actually a great face in terms of some of the individuals. Calacia, Walker, Rec, oh my gosh. I mean, that trio was great for Ur. It's just that they really lost their composure in some of the late round situations, even though it felt like that was theirs for the taking.
Here on the schedules for day 2, of course, you guys are watching the A stream at the moment. We start off with FURIA versus EG, which we'll get into shortly. The fact that Complexity versus Pain is the second best of 1 over on that B stream, I kind of want to watch that game, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that'll be a banger. We didn't see Complexity play against Pain at the Showdown, did we?
No, sir.
Yeah, they were on opposite sides of the bracket, and they both lost to Imperial. So.
And a game we're not going to get to talk about, so maybe thoughts now. MIBR versus 0-0 Nation, best of 3,
I think
elimination.
Just got to be MIBR to take it. I mean, I didn't see the game yesterday because we were over here casting, but then their form, I mean, I feel like MIBR are supposed to be like right behind Pain right now.
To me, it's one of those games that it's like, this is the first example of how cutthroat our format is at Americas, right? This otherwise would have been another best of 1. Then one of these 2 teams would have problems, but instead, it's one of these 2 teams going home today.
Right. For 0-0 Nation, it's not that this team has necessarily been the most inspiring, but actually making it out of the group stage at ESL Pro League, you would think that they would be in the upper half of teams, at least at this Americas RMR. Yet MIBR is kind of that team that hasn't really materialized in LAN situations in the way that we've seen them perform online. In domestic online competitions, it seems great. Insani's a beast, but in terms of when they get to these LANs to try to do any damage on an international stage or when more eyes are on them, they seem to fall apart.
That they do, man. But let's fixate on our stream. Our first game of the day. It is EG versus FURIA. Did everything look good from FURIA yesterday? Was the formula in place?
Everything except Wiz. I mean, Wiz ended the game with 9 kills, but the lack of impact was also just perceptible. If you were watching the match, I feel like if you had 15 kills, I mean, we can't live in that world because we don't know what those 6 kills would have looked like. But the fact that he didn't get them, and then some of the plays that he made as an individual, led to lost rounds, unfortunately. I don't think the confidence was there. Even though Wiz hasn't shown a really high ceiling yet, we know he can play better than that. So I think if they get a little better from him, everything else on EG looked so much better than it had for the past few months. That's something. But no Wiz, no chance.
No Wiz, no chance. And Safe destroys Wiz in this best of three.
Safe owns Wiz, yeah.
Oh yeah, Safe's definitely the better opper here. Both in terms of just recent form, but in terms of just fit, I think that Wiz has yet to really find a way to deliver consistent impact when he's playing with Evil Geniuses. Like, I think he's really just slotting himself in as the support player, whereas Safe has really actually understood that to get involved for FURIA, you need to rifle a lot more on T side, and then you can bring up the op on the defense. And even though I'd say the last few months haven't been, or actually at this RMR that is, hasn't been too kind for Safe, he has actually been doing very well in some of the prior events for FURIA, despite the fact that they've had some weird losses, such as at the showdown to EG Black.
Right now with these stats, it's also clear Drop got in on the feast that was yesterday, right? When they're just dumping on a team, he jumped on it, jumped on his chance to beat him up a little bit. That's good for Drop. I think this is, again, an environment where we're looking at teams who get to compete on the international stage, and all of them should be succeeding well. If there was one negative player here for FURIA after their match yesterday, well, I'd be disappointed, but I'm not. I think that it's safe to say, just as we painted Imperial as the favorites versus EG yesterday, why wouldn't we do that for FURIA, even despite EG's best showing yesterday when, again, they started hot? But will that hot start happen twice?
It's a good question. I think it will only get better. I'm most worried about teams on day one, less so on day two, if they haven't shown like any specific reason to really doubt them. And I think that FURIA were solid and they won. And I think while the game was going on, there's always a couple of rounds to talk about, a couple of decisions, little bit of sloppiness or whatever, but at the end of the day, they got their win. It was sufficient, and I think no more nerves. They're used to the setups. It's going to be really hard for EG.
Damn.
The biggest talking point for me in this matchup is that the rifle strength for EG that helped elevate them over Imperial shouldn't be a deciding factor today, because FURIA have them covered. Like, Queserado and Yuri, even on a bad day, should be better than what we've gotten from Automatic and Breeze on some of these good days. And so I think that the firepower advantage is so strongly in the favor of FURIA that even though EG is kind of a surprise here, maybe even becoming a dark horse all of a sudden in this tournament, I don't think that there's any way that they should be able to match FURIA toe-to-toe. Give me a 2v2 and you put Queserado in any of these late round situations, and FURIA's just going to come out on top every time for me.
Yeah, and you're testing their map pool now, where I think, Inferno is one thing. They got to pick it and prepare in the small amount of time that they had, but they don't have time to prepare multiple maps, and they would have to really go day by day and just, I think, focus on getting their individual level up if they haven't been playing a lot recently. They're taking a real break, which also is a pretty big disadvantage. So I think there might be some, more holes exposed in their game today, and it'll just demand a lot from consistency that we haven't seen.
I recall back to the interview we did with Automatic afterwards in his best of one, where he said he specifically was watching demos on how to counter-strike that banana control, how he was focused on himself in his chance to open up a game to set up his team to win, right? I'm really curious to see what else EG may have been fixated on in that type of individual prep. Because yes, the team wasn't all together. Yes, they didn't have a boot camp going on, but we saw what that could do for Automatic specifically. What if Breeze has something up his sleeve versus the likes of FURIA? Those are the kinds of preps that I hope EG bring to this best of one.
Breeze talked actually in an interview, I think it was with Dust2 US, about how he feels a lot of comfort when he plays against FURIA, that in his history with this lineup, he's always felt pretty good against playing this team, but that history runs so far back to so many different iterations of Evil Geniuses that I'm not really sure I can buy that he has confidence against this roster of FURIA when he's supported by these teammates that we see before us. So it'd be great if Breeze is able to pop off, but I feel like this is just a conversation we've been always teasing for the past 9 months, that can Breeze get back to this form? And it's like, no. I think the answer has kind of been no. So yeah, if he's able to continue what he did against Imperial, that'd be awesome, but it's just such a far cry from what we've actually been seeing from this player, because I think if we had the peaks of every single player in this server, Breeze might actually have the highest individual peak of anybody here, but K-Serrato is the best player at the RMR, hands down. He's the best player on any team right now, so even if Breeze is having a really good day, K-Serrato's bad day is probably better than Breeze's good day nowadays.
That's verifiably facts.
Facts? Truth?
That is just facts, yeah.
Certainty.
K-Serrato just, first of all, yeah, he's vying for like top 1, top 2 rifler, you know, this year or last year, and I think it's not changed in the first few months of this year, and it's not even changed so far here at the RMR. It was fine at the showdown. Of course, FURIA collapsed overall. Here at K-Serrato was still, of course, they're going to be their best player in that, but in the grand scheme of things, Breeze can't hold the candle to K-Serrato in 23.
And we talk about peaks here from Automatic, from Breeze, those being, you know, maybe comparable to that of FURIA. What about what we saw from Hex yesterday? Because numerically, I think I was quite surprised, man. We had this conversation that with the Blast HUD and the changing money to KDA, I wasn't keeping a count of the kills.
See, I always know that Hex is dying a lot, no matter, you know, if I can see the stats or not.
Okay.
Because I've seen enough of the stats.
Sure.
And this guy dies almost every round. But the good thing about it is that I think he dies because while he was playing on a dysfunctional EG, he was still playing for the round win, trying to make space on T side, sometimes overextending, but I think he was learning in the right way. And I could see a selfless teammate who was trying to make the right plays, whether or not the round worked around him. So his style leads him to a ton of deaths. In similar fashion, like an Apex as an IGL, would be like overextend a little bit too much, but understands how to make space. And I think Hext in this game yesterday showed a little bit of maturity, a little bit more self-confidence, and a little bit more selfishness, while also maintaining like his T-side aggression. And it was the CT side where he turned up, but I think it was the T side where he didn't do well. But you still saw that actually he was helping out.
Right. With Breezy, though, I think that what he's able to do for this matchup is give them just a little bit of an X factor. I obviously propped up the fact that K-Serrato is going to be the best player in the server here, but what was cool about Hex and what Breezy did yesterday, and Automatic for that matter, is on the T side, a lot of these players were just going for fights whenever they thought that they were favored. And we see the opening duels there yesterday against Imperial, 4 to 5. I mean, that's pretty good for Breeze. I'm assuming that's 4 wins out of 5 chances. Yeah, and I think the thing is that, like, when he was going for those fights, man, his aim was crisp. And when he's actually confident about the duels that he's taking, or maybe he doesn't think, oh, am I messing up the system that we're in, and just decides, you know what, I'm just going to let myself off the leash, I'm going to go for these, then this can get into upset territory, because Breeze generally plays a lot of extremity positions for this EG lineup, and because he can sometimes just, in the blink of an eye, decide, I'm going to take a fight, I'm going to go for a swing, that's when Breeze is terrifying. If this goes to a map like, say, Mirage, then Breeze is one of the scariest palace swingers in Tier 1 CS, even though he hasn't been at the level that we have remembered him so fondly for.
One name we haven't said yet during this pregame is Nealon. And I thought yesterday Nealon was playing pretty actively from the top side of Banana on CT side. We touched on Hext, his death but with purpose. When we combine that concept with Nealon's name, do you intertwine that, and did you see it yesterday?
Yeah, Nealon's definitely a big playmaker, and I think when he signed on to the team, he was overextending more than anyone else. I mean, he was the guy who was just going, like, I didn't understand what the rounds he was calling around him were, because, you know, he was first out on a lot of attacks. No one was close to him. On CT, he was making pushes, dying, and assuming his team could win in 4v5s. It was really like 2020 meta CT sides, and it was like, this is not going to work at all. And I don't know if that was because he just wanted to, like, just see what it was like to play in NA and see if he could just swing it, basically. But it cost him. And then he started to get better, honestly, within EG, died less, still made a lot of big plays. And I think he's still right for some of those explosive moments. I don't think we don't get them as much out of him, but they're still there. I'm not really sure where to place him.
Maui, your thoughts on Nealon?
Well, it's nice to hear that Automatic yesterday in the post-game interview said that they still trust the structure and system despite the fact that it has actually failed them. So I think that that kind of testimony makes me believe that there's something to that overall idea that gives a guy that really should have no reason to just believe in this guy, because you look at K23 Neelan's achievements versus Cloud9 Automatic's achievements, and it's night and day. Like, Neelan didn't do anything. So for actually Automatic to give his seal of approval on what Neelan is carrying out, I actually think that's a pretty bright sign, because, I mean, Automatic's just worked with a lot of in-game leaders over time, and so I think that it's tough for me to actually believe in Neelan as an individual, but for certain maps, especially when they get a little bit chaotic, it seems like Neelan's pretty good at just making sure that everybody knows what's going on and what the eventual plan is. Like, we saw decisiveness from rounds from EG, even when they lost those rounds. And that's a good sign. They didn't just really kind of get picked everywhere. They knew what they were doing, and that's pretty impressive for what I thought was going to be a dead team going into this.
They also had good kind of transition protocols that made it feel like they've been actively practicing, whether it came to a snap judgment call to like rotate to another site and then have a flash ready with a player running so you don't stop and then set the flash and then it's just obvious and can be telegraphed. It felt like EG were constantly on the same page when it came to the team play, and I think that's a big reason they won. If they just showed up as individuals solely, they still would have lost to Imperial, that much is for sure. So you better believe the team aspect was heightened in some regard. And I think, again, I just don't know how much fuel is left in the gas tank, and like how special yesterday was. Nobody does, and I think EG are also, they probably showed up yesterday like, man, this could be a total disaster, or, you know, we just had some good practice and it's going to turn out great, but we don't know. We don't have expectations to set and are feeling good, and then come into today and go through that exact same thing. I mean,
Sure.
They've also had single good days followed by single bad days, a la blast groups, you know, earlier in the year. So it's very hard to analyze EG from that perspective when, you know, it gets tiring to just talk about potential all the time.
If there is this occurrence today where EG walk into the server and the entire thing implodes, if it's a flat best of one here versus FURIA and they have no chance at winning it, where do you think that problem stems from? What do you think the biggest worry is before you get to see how they look today?
I think the best excuse they have is the fact that they've played for 2 days or something like that. I mean, like ultimately, they can always fall back on that. It's this is where the no pressure storyline comes from. It's because you can praise them for playing well, but you don't have to criticize them for playing badly in this situation, and they know that, so that feels a little bit better. But they do have every excuse in the world if things don't go well versus the best team here at the tournament.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the biggest excuse in my eyes is just that they're playing a team that likely will be achieving the most overall once we get to the major. It's either, I mean, Liquid and FURIA both are really up in that contention for which team is going to do the most damage from the Americas once they get to the main event here. And so it's not even really like, I don't think they necessarily have to put anything together here, EG, to try to like revamp their structure in these 2 days. Just play loose. Like just honestly continue to believe in their own individual prep like Automatic did yesterday, and see if you can squeak some rounds out. Just make things uncomfortable enough for FURIA, because FURIA is gonna just like be running at you a lot. And so you just be ready. Just be ready. Like they know how this team plays. They played them many times.
All right, familiarity then. Let's see if Evil Geniuses can do it twice. A best of one between them and FURIA on the other side of this break, and we'll get into it soon enough, so don't go too far.
guess I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Kerrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try partial beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha biceps was on point. Not close.
And so, folks, no more waiting. Time for that best of one y'all have tuned in for. We've got the Unicorn odds giving FURIA the favor, and understandably so. This best of one takes place on Mirage.
Mirage.
Unpack that one.
Yeah, well, you know, FURIA can lose on Mirage. They got absolutely destroyed by George on Mirage.
Say his full name.
And so, and you know what, Hex is
Snorts.
Hex. It's no joke that Hex was playing on that team. You know, he's bringing over some information, right? If they had any good game plan going up against FURIA, I mean, it's a huge confidence game on Mirage, I think, more than any other map. So there'll have to be that, but Hex will have that confidence and maybe can share some.
FURIA to the CT side, EG on the offense. We got the Nealon smoke flash set up here. Ooh, baby, day 2 of the Americas RMR. Let's get it underway.
Glad to see Breeze already in Palace. Professional Palace swinger Breeze. Some say the best in the biz at it.
Yeah, you telling me he's going to get both these kills right here, Maui?
He's getting one.
Well, they've already scaled out from Tetris. It's Yuri with the first blood of this best of one. Breeze now exposed to the player towards Khan, turns over towards Art, kills him. And they do clear the site out, so we've got a little 3v2 here. Quesarado can't stop the player from crossing. Wiz doesn't go too deep, sticks around, and Quesarado's teammate in drop comes out from the jungle. Let's get this retake going. We've got an incendiary, folks, on Quesarado. That could very well burn Nealon out of position, and that's what it's destined for. So Nealon gonna need a little help to try and stay alive as he exits off. They don't catch him. Man, that was like the real chance at equalizing, and without that kill, it's an easy cleanup once they have to push out.
Yeah.
I think it's because Breeze drew all that attention.
It's his best spot on NAT side, just flat out. Yeah. This is, I mean, I think everybody in North America for a while wanted to play the Palace extremity lurk position just because Breeze was dominating international competition so consistently on it. Moose made a career out of it, switched over to Valorant, obviously, but...
so he leapfrogged off of the Palace position.
Yes. Yes. Oh, okay, he's ramped this time, though, but maybe he's just feeling himself.
Yeah, he said, Hex, that's how you, everything you know.
Get
Don't
in
let
there.
me down.
Get in there, kid. Drop point blank MP9. Breeze gonna clear that corner though. Scout shot connects towards middle, but we've got kills all to the favor of EG. 4 of them, in fact. Queserado's Deagle better just try and hide and spawn. This one is over real quick.
I did notice that with this EG roster, they were having some troubles earlier on. I mean, I'm talking like 2-3 months ago. And they gave Hex a lot of extremity lurk positions, taking those away from Automatic, even taking them away from Breeze. And I found it pretty questionable because obviously the results didn't even really improve once they did that. But it's fair to say that Hex is a decent extremity player too, but it also makes me just draw the question, is everybody on this team an extremity player? Like, who are the pack players? Like, Neelan's a pack player, but I'm not really confident in the rifling in his squad for the other guys as much.
I think the pack should definitely be Neelan, Wiz, and Hext.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying. Like, it's sort of like a floppy thing. Like, I mean, if you can be good at too many things, then you just get thrown into like the spot that's needed, and that's not good. You should specialize a little bit and be capable to pick up when you need to. EG are about to pop into an open site. No pistols in sight. Wow. They're going to go low violence mode here and win the round off a bomb plant. Will FURIA even give them the kills?
What's your opinion on violence, Maui Snake?
I mean, there was that like early 2000s movie, History of Violence. Don't recommend that for anybody.
Viggo Mortensen?
Yeah.
That's a great movie. Why would you recommend that?
Well, I watched it
You
in
mean just
theaters.
because it's so harsh?
I watched it in theaters when I was maybe 10 years old or something.
And I was like a few years older than you.
Yeah, it was pretty extreme for me at the time, but stuck with me. I think violence as a whole, sometimes a necessary tool to uproot fascism, but overall, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. I think if peace is an answer, I go for it, but I also think that violence can play a part in just enacting change, but not on a personal level.
Okay.
Let's try to keep that away.
Right, no, I'm glad we got that
in
out there.
video games.
So
Excellent.
collective violence is something that Maui really appreciates.
As a form of entertainment, sign me up.
That's the problem with the UFC. It's only one-on-one.
Yeah, that's...
I don't know if I want to put my political takes out on this broadcast at all, actually. That was kind of a trap a little bit.
You could have
there.
taken that anywhere you wanted, my friend.
I took it in 2 places in the same.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
Guns up. Ultimate violence active. Safe. Quick op shot into Neelan. Hext is dead already, so guns make a difference here for FURIA real quick. And Automatic's looking for the recovery in mid. But Queserado's flashbang is so fantastic that Art just deletes him. There we go, FURIA. Guns in hand, and EG's body's on the floor. Ooh, dude. Tight angle. Sharp shot. Good luck, Wiz.
This is where things obviously get really tough for EG, with FURIA exerting so much pressure towards middle, and that being a staple of an EG game plan to find this control. It's going to be a very tough fight. See what Wiz is able to do here.
What do you think, quickly? What do you think that FURIA are going to do next now? They won this really dominant round inside of mid.
I think they just do it again.
That's
Why
what
not?
I'm thinking too. So, but like, if that's the, you know, there's like, I always want to make this term for information that's no longer valuable once enough people know it. Like in this circumstance, it would be like, this would be the obvious next move for FURIA. So EG, what do they do? Late mid control? Or do they go for extremity sight hit? Do you think they're going to like submit to the pressure that they know FURIA are going to put on? Or just avoid it?
Well, I think we're already getting the answer. So it's a little bit slower, more tempered in their approach. We don't see Neelan just flying out immediately, and it's gonna, looks like it's gonna be a heavy underpass lean, which is generally a safer approach to mid control. And yeah, so Automatic's down there now.
That does look like it might be late mid control here. They wait. I mean, obviously. Oh, that's a huge. Whoa, how did he get that? What the hell? That's not even a wall bang?
What was that?
pixel tap.
Yeah, Breeze had his X-Acto knife out for that one.
Okay. Well,
that's the kind of round that really changes things up for your IGL. I mean, it makes their life a whole lot easier, right? The call is default. Maybe they were going to go into underpass and take over mid-control late, but now they can actually change their strategy a bit and start to put FURIA on the back foot and have them adjust.
You just really want to play to punish a mistake, but the FURIA reaggress was towards the A ramp. Hex gave that up, and now EG are constructing a cat and B split. This is looking to be pretty effective. Yeah.
Even the top con smoke is still fresh. Of course, they have enough time, provided they, timed everything correctly. It looks like they're going to turn the corner. Drop still here alone, and FURIA just crossing their toes.
Drop taking no contact until catching Breeze mid-sight. Beauty of a reposition there, but empty magazine. Oh, decides to try to keep fighting with what's left. No support, though. No scramble over from FURIA. They've got to be cautious on the approach. They're worried about window because of that connector smoke.
Smokes.
No eyes on mid, and a frag goes out towards automatic. Oh, catches him from 38 to nothing.
Wow.
And surely that's the invite for the retake. We've got Wiz posted. Doesn't miss his chance to strike down Yuri. There's a second player in there because they know the frag came out from K Serrato, and Safe's contact about to come up from Catwalk. We've got an op-v-op situation here. Wiz has the cover deep inside the site, concerned with the market as Safe gets closer. And Hexed in between both ends of this.
They're running out
FURIA,
of time.
time's ticked out.
Yeah.
They've wasted it. Hexed's gonna make sure that's even more costly by dropping AWP. Breeze with the insta X-Acto knife headshot into a slow transition to the site hit. Drop tries his damnedest, but he's not enough on his own.
Yeah, that was a very nice attempt from Drop. I mean, just those 2 kills shows that he's in very good form, and that yesterday was not just a flash. So, you like to see that, but you didn't see any movement from FURIA to help out Drop in the first place. And there was no response to the fact that this kill came down so cleanly from Breeze. So, I mean, it's not abnormal to sit and wait for a second and then assume that a team is going to fake. And they did smoke B as well. I don't really have strong feelings about it. They can afford to lose that one, I think. If something like that happens again, I'd be like, all right, well, where's the proactivity? But they may have had just a bad read.
Yeah, and Wiz off with a good start, though. It was a point of criticism we had in the pregame, and really just after what we saw even within their victory against Imperial, but 5-1 now. And if there's one time I really do think that Wiz shines, it's generally speaking post-plants. Had one huge miss on the B site yesterday on Inferno,
play,
but everything else he did pretty well, especially when he gets into some of his favorite spots, like when he's new box or when he's pit, and even on some of these bomb sites late round, you can expect that he's just going to hit the sitters most of the time.
Well, Maui called that it was 5-1, so we'll see if the prophecy is foretold. As EG walked back towards the A ramp.
Yeah, you get away with nothing here.
He knew that A was slightly understaffed at the moment, and these right side smokes were going to shell away all the attention from Yuri and put him in a vulnerable position, and he knew that Breeze was going to take him out.
Breeze looking for his next victim. Hexed. Ooh, caught on the side of that smoke.
That flash could have helped him out, but look at the lurk from Automatic.
Yeah, he could very well be the end of Art. K Serrato, though, he's the next to engage. Art goes too high over smoke. Just shows himself.
Oh.
Drop.
That's like assuming your opponent is bad, right? They threw a proper Molotov lined up from Tetris for the CT play, and he walked into the corner. I'd say like 2 out of 10 times a perfect Molotov leaves a gap in the corner, but like most of the time it's not going to give you that.
That's generally covered. Okay, well, EG giving us a reason to believe once again. 5-1 start, oh my.
What was that start versus Imperial? 7-2? 7-1? Somewhere in that range, right?
Yeah.
You can't say 7-1 against a Brazilian team.
I just did.
It just for some reason happens in all of their matches.
Yeah. Maybe we just notice it more.
Yeah, it's called confirmation bias, in fact. It's like why I picture Maui's name with food in one hand. He's just reviewing it.
That does tend to happen.
I think there'd be a counter to confirmation bias, honestly,
because it's actually
real.
It's just a fact.
That is real.
Yeah, it's just a fact. He said, Maui, we've got a really long broadcast today. He said, hold up.
If you are eating something interesting right now, Maui knows what it tastes like.
That's generally true. Just have to take a good look at it, honestly. Give me a smell too.
You're like Google Lens.
Backwards image search.
Yeah, Maui, you know, you review a lot, and people talk about your sense of taste. How good's your sense of smell? Is that something you work on as well?
I mean, it's pretty good. I go into the Labo stores pretty regularly just to smell things. I actually try different scents just regularly. I'm actually kind of bored of
Can you smell the Santel 33?
Yeah, I know what Santel 33 smells like. It's like every Brooklyn bar.
Yeah.
It was kind of the rage in the early 2010s, actually. Too many places use it.
I'm going to agree blindly.
Strong performance on that scent. Just like Nealon, out here like a racehorse, running up Cat into what looks like his first kill. I'm going to call it right now.
Oh,
no, he's struggling. Oh, of course it's Caserano.
no.
It's never going to be too easy.
Did you? Yeah, not for him. Luckily, Drop misses as many shots, and Hexed will double down here with the AK. So very awkward for Nealon, no doubt. That's a gun that can get picked up. FURIA would have hoped that maybe with that kill, something at the B site goes their way. Not the case here in round 7. Hello, goodbye. Automatic blasted. They get the other gun. There's an other gun still to be had.
There's a cache of them.
Yuri's seeking it out. Yeah, a little bit weird there with Nealon's inability to get the kill, but hey, at least Hex was ready to pick up the slack with a double B hit.
Caserano is just so slippery sometimes. Like trying to catch a fish with your hand.
I think Nealon should have had that. Even though Caserano is, I think Nealon just missed a lot
All I'm
of shots.
saying is that I would have got it.
Yeah.
No question.
All I'm saying is Flom and Cooper and Freakazoid would have all gotten it. I know they watching.
Without a doubt.
Yeah,
I know they watching.
maybe not Flom.
Maybe if not, if Freak hits the pen.
It's kind of a shame we're never going to get a Mythic Major in CSGO.
Yeah,
Well,
that would have
yeah,
been.
but CS2's around the corner. It's anybody's version.
That's true.
That's actually
We could be the first. Well, not the first. Could be one of the first. Yeah. They got to bring cash back for that one, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
They got to make double opping viable.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. All right, this is almost the first gun round play once again for EG. Just slightly heavier B lean, and Safe seems to be one of the only consistent players for FURIA in this one. Actually, pretty tough for them overall. No one's really shining.
They're going to go for the jump out. That one just gets shut down. Not even a challenge here for Drop. To be blunt, neither was the Safe versus Wiz pick. I mean, Wiz just emerging on top catwalk. Nealon was pressed up to the smoke. Not even able to get a trade here. Nearly lines that one up.
Yeah, they really just said copy and paste.
That was close. Silver lining, grabs bomb, evacuates back. Look at Hex.
Whoa.
What the? Caserato's back on Van, and Hex had a chance at getting that headshot off a crazy jump out from the apartments. The bomb was coming, so they decided they wanted it then and there. They could still fight for it, but it will be 2v5. And we've got FURIA coming over.
Oh, the shadow was right there for automatic.
Didn't
Hard
get
to
it.
spot with that X-ray, of course.
Yeah, this one's just getting completely stuffed out inside of the B site. Everybody for EG falls. It's, of course, Wiz first towards mid, and then no success getting out onto the site itself.
This was not a good-looking round whatsoever, but it's by the team that has 6 already. So FURIA looking to climb back into this game, and nothing is promised. We are still staring down the barrel of a best of 1 and a 4-round lead here for EG with money. So even though they tried to copy and paste that strat from the last round, and it went a little bit less cleanly, I think there's still more that they can show here on T side. But a heavy B default. I don't know if, yeah, it looks like the idea is to continue to try to work a pick. They did a good job of killing Art that previous round. Of course, I think replicating the magic that Breeze put down will be hard to do again. But they keep testing the metal of Drop, and they found success a couple of times.
Looks like they're just going back to that late mid control.
But you can see the Caserato's not even starting Cat. They're less worried about mid early on, and they're more worried about these fast V plays. Got to meet him halfway now.
That's a mistake. Or is it?
This one is looking pretty bare bones here as they walk in towards mid. A ramp is going to get cleared out. And with Connector on full display here for the T side, of course, Yuri is going to be the first point of resistance in an attack. Lots of pressure on him in this position. Smoke down. Oh, wow. That's a good bait, isn't it? They definitely did that off the audio.
Nicely done indeed. Art still back sight. Wiz kills Quesarado. Ooh, trigger discipline.
Ooh,
and he's going to slide out. Knows the bomb plant's close, but Breeze came off of it, back into the cover. Safe will deal with him. Like the way Art waited for the bomb plant. Tried to jump on both. Didn't know whether that plant would be exposed to him or not. Automatic could still at least kill Art, but there's no saving this round. Not with Art back in that bomb site. Just threw everything upside down. Safe makes it way easier, though. There's still a chance Breeze could kill Art or avoid him on the front side of site. But Safe inside of ramp, to me, that's really the solution to the A-side crumble.
I feel like the only thing Wiz could have done there is either try to take out Safe at the same time as his teammate is working on Art, or if they both just try to jump on Art as fast as possible. But I feel like it was not impossible to get back to bomb. Of course, they could have still died, but they still lose the round anyway.
Yeah, it seems like those are the moments where you just want a little bit more from Wiz and you actually never really get them. But yeah, good round from FURIA. It feels like they also just kind of knew what was coming in terms of that attack. Yuri, bottom con, already finds the opening pick. It's one half of this B pinch gone, and it looks like Safe is going to be dealing with the other.
Automatic finds Art. That one's over towards Connector. Will it serve as the fallback? You know he could take the space. He did it last round when he got up into the window. It is enough to call Wiz with bomb back. But it's a comfortable amount of time as well, I think, for FURIA to shuffle back over. And also a comfortable amount of time to do so. They don't have to panic rotate. It's not as though Automatic just jumped into that A bomb site. It's just now a question of, wait, where did EG get off to?
And their T side here on Mirage is looking a little bit less nimble than it did on Inferno yesterday. A little bit more one-dimensional, especially with the amount of pressure they're putting on B. Considering the, middling success. I guess I would put it that way. But they are doing a decent job of finding trades eventually. And getting into a 3v4 situation is not an impossible ordeal here on Mirage. But, well, let's see where they decide to go here. Because on the A site, Yuri's really low, but they've also got this beast in Quesarado waiting under balcony.
Nealon just dry peeks in. That's a free one for Quesarado, who puts a smoke down. Now he's going to be a problem all the way to the end of this clock. 15 seconds to spare. Yuri in the pocket. Yeah, they just walked in without realizing that was a meat grinder, a crossfire between two of FURIA's best to give them their fourth.
Quesarado's mechanics are just so consistent. Even when he's taking that fight against Nealon, it's not always easy to take that and just be the victor, but instant headshot, double tap, I mean, you can ask nothing more of a rifler when he's just going to nail people that quickly. It's almost like he's holding an op.
I think that's important to point out because one of the reasons that we talked about, like JKS, for example, was because of this under balk spot. And the reason that we talked about it so much because he would use that spot a lot. Oh, whoa.
Oh.
Full on nade strike into the window.
Jesus, Quesarado.
But he could smell it coming.
Yeah, but that's the one gimmick of... Oh, that's fast.
Let's
Quickly.
go, Art. Secondary op showing a little power. Yuri's going to see this as a call down Connector. Does die out to the Glock, but bomb gets left behind. Not going to find anything further after that one. So clean shot from Art, and then nothing more. If only those nades found their home.
If they did, if Quesarado wasn't so quick, like a ballerina he is.
Like a ballerina.
Yeah. But just to wrap that point up, I think it's like, the JKS would play he would win his unfavorable fights as well. And that's, when you take Connector, you're trying to clear positions like under balk more safely than if you come up the ramp. And so that's where, when Maui's pointing out his aim in that spot, it's because that can look harder if you got a different player holding the M4. 2 ops here, round 12. We've got the stagings of an A hit straight up with Automatic. We saw him lurk out of underpass last round. In a previous round, looks like he's going to jump out of B on this one.
See if he can find his timing.
They leave CT wide open. Unbeknownst to EG, of course, who smoked it, but sometimes it's a problem.
But EG haven't actually taken any space.
They didn't go for a proper post plant here.
And the flank gets caught.
And now they're just going to be floating in a lot of very vulnerable positions.
Yeah, bomb is planted. Safe is still keeping eyes on that B window. Now it's going to be the 5v4 retake.
They have no grenades left over.
That's it, that flash. That was the last flash. Wiz comes out, double flash assist. Good contact out of Nealon. It looked like there was nothing left for this bomb site hold. No positioning, such little util, but sometimes one flash is truly enough.
Okay.
And they'll lock it off.
All right, we can definitely at least say that, you know, when you have that much pressure on you, okay, they all die, but at least they have won the round. But in that spot, they knew they had a bad post plant. They didn't take jungle and they didn't take CT, which is supposed to be the first thing you do. And when automatic dies, they also lose the ability for that late round connector play to come up. And so I guess they have it ready for automatic to come off of Cat and for them to go for the flash play anyway to fight later. That could have been the case. You just don't often see A takes like that as often anymore. You used to see so many people try to go forward with that lurk. I mean, all the way back to literally like 2013. And it just fell out of meta a little bit and it came back. I think we've seen some lurkers in recent memory try it more often, but this is just perfectly timed.
Yeah, and for Nealon to hit the spray transfer there to find the second headshot, I mean, if he took just a half second longer, probably would have gotten traded out. So good display of mechanics from Nealon there. Great flash on the setup from Wiz. And I mean, Wiz, he's actually just having overall a solid game. I mean, he's not blowing us out of the water or anything, but he's definitely doing his job in this one. So great to see him come back into this. Because yesterday, didn't have the best time, still able to win. Breeze, though, wants to take this fight versus Art, and almost spots him, but just gonna keep himself alive.
Meanwhile, Yuri back towards Ticket. Taking return fire. Art gets out of the fight in middle, top to stairs already. Poor Nealon's just blanketed in smoke. So he'll give up the attempt to exit Palace. They all kind of just...
They've kind of lost the ability to scale from this position. They don't have any more smokes remaining. And it's really hard to coax your opponent into overextending when they're the ones up 5-4. Now, there might be a chance later into the rounds, but this is the kind of situation where you could go for an underpass clear, for example, free up B entirely, or get a little data that way, and then just be really ready for A later on. So we'll see what EG can muster up.
Palace exit, stopped. Nealon tries to fly out.
I was going to say, planting on A is just going to be a nightmare now.
Little stairs boost being thrown out. Trying to get a trick going for them, and it works. It's Caserado dead, but it's also just an invite here for Art. Nice spray. Snaps down onto Wiz. Hex can't cross over, looking for his dual deep ticket, so yeah, kind of felt like a grind even to get any footing outwards. They go for the boost, that works. Good job trying to find some sort of a solution in that problem, but not more than one when Art, just like a vacuum, takes that space right back.
This is already feeling like a pretty strong half for EG, though. 7 rounds, they're not going to probably be able to win this upcoming one. They're going to have to save for round 15, but putting 7 on the board against FURIA, very impressive stuff, all things considered. They just ran out of utility a little bit too fast on this round. Good block early on from FURIA, just those opening kills going their way. And yeah, for EG, sure they'll hunt something here with the Deagle, but Hex already taken down. All we're playing for now is who's going to be coming out with the half victory in the next one.
And who do you think it's going to be, Maui?
I got
a gun to your head.
Yeah, Maui.
In a video game.
Yeah, Glock on my
Minecraft Glock to your head.
Glock on my player model.
Visor.
Yeah, I'm gonna say FURIA. I'm gonna say FURIA come out 8-7 up.
Now,
But it's not convinced. I'm not really convinced either.
I'll take whoever you don't take.
I'm gonna take FURIA too.
I'm taking FURIA for sure.
Yeah.
Based on what I've seen, I was born
the
yesterday.
board is unanimous.
So Shall, oh, what? Oh, I thought he was jumping up and doing team damage. I didn't see Yuri behind box. What is this? But, okay, farmed. Shut down the pistols. No run boost for you.
And the reason is, for me, I'm just not seeing enough compelling ideas here from Evil Geniuses, even though they got their rounds. already, which is great. And that was a story from yesterday, but I can't remember which team it was that were kind of like, I think it was your on their nuke, where they like had enough rounds where it was like they didn't have to do an A exec ever on nuke.
Correct.
And then
it
they
was
pulled
them.
it off the half. But with EG, I feel like coming to Mirage in the best of one, should be a little bit more of an expectation to have a you know, enough of a T side to maybe 15 ideas. You know what I'm saying? But I think about like 4 or 5 rounds ago, I feel like that was lost a little bit, and you know it started to become B again a little bit too repetitively. The A attacks don't look quite as good.
I like this idea. I like this idea actually. Oh my gosh, they run boosted him out, and he actually hit the flick shot. Okay, well, that could have actually made things interesting.
Yeah,
but
well, you know, everything that Maui touches turns to dust.
It's true.
So.
Unlucky.
I mostly like this because Breeze is in Palace.
Yeah, we didn't really see him there after the start, did we?
Oh, it's been Hex's spot.
We do have this sort of QB sneak here with the bomb.
Well, they're both here sharing.
In Palace, the double up. The intention is made clear.
I think one of my favorite moments was actually Automatic climbing through that window and blasting Art unexpectedly in jungle a few rounds back. We'll see if it's added here with the 2 players, Palace, Hext, and Automatic. Entries on both ends of the A site. Yuri suddenly not feeling too good about this one. Drop's gonna try to, will in fact take off that pressure so that Yuri can fixate on the crosshair and shut it down. Unanimous decision, FURIA 8-7 on the half, and the T side in just a moment. Another strong start out of Evil Geniuses, as we saw versus Imperial. We got the tap out of Breeze early on. But at the end of the day, this is FURIA as favorites, and it is an 8-7 lead after their CT side. So pistol conversion, that all went EGs. They can pull it out a second time as well, make this best of one extra interesting. But in reality, it feels like FURIA, the unicorn betting odds favorites, are going to move this one through smooth. But Automatic can change that. If maybe he had a teammate, his rotators are going to get smoked off. FURIA come in quick with the double smoke. Automatic's going to go down empty-handed, and that's a bomb plant 5v4. Now, there is a gap. Not ideal, but also no punishment. Could have been worse with so many people jumping over to Tetris, or excuse me, Ticket, but not the case. Then they're going to go deep. A peek onto Hex. Poor guy just comes out of Marketplace, gets attacked by 3 of FURIA's players. They have gotten Wiz up close and a very swift first headshot, but Safe's over on default, so there's still crossfire set up for this one. And the last man is kneeling, can't get off of the staircase, pelted by the Glock shots. He sits on 10, he's done.
Yeah, I think, Automatic spot could have been okay, but they did a really good job of looking back at under balcony, with multiple people. So, I mean, it's tough. I mean, obviously, if they knew the A attack was going to come this way, Automatic wouldn't be alone. He probably wouldn't be in under balc in the first place. He probably thought he had a few more seconds to get up towards Palace and then maybe take that over slowly. So the pace was a really good counter to Evil Genius's play. But the game ain't over. Okay, we've got Wiz on a scout. He's having a much better day today. 4 armor, half armor purchases here for Evil Geniuses. And a really well fortified FURIA. No Mac 10s on this one. Hex sees everything, but Automatic gets the first kill.
All right, he'll take that. Clean little deagle to kick it off, and then Nealon finds Art with his back turned. So 3v5, FURIA, careful. We got pistols in the pockets. Still 2 CTs within this bomb site, but then a flurry of kills back to the favor of FURIA. Breeze, can he manage another? 13 health, but Automatic hands on that AK, and the bomb's in the open.
Oh!
Safe stands out and gets struck down as the force buy pays off.
He just said it's rewind time and came back out there. That was crazy. I felt like I saw the skeleton unflip.
Okay, sure.
I can't believe he just swung back into that. And Safe just was so lackadaisical. He just kind of started running forward, said, no way this guy's just going to re-swing.
It was such a movement, right? It was this unibody motion between going back into ladder and then coming out at the same time. It felt like he's going to give it at least 1 second before I see him. I'm going to make a decision. But Automatic was already playing 4D underwater upside down chess.
Everybody knows that beats Galactic Chess, which Safe has been playing at this tournament.
True. True. There's nothing like 0G chess.
It's up there. It's up there for sure. It's up to Art now to try to find some sort of board game that works for FURIA in this one.
He actually does play chess. I've seen him play on Lee Chess a little bit, and he was challenging some of his Twitter followers. I think he's... I can't remember his rating. I don't want to... I don't want to embellish, and I also don't want to defame him.
You guys count trading card games as board games?
No, I call those geek games, not board games.
Hold on.
Trading card games such as Magic, for example.
Yes, such as Magic and such.
As board games? No.
Nah, it's not a board game. It's a card game.
Okay. It's a tabletop game, though.
It's a tabletop game, yeah.
Tabletop, yeah.
But so is
So is Counter-Strike.
The difference between a tabletop game, board game, and card game is that a tabletop game has the most body odor in the room.
That's actually...
That's messed up.
That is not 100% clear. Like, I think for sure Yu-Gi-Oh! Players...
Oh, Hex is under pressure. Ooh, but they line up, so way too easy. 1 spray kills 2, becomes a tap weapon. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay. The first 2 look so easy, but then the 3rd and 4th were just clean.
Yeah, you just
They
switched
might
to
have been
burst
even
fire.
easier. Yeah. Okay, well, EG are feeling themselves now. This is going to be a save call for FURIA, and are we starting to believe? Are they
Go
really
for it.
gonna...
They only have $2,000, and you were going to say something funny.
I was going to say, Konami actually have in the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulebook that you have to wash when you go to Konami sanctioned events.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you have to. Body odor is a reprimandable offense at Yu-Gi-Oh! tournaments.
So what do you start with,
based on
like
the official
1,000 less
rulebook.
life points or something? What's the punishment?
What's the reprimand?
What if I just take the punishment?
They just cut up your blue
You
eyes,
can no
bro.
longer play Pot of Greed if you smell bad.
No right Geki if you smell that.
The magic cylinder of odor goes back to you.
Yeah, they just put a fan on the table. Okay. Well, good job, EG. You're going to get your lead back. Lead back. It's been a little while. Let's double check in with my brain.
You both liked it.
Yeah, we're all in.
Okay, Hex actually is no smoke for himself here, but that doesn't seem like he really is concerned about playing with it. Rotation's not there just yet, but he doesn't need a babysitter. He's just fine. There's just pistols.
He wants all the smoke, but it's just Glock smoke. Hex has just racked up 7 kills in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, well, we know he is an absolute presence on CT sides in the last day, by far.
The last 24 hours have been kind for Hex on the CT
On
sides.
defense, yes.
All right, 3rd timeout used for FURIA. They're racking their brains right now.
Somebody's sweating right now, and it's not EG.
I want a body language report, Scrawny. What'd you see there?
I'm still always blown away by how Quesarado plays with his elbows at shoulder height.
It makes him look so short.
Yeah. I just feel like I wouldn't get a good mouse swipe up there.
I mean, he heard what Semphis said, that shorter people should just have faster reaction times because there's less distance between their brain and their fingertip.
That's what James Bardolph said, but Semphis, I don't think, said that. Well, he shouldn't have because he's extremely tall and also has the fastest reaction time of any man
But he
I've ever
knows
seen.
how to actually get nutrition to such a level that it can
True.
beat that.
Yep.
If his reaction time has improved, I'd like to see the data.
Yes.
He is the fastest man alive. He had one quote where he said, if nobody moved in Counter-Strike, I'd be the best Counter-Strike player in the scene.
God, I wish we got a Nouns game.
We will later today.
They will be playing later today, but Breeze is playing right now.
Ready for this, but taking his time to strike. Will catch Art head turned. Oh, tries to go out for the fight on ramp. Drop very swift on the headshot.
Wow,
And that's not even a follow through from Furia.
Yeah, they don't come out, and I mean, there's still enough here so that, well, there's a single smoke, actually. I thought that was going to be a T-smoke. Wiz gets up in front of it, which could provide maybe an advantage. I like the play to get in between here. Of course, it's going to feel risky the longer this goes on. We'll see how far he gets, but I mean, I like the proactivity right now from EG. They're down a player.
Quesarado's mid.
There's definitely open map, and oh, Quesarado's right here. Nealon trades, but this might elicit the push. Now Wiz is up to the plate.
Let's see it. Off headshot. Oh, collat shot. Yuri's still alive. Falls to the second. Wiz does it dirty. Clean shots from Wiz at the same type of range that he dropped those shots on Inferno yesterday.
That's Zywiz.
Hi, Wiz.
That's Zywiz right there, baby.
Wow.
Oh,
It's about
better late
time.
than never for Wiz to come to the party and play. Oh my.
Simple.
That was reminding me of vintage Fallen. Just a lot less movement, actually.
He was mo-scoped.
Yeah, he was scoped
Right
almost
there.
all of that.
Yeah.
But just the
All right.
positioning reminded me of Fallen.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, that was heads-up proactivity. That was prophylaxis from Evil Geniuses when they saw that Furia weren't trying to do anything after their first layer attack on the A site. And EG said, well, we're not just going to let you have this space. And took it back.
Smokes it a quick one, though. Furia gonna try to get aggressive. We got Breeze around the side of smoke. Denied by Yuri. Automatic flash. Drop comes through. Gets the kill to the staircase. Then Nealon dies empty-handed. And just like that, Furia may have been stuffed out by Wiz. But listen, there's still a chance this goes south. Bomb is down on the ground. It needs to be picked up. They've got 2 Ts already committed to jungle. Yuri's picked it up. He's got this. No problem.
Yeah, with the...
Wiz?
Oh, he could...
Just off.
Yeah, I don't think there was actually an angle. Looked like a bit of an optical illusion there.
Damn.
But
Okay. Wow. Clean indeed. And the wall bang nearly comes through from Hext.
I mean, we got a full kit of utility here on Hext.
Might as well dump it.
You
but
gotta get lucky with the positions you suss out.
drop on jungle. That should end him.
Yeah.
For sure. No doubt. He's
So,
done.
I think with the smoke that was in CT, that was real. I didn't mean that was fake, but the amount of angle it gave you, it looked like if he edged out to the left, he might have been able to see a bomb plant, but I don't think so. It seemed like it was puffy enough. So that was a nice wide plant here from Yuri to play off of that.
Well, good steal there from FURIA. The push towards jungle, top connector there, was vital in establishing some awkward positions for EG. Saw that Breeze, tried getting something there, but yeah, that's actually the flash setup on top of this from Safe is really instrumental. And yeah, you would have wanted to keep that gun alive, probably Hex, but also with just the state of where this team is, I don't necessarily blame him too much, but you were citing his deaths per round, Launders, in the pregame.
Said, how's he doing, sorry?
Yeah, you were citing his deaths per round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he loves to die, that's for sure. But he usually takes people with him, and actually, yeah, today's no difference. So, Nealon, that might be a find here for Nealon here after in between the smoke. Yeah, it's perfect. Safe was really waiting on his teammate there to refresh the window. Good opportunity found here for EG. And I love seeing, you know, asymmetric CT setups, really active, flowing a lot. I mean, we've got a heavy B lean right now. They're covering the window. They're reclaiming mid. I mean, they're defending both points of attack here from FURIA.
Automatic on the boost. Yuri is going to get cleaned up. Then they'll walk into the scope of Wiz. So, yeah, not too exciting here from FURIA in the 3v4. Like you said, both avenues defended. Both of them just get completely rock-solid defense moments. That's clean. Very clean indeed from EG. 12-10.
Yeah, think about the rounds that FURIA have won in this half. It was the pistol round. They were reset after that. Only other round that they won was also just wielding pistols. Tech 9, just a surprise kind of play. EG have been comprehensively better once it's been on gun rounds here in the second half. And that's, oh man, that's just not something I thought I would say today.
Well, we're looking at Nealon, you know, he was 7 kills coming into this round, but the 1 kill he gets right there is a huge find. And then the rest of the round goes like clockwork for EG. They know where everything else is going to land. And again, I love the new position that they find themselves in, right? The great mid round where they're like active towards B, reclaiming mid. It's hard to read exactly where they're going to attack from, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Let's add some stakes to this. Loser of this game, even though they can still make it to the major, will not find the legend spot. You need a 3-0 to make it to legends, and that was supposed to be a battle between Liquid and FURIA. If EG can once again play spoiler, not only to Imperial, but also to FURIA, they're going to put a target on their back every time they enter the country of Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with both rosters,
yeah,
they're going to have beaten FURIA with both rosters. Well, both of three, but that's like multiple. They're just beating up FURIA in different ways, you know.
And much like Twists being the double Grand Slam winner, Hexed will be the double FURIA destroyer.
Double the FURIA destroyer.
That is Hexed, and only Hexed.
He should definitely get $2 million for that.
In salary. EG got it.
Pipeline.
Oh, here we go, Breeze.
No, he's playing well. He's playing well.
Peeking around the corner, getting closer with the flash. Yo, oh, timing on that flash looked good, but I guess Drop wasn't blinded. At least he gets traded. Oh. Yuri, swift on the execution of Wiz. That automatic's too far back with that smoke to really do anything about this one. So we're going to see EG in another pressured spot. Hex pretty quick to get over towards Ticket.
Oh,
yes,
oh my God.
He finds it.
Oh, that's a
bomb taken down.
That's a round-changing kill right there.
No smokes for the T's. No follow-up to stop this. Art grabs the bomb, but now what? If you go towards the other side of triple, you got the double Ticket presence.
Yes,
if you try to plant this side, you've got the problem of connector. FURIA are not in an ideal spot here.
I think this is also a CT smoke that just got thrown. So they can't trust this. And Art will plant opposite triple with enough presence to defend against Cat, which is what they're worried about. And they know jungle was clean too, so they safely escorted that into...
Okay, Serato here.
Oh,
easy pickup. Yeah. Simultaneous with Hexed's death. Automatic chance at the clutch. Dodges the Cat player by pushing past the gap. Doesn't know where the third is. So Yuri over towards jungle could catch him off guard. We get the tap on bomb in case Serato through the flames shoots fire to keep FURIA one away.
That was a really cool mid-round move for FURIA, where as soon as Art was planting on triple towards middle, Caserado was going to be defending his plant because they had no more smoke, so they had to make sure that that cat player, Neelan, who was spamming earlier, wasn't going to actually just take down the bomb planter for free once again. And in that timing, Neelan was just checking if there was a flank from B apps, and that's right when Caserado was able to insert himself into ladder room, and at that point, felt like the round surely was over.
Yeah, I was going to ask if there's anything more that EG could have done, actually, to go one step further and counter that play in your perspective.
Just Neelan holding the space and trusting his aim, but that's just, I mean, you're a sitting duck.
Yeah.
I can't advise for that.
Plank goes down, Caserado pops up on the left side of your screen, and before you know it, it's all over.
And Neelan versus Caserado, I'm taking Caserado 9 out of 10 times.
Especially today. Well, we've got a, low utility, no kit, half armor, double MP9 buy here for Evil Geniuses, but it is supported by an op on Wiz, who again, he is a story again, day to day is playing a lot better right now. So we'll see what FURIA want to try to do, but he's put himself in a high traffic location, can potentially get an opening, and it looks like they swing right into him.
Wiz at least gets the trade here.
Now, one thing I saw yesterday when they played Inferno was, like, first of all, the op gets heard, and then Wiz didn't move fast enough to be active on the other side of the map.
Oh
my
Ooh,
God, they're going to go over top of him.
This could be big. Oh,
yeah.
No, I guess not. You're not going to get cutting off.
It could have been, and, if Breeze was farther back towards the ramp, maybe, but...
Once he's along that wall and the upper pick or peak comes through, now it's going to have to be Hexed and Wiz gets burned off his angle. Lesser weapon here for Hexed. Reveals himself as well, shoots a couple bullets. Wiz could still get onto the staircase.
Oh, time.
Can't stop drop.
Oh.
And Hex doesn't want to just, could have, but doesn't. Surely that would have been covered by one of the
that wasn't
two
even
teammates.
covered. No, see,
was
that's
it not?
Well, the thing is right there, you could have Wiz post up on Palace so Hex doesn't have to worry about the Palace swing, and then Hex can and Hex can swing with his MP9.
Sure.
Hex does it anyway without Wiz watching anything.
I think they had the molly. That's what dissuaded him there slightly, but
Who?
Towards CT. I mean,
There was a molly?
Hex had to back up at one point there.
Oh, I see.
So
okay.
he re-swung into that. I think the molly was probably still ticking.
Okay, that
on his
makes
first
more
swing.
sense. I was like, why would that be open for Furia in the first place? But yeah, I think, well, it was a good effort, but this is a critical round that they just lost. They are now down to USPs between the 5 of them, not a single flash investment.
Pistols get absolutely mopped up here on the A play.
Yeah, they're going to get mauled like Leonardo DiCaprio by a bear.
Yeah, Leonardo.
That's
Fat old Leonardo.
That's actually his character in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood when he gained weight.
Ah.
Yeah.
Leonardo. A lot of feet in that movie.
There's always feet.
In Quentin's.
Tarantino's films.
Yes. He's a toes guy.
It's hard to build off of that one.
No, I was just basking in it, actually.
The Margot Robbies.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
All right, Hexed. Oh, I guess you can just use the
Die.
bomb. No, okay. Drop will take him down. Fury up at 13.
13-2. 12.
Buy can come in. It's going to be slim, right? You're going to go half armor. You can go smoke flash on your rifles. You can't get an op unless you want to no armor at Wiz. It's an idea. It's something you might want to try to do. If you win the round, it's all good. And I think they should probably consider it. I mean, they don't necessarily need glass cannon, but I would say with the way Wiz is playing right now, put him out of danger of getting naded.
Yeah.
Give it a shot, and you'll have like a lot of rifles on this buy.
I'd love to see the buy from EG, if I'm being real with this one. You're basically setting yourself up in a round like this to, I mean, you kind of play out the money a little bit longer, and it doesn't change your fate too much to half buy here, full buy the next round, with the exception of Wiz. Like, the only thing that changes is Wiz's buy and maybe a couple pieces of utility. Actually, oh wow, okay, Wiz, he's equipping the A1S here. There's no op on the CT side at all.
Yeah, he does get a full kit of utility, so we'll see how far he can make that go.
Gosh, they're just sticking him in window like he's Xantarez or something.
Well, maybe today he is.
And well, yeah, maybe they were just spending a lot of time there deciding if they should buy or not, or what he should buy. But Furia know the opportunity at hand. If they win this, they could almost very easily win the game. But it's going to be so incredibly low. Coming at this with a slow pace right now, but slowly encroaching on the B apartments. Quesarado is already easily taking over connector control, and there is no pushback right now from the CT side. It's almost getting too late to use preemptive smokes. Oh, but Quesarado loses his duel, does not see automatic.
That's a big one. And you know about Hext, but Nealon strikes down Art. Great coverage. Hext will still die to the Yuri push up from the catwalk. Nealon now feeling the heat here. The pressure comes through with the bench spam down to half. Drop finishes him. Yuri with another headshot as well. Oh, those kills are killer. They're clean. Bomb gets thrown to drop. Yuri not distracted in the heat of the moment. He just keeps pumping out this damage. But here's Breeze, and that bomb plant's exposed. Snaps it back to Yuri. We've got 25 seconds to spare. They can just hold off for now. Chill for a second. Where has Breeze got off to? He's playing on the dumpster and drop right there on the corner. Ooh, he gets back as well into cover.
What is safe watching from this position? Okay, just covering the left side. If he misses one shot and this bomb doesn't get planted, it's going to be the whole round in jeopardy. He misses one shot. Oh my God, 6 seconds. Oh my God, he takes the fight, wins it. The 1-on-3 here for Breeze. And he ties at 13.
Oh, stopping the little that was left on that bomb carrier. Look how desperate he was to run for that corner, thinking safety was in the horizon. No sanctuary for Furia.
For a while, we were getting thrift shot Breeze, but this was vintage Breeze. The way he took that last fight was absolutely perfect. Safe thought he was going to be tucking and running around the corner, aiming way too deep, and Breeze just stood his ground.
Man, I thought for sure Breeze, when he's up on window falling out, that inaccuracy is going to cost him, that he's caught in transition, that he was looking to get one kill and maybe jump out after. He just finished off the bomb planter. Second T had to scramble for the plant, but no time, so go for kill. You know, Breeze knows what his objective is. That other terrorist is put into a different position than what he thought he had just a second earlier. All cover, need plant. Oh wait, just kill. That's too frantic, man. And Breeze isn't gonna let you capitalize on that one.
That is so bold though, the positioning from Breeze there. Like, some riflers would say time, and they would try to play just the stay away game there too. But he actually just went right into it.
Yeah, and he was not even high HP.
Huge. Yeah, just full send. That has got to be pumping up EG. Furia, we're bringing this one back, and now we're at 13-13.
Oh, we hit that.
Jeez.
Let's go.
Okay, yeah, everybody is warmed up in this server though. Yuri, the heroics that he put on display in the previous round, you thought that was good enough to send Furia to the 14th, but...
And before anyone gets too excited, I mean, I think it's fair to say this buy is worse than the last one. Wiz is down to just a scout. Automatic has no nades left over.
I think it's a little bait game though.
Yeah, they've got the close ramp set up where it sets up Automatic well, who doesn't have anything to fall back on right now except his aim. The smoke comes down. Oh my God, it's the same time as the exact. I don't know if they've... There isn't an overcommitment on utility, but there's no smokes here for Furia.
Oh, but at least they have the entry. Breeze going down, pulls Automatic back. Another smoke at the top of the ramp as well. Util soaring inwards. Art will not be given another angle.
They gotta be... I mean, this is not over. It's a little scary, and the guns aren't great here for EG, but I think Furia have got some insecurities themselves. No smokes trying to approach the A site.
No smokes on the round. We've got one flash left on Neal, and Wiz gets the scout headshot.
What a shot.
Oh, the double scout headshot. Now's his chance. Now's his time. Automatic down beneath, trying to hold on to the site. USP won't cut it, and that MP9 on Hex is down on 16 health.
Oh, and this is Hex, who got tagged by Safe earlier in the round, down to 16.
I mean, Art could be killed quick. He's now looking deep on CT. Hex, though, not ready for that dry crouch walk out from Art. Moments of glory there for EG, but not enough to stave off the hit.
Wiz, once again, making it happen with the sniper up close. This time the scout. 2 headshots?
Dude,
how
2.
How strong is this guy right now? He's playing so well.
Yeah, those shots were formidable, that's for sure. Let's see if the second one was even better than the first. I mean, almost equivalent. Really great stuff, but you know, they won a round, they got that bye, they got 2 shots off the scout when they got relegated from the op, and now they're back to pistols. It's been a series of unfortunate events here for EG. Trying to stave off match point. And it's going to be difficult if they don't get anything here.
Ooh, they will get something. There's a lot more USPs where that one comes from too, but FURIA seems like they got EG against the wall here. Gun hits the ground, automatic, nice Desert Eagle shot, but that also gets cleaned up here by Art. It is 15 to FURIA. The T side gets there, despite the best heroic moments of Evil Geniuses. Although they did full save there to try and bring this bye back, to try and force OT.
And I think that's, well, what's Wiz's decision going to be again? I mean, I think surely, oh, wow, he goes for the glass cannon this time around. The last time we saw him with 4750, he decided to go for the M4 nades. I like that he's believing in this.
It's K-Serrato top middle,
Oh.
burning.
Oh, he almost messed that up.
Yeah.
It took so long to get that out, but okay, FURIA, they're already out at ramp.
Look at him go. Drop on the entry, trying to go for the stairs kill, one and done. Then it's Yuri. Again, just like over towards that B site. Critical cover, openings in space created, all by way of Yuri. And here in round 29, to keep EG away from that 14th, it's him again. But look at the health left here on the stars of FURIA.
Now, this is a moment I think that Wiz's glass cannon could make the difference. And he understands the tall task ahead of him. Now, K-Serrato walks out, and Hex does not hear this, so surely he's going to catch a bullet. That's it, K-Serrato. This, doesn't necessarily open up the B site. Wiz is left now in a 1-on-3. Man,
Drops
the irony
bomb
here, as 2 players are 1 bullet away from death, and he's got the strongest gun on the map.
Takes top ticket, the low players come back over. The fact that he kills the bomb carrier is the only reason this B plant didn't and hasn't happened. Oh, Wiz, what a time to shine. But a missed chance, denied by Art. We've got FURIA forward 2-0 as they dispatch of EG. But another good showing from Evil Geniuses. That's what I take away from this one. Not just versus Imperial, frustration on their faces, sure enough, as they know they were in this game from start to finish. And in fact, with as good of a start as they had, they were in this game. But FURIA survived the test.
I was going to give Evil Geniuses, I gave them the benefit of the doubt yesterday, not knowing what to expect, and then they obviously overachieved in a massive way. When it came to today, I was more so about the fact that FURIA shouldn't be losing to EG, even in relatively good form, because they're the best team here. And yet they nearly lost. So you got to give EG, I think, some credit for how well they played just now. And I think it's positive signs going, I mean, depending on how they take this loss, positive signs moving forward. They're still 1-1 so far in the bracket. And as for FURIA, I think they can be marginally happy they won. I think the important part for them still, however, is that it's 2-0 as a start.
Massively, right? And again, you brought it up, that legend spot still very much alive for FURIA. Any of the favorites who would have lost that legend spot in a head-to-head, that's one thing. Losing the legend spot in a best-of-1 against a team who's not supposed to be here, ooh, that would have just been put on the pile of recent issues and shortcomings for the FURIA camp. So I'm sure they're relieved that that wasn't the problem here today. And at the top of the boards, we get Yuri. Critical moments towards that B site before Breeze pulls out the clutch. And even in these last couple of rounds as well, it was Yuri to put that extra step forward. Have to say it too, glad to see Wiz amidst the rest of the pack today.
And we look at the EG side, and in terms of how that game felt, I mean, we could look at the KD, but I really feel like what Wiz was doing in this one was just so much more impactful than we got yesterday. And that's kind of, to me, one of the brighter signs for EG, that they were able to rely on their Opper in a couple different situations here. He also had some great flash setups for them and just seemed to fit better. And so yeah, Inferno is just a map that, even though they were able to come out with the victory, is always a little bit more difficult for Oppers. And when Wiz is on a map that's more favorable for his weapon, we were able to see his impact.
And we're going to have Safe coming on for an interview to talk about their win here versus Evil Geniuses in just a second.
Yeah. In the op battle, though, Safe between Wiz today, I feel like that was far more one-sided. That's how we kind of painted it, right? But a little back and forth. I was down with that one.
All right, come on in here, Safe. Yeah, Let's have a word to talk to the winner of this match and the first team here to get to 2-0.
Oh, yeah. Watch out for that.
To get to 2-0.
Pretty tight, yeah.
Congratulations on the win, Safe. Congratulations on 2-0.
Thank you.
Of course, a team at Rio with all the pressure on their shoulders and still 3-0'd the Legends stage. So this should have been no problem, right?
I think at Rio we had a buff, the crowd buff.
Okay.
So it was quite different. But yeah, I'm really happy that we are 2-0 now and we have a good shot at becoming legends.
Anything positive to say about EG with their performance, or with the slow start? Would you look at it as you could have played better, or EG were playing well?
I mean, it's always a tough match, just domestics kind of games, you know. And yeah, I mean, we had a slow start on CT, and we kind of managed to turn that. And they were playing really slow, kind of, and we managed to overcome that. But they're playing well lately, so yeah, I mean.
How would you rate FURIA's form right now? Because it feels like, yeah, I think at Rio you guys did incredibly well there, but lately I think it's kind of been a little bit more up and down. So yeah, your opinion on what's maybe keeping your team from performing at the absolute best that we've seen in the past?
Well, I think if you take a look last year, we also had this like kind of up and down throughout the season. And I mean, just trying to work harder and harder to try to improve and try to be as consistent as possible.
Of course, consistency is the key. If everyone knew it, then, you know, we'd all be simple, right? But for your team, in terms of getting one step closer, what do you feel like is the key to becoming more consistent?
It's tough to say. If I knew, we would be doing it, but I don't know, man. Just it becomes with our style as well, because I think everybody needs to be on point to work, for our style to work, and we're trying to do some different things as well. Not only the FURIA that we had in the past, you know, always explosive. You know, we're trying to mix things up, and I think it will come with time.
Yeah, I had one thing on that. Like, because you guys are definitely not as aggressive as you have been in the past. So have you feel like that's brought more not consistency, but consistent feelings to your practices and your officials?
Yeah, I think so. And but I think people don't see it yet because it's new to us as well. So we try to there's still things to figure out. So, but yeah, I think the more we do it, the more consistent we'll be. And those guys, I mean, the trio have been playing aggressive for the past years. So it's kind of tough for them to, you know, to try new things and be consistent at it. But I think with time, we'll get there.
What did you guys used, I think, all your timeouts in this one, and you guys actually, a couple times after it, you just came out with these pretty explosive hits. I think T-side, for example, one time, you guys just you sent it right out of A ramp. I guess I want to know, basically, because there's obviously a contrast here from the last time you played Valve-sanctioned events, because Gary wasn't behind you, but now that he's there, in these timeouts, what sort of discussions are happening?
I mean, just, I think for us it's more of a mental game, you know, because since we lost the qualifier for Blast, and we knew that our mental needed to be on point in order to perform. And I think those timeouts are just a reflection of it, you know, just trying to keep calm, you know, keep the comms going. And yeah, I think it's more about that other than anything tactical.
Okay.
Yeah, FURIA at their best are a FURIA that meditates. Safe, thank you so much for joining us, and congrats on the win. And enjoy that 2-0. That's it for us in the first round, but stick around because there's a lot more coming. Join us back after this break for round 2.
Thanks.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Royal Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun, to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Welcome back, everybody. Last best of one. That's where we have arrived here with our next matchup. It's just another best of one to see who's going to be going forward to the potential legend fights. Bestia versus Fluxo, the Argentinian team that changed organizations, that flew through the qualification of this event, still haven't dropped a thing, versus Fluxo, who did get a win yesterday, but maybe didn't leave us as impressed as we were hoping to be in their opening best of one.
I think, Mal, you kind of felt like their T-side could have been better. I think that's just how they play.
That's just their T-side.
I think that's generally how they call. When they say they go aggressive most of the time, their T-sides are going to be like, we saw like really spawn-based calling, I think, with Lukowski getting squeaky spawns on Nuke and then them just flooding out onto the site. I think they're just going to get more of that, honestly. And I think that's why it looks messy for Fluxo sometimes.
Yeah, and on the Bestia side, I mean, this is a team that we don't necessarily see all too often in international competition, although there are a couple names that have graced our screens before. Mayerin, I think, is the most prominent of those players, given that he had his stint with MIBR. They picked him up for his rifling prowess, and he probably was in a little bit over his head at that time. And this is a team from Argentina that I don't think also many people thought were going to be here too much so either. When I talked to Howlez, I think people just still thought it was 9Z that was asserting that Argentinian dominance. So they're a bit of a surprise to be here, and for them to be in this situation against Fluxo, a team that we saw that is very flawed, this is a real shot for Bestia to put themselves in such a prime position to actually have a chance to make it to the major, doing what I don't think anybody had them pinned to do.
Yeah, most certainly not, right? This is not a team. It's not, again, not
Connor,
big
you
names.
propped them up though.
I did prop these guys up. I think one of the selling points here on Bestia that I want to kind of present to you guys is keep your eyes on Luchov and Lucan. I think what this team has is decency in all of their rifling, right? When you think of a team and the kind of stragglers towards the bottom, if Luchov and Lukin are your bottom 2 performers on any given day, then I think BESTIA are there as a pack, right? So I can't sit here and say I've seen a ton from them. I can't say I'm super well versed in this roster, but I just know that that is one of their strengths, and I know that it was enough to take down Nouns yesterday. And we know that, you know, Nouns, unlike what Fluxo beat in this kind of pug mix that became an RMR attendee, Nouns are supposed to be one of the best outside of NA's top couple teams.
Yeah, they have some good wins in their region, and then they play respectably in terms of, like, you know, their calls. They're not just running through things. They don't call incredibly scrimmy CS. Marky's been pretty consistent, so yeah, definitely respectable win. So more to learn here about BESTIA, and of course, you know, we're the official 9Z RMR casters.
We are indeed.
And so I think by, you know, transference of teams here, we're now the BESTIA official RMR casters, at least for this event. If 9Z were here, of course, they would take precedent, but
as they do
in this circumstance. I mean, Lukin also played for 9Z, right? That was when they had him op, even though he was a rifler. Lukin is the very famous streamer, right? Or do I have that wrong?
I don't think so.
Who is the guy I'm thinking of that replaced
I
Try?
Yeah, something like that. I forgot.
Right?
Yeah,
So.
I was like, I think I looked at his Twitter and he had like 100, 200K Twitter followers. He was just like a massive streamer who got called back. I thought that was on 9Z, but
it was on 9Z.
It was on 9Z.
It was on 9Z.
It was
back,
an Argentinian?
It was back in Antwerp, the RMRs that were going down in Bucharest.
I'll just go ahead and take a look.
Go ahead.
I think one thing, though, that's kind of weird about BESTIA is that they actually made it through the South America's qualifier 3-0, but none of the teams that they beat were necessarily that impressive. I think the most impressive one would be Team Solid, and everybody else I don't even think qualified. They beat Oplano, they beat
202,000 Twitter followers.
Okay,
so
it's the same
He literally
Lukin.
steps on us.
Okay,
Wow.
so
it's
he's
the
huge.
same Lukin.
It's the same Lukin, yeah.
Wow.
So Lukin, when he played on 9Z,
It's that Lukin.
he got called up to play on 9Z, even though he was a rifler. He played as an op, and he played very well as an op, but then he had his flaws, and he didn't want to op, and now he's not on that team. Now he's rifling, so in the role that he wanted, but he showed a lot of talent, and he was retired as a pro for a while there.
Right. Okay. Wow, I feel ashamed for repping BESTIA without realizing that was Lukin of said RMR.
We're also the 9Z casters. So,
yeah, I know. Yeah.
You don't have to tell the audience your shortcomings. I never do it.
Well, I know, but I'm
Never give your opponents ammunition.
Yeah, I just like to be honest, Maui. I'm a surface level guy. You're going to get indoctrinated now in our official Argentinian support, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but we have casted all of the biggest Argentinian success stories.
Did you cry when Messi won the World Cup?
No.
Because we did.
We did.
Damn right we did.
But we got Glacia. Oh, okay. No.
Now we got Fallen. And now we got Lukowski. Because on the Fluxo side of things, we've got some talent, right? Lukowski, Phelps, these are supposed to be the big guys. These are supposed to be the stars. Woody, obviously in-game leader, jumped on the broadcast yesterday to give us an interview at the end. VSM, allowed to compete at RMRs. This is a team that you brought up yesterday, Maui, has a price tag behind it, but not maybe the successes that you'd expect with such expenditures.
Right, Lukowski, a historic signing in some ways, over $300,000 as a transfer fee to get him onto this roster.
The number gets higher every day.
I think it was $800,000.
I think it was Daytona as his previous team. And then you actually kind of look at what this team has done, and it's a whole lot of nothing. That's what this team has done. They qualified once for a Blast event, but other than that, really no footprint on the international competitive space. And it's tough right now for me to see a team with supposedly this much firepower. When you've got Phelps, Lukowski, and VSM, you should be a team that's punching to actually be the second best team in Brazil. And yet, that is far from the case. And what we saw yesterday from them when they faced off against Ur was a team that looked very one-dimensional, looked like they lacked a lot of faith in their mid-rounding or just the way to close out rounds, and a lot of people just kind of skipping steps. If that's the Fluxo we're going to see today, then I have them pinned to lose. But I predicted Fluxo to beat BESTIA because I don't think what we got on day one of the RMR is the Fluxo that we should be expecting for the remainder of it.
One of the pieces we didn't know much about prior to yesterday's game would have been history, right? The new Opper that's added to the formula, one that Woody had high praise for when he came on with his interview, but one that I think we saw some, at times, questionable moves.
Yes.
That drop on ramp to behind.
Well, see, this is the thing, yeah, I would speak to it. Like, you could look at how many kills he got, but the rotations were not correct.
Sure.
And that can be a symptom of bad comms for him as an opper, or him not knowing the rotations. And so that kind of speaks to how much he could do, because there was a number of opportunities for him to be the turnpike rotator and get kills via ramp. He could have been in control room a lot of the times when lower was being hit. And this is versus a team that are not seasoned. You know, they're a team that are going to be very oppable. And History did get his piece, even though he wasn't often in the right position at the right time. Made that bad rotation upstairs, is I think the one you were pointing out. So this stylistically was a great move for Fluxo, right? Woody getting an offer to come onto the team to pick up for him because he's not a star player makes perfect sense. So on paper, that works. There's potential there. But I think definitely as a unit in terms of the calling and everyone understanding what they're supposed to do together, that's not working for Fluxo.
The togetherness.
Yeah.
That's what we're hoping to see. If Fluxo are really going to make, because remember, a win here in this best of one puts them in the pool of teams fighting for that legend spot. Yes, they would have to still upset, let's say, versus FURIA or versus Liquid, assuming all goes as expected. But in order to do that, for us to even consider them maybe upsetting in that next stage, is that what we're looking for as a marked improvement? Togetherness on this map?
I wouldn't know how to call for this team. I won't lie to you. Because if I had a player like Lukazi, and he had an idea, I'd want to like...
Or Phelps.
Yeah, or
I'd
Phelps.
always want to let them do what they want to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then the thing is, then like, isn't it the inmates running the asylum at some point? Because these two, are they good enough to carry every round? They haven't been. So if you're relying on their consistency, well, they aren't Quesarado, even though they've had similar flashes of it. One tournament here, you know, in Phelps's case, a period of time, a pretty good period of time, but never like superstars over years or anything like that. So it's a lot of stock to put into them. And I think a lot of pressure on the IGL to both rein them in, but also let them be free at the same time.
That it may be indeed. Meanwhile, I think, again, BESTIA, it's just about continuing this streak, this flawless run from qualifiers into this one. You said it, Maui, maybe not the biggest names to take down, but definitely names you would have put in place of them, right? Oplano, no chumps. And without further ado, let's do it. We got Mirage. Mirage between BESTIA and Fluxo. Who are the favorites? Who comes out? Who goes forward to the 2-0 pool? That's what we're about to learn.
This is, in fact, a map where we saw BESTIA kick off their closed qualifier campaign against Oplano. They were able to take them down on it. So they're no strangers to the map by any means. And, of course, a team with Phelps and Lukazi are no strangers as well. This should be a pretty even bout between the both of them. But I still got my bet placed on Fluxo here.
Who'd you predict, Mo, at the start of the day? Just
I actually can't remember.
Okay. Well, that makes this place even, because I went BESTIA.
Oh, no. I picked what you picked.
BESTIA.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I actually picked BESTIA.
I literally copied your WhatsApp message.
I can't believe I picked BESTIA.
Oh,
Actually,
yeah?
I thought for sure I picked Fluxo.
Man, traitors, I tell you. Lucan's gonna get stuffed on the side of the arch play. Deco comes through with the trade. Now looking for the next fight. There's a bit of a stall here from Fluxo because they've got Lukazi up through the window, and History's pistol finds its home. That's 2 kills towards this B site. You'd think safe plant, but Phelps wants eyes on that back market door. Lukazi will catch Nox looking the wrong way. Bomb gets stopped here by Luchov. Can't hold off to that flank though. Lukazi on a T side means he's a god with the Glock.
I definitely picked Fluxo.
The revisionist history here. Do you know if you?
I technically typed in the chat BESTIA, but I was
What
so
does that
What
convinced.
does that mean?
What are they, like, letters close together or
I
something?
was so convinced I picked Fluxo. I really believe in Fluxo, actually.
Get a load of this
I don't
guy.
know why I said that. And
I
that's
just
why in
around
this segment I was
Andy over
all aboard the Fluxo
I
train.
technically typed the other team when I picked the...
Dude, sometimes
okay.
I just
It
wake
was
up and those
autocorrect.
predictions just happen, okay?
Sure, bud.
It's just, it's crazy out here some days.
Hey, man, you were up at 8 reviewing Apple desserts.
Yeah, and I wrote my predictions before that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean,
Okay.
I believe in
Well, they
Fluxo
don't
for this
call him
map.
Maui Snake for no reason.
At the end of the day, your opinions matter more, Maui Snake, so I believe you as well. I think you messed up, and I forgive you for that.
You know, the Preds are Preds, but I have faith, and faith goes a long way. And that's why Fluxo, if I have to give an official prediction, are winning this 16-11.
Okay.
Right.
That's my final Pred.
Cowsy's gonna open it up again. Lucan. Nah, no second deagle there. Nice first one. Definitely, no doubt. Nox. Oh, headshot. And then a tag. Shame that tag only does 18 damage, or else Woody would have been primed to be toppled by a FAMAS.
Wow. Woody is insane.
They just want it. They want that
Woody
smoke.
really wants the fight. Okay.
Lucauzi, dude, he's such a nuisance already.
Yeah.
Chilling in front of window, dealing with the guy in mid last round. Now he's behind top boxes, killing the guy in mid yet again, and adding a layer to that cat defense that the CTs should not be able to get past. But it looks like he's gonna have to do everything on his own. And Lucauzi just waits patiently. Tap on the bomb, insta-kill Mayern, and sure, you got that exit, sure, you got on site, but Lucauzi had this one wrapped up from start to finish.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Really well done from Lucauzi. Honestly, Woody tried his best to grief that round, but you knew Lucauzi was still alive, so it was all good.
I like this this analogy you made right before the game, where you said the inmates are in charge of the prison.
Yeah,
I think that's something I want to run with when it comes to like these free thinking, free flowing, hyper aggressive, but also very successful players.
Free thinkers, dude. Do their
these
own
aren't
research.
Conspiracy theorists.
Lucauzi and Phelps have done their own research.
They are playing CS like nobody else right now. That's true. That is true. That's the Phelps peak that I remember from 2016.
2017.
Whiting mid. 2017, right, SK Phelps.
Yeah, this is a...
Yo, Luca's got a Deeg.
He does have a Deeg, and Noxie has a Scout. Like, theoretically, like in the last round, but, you know, not right now, of course. Lucauzi has just been a terror already, so... He's actually just running through them. So this was, okay, so when we go back to like the showdown where we talked about Lucauzi for the first time, this was what it kind of felt like. Like he couldn't lose a duel on T side. He could run around into every angle. He made every fight look like it was in favor of him regardless of the angle. And he was doing it to like Liquid. He was doing it to like basically everyone in there at the showdown, and then qualified to the fall final where he was definitely way more flat. I mean, the quality of teams, the size of the LAN, of course, probably factored into that, but that's the Lucauzi we're looking for now.
And fair to say the Lucauzi we didn't really get yesterday?
Which is crazy, right? Because it's, well, maybe it isn't crazy, because you know what? Rack and Clasia and Walker were going crazy, so.
Yeah, Rek was beasting in that one. But this is a round where BESTIA need to show that by picking the Argentinian team, you didn't sell yourself short, Scrawny. See what they're able to muster up here. Looks like it's going to be an A conversion from Fluxo. They've already smoked jungle off. They smoked off top connector, but they don't have the flashes yet. Need some of those, or else Nox is just going to tear them down.
Could catch Lucauzi. Doesn't, as he jumps over the gap. Nox retreats back beneath. He's got a Molotov with his name on it, landing on top of him. VSM quick headshot. And we got Mayern, taking the fight in the open, hoping the stairs player would help, and he does, albeit a little late. Can't run, can't hide. No, sir, Luchov. He may have the trades, though. A beauty of a second frag that comes over Ticket. That was so back and forth, and I thought the stairs into connector kill would have sealed the deal, but all of a sudden, Ticket becomes the crux. And now Phelps in the clutch. Close quarters, kills Deco. The peak from Ticket as Luchov takes it to him.
Was it the body that he couldn't see him through?
Maybe.
And you get two different bodies. It's client side.
Corpses.
Well, it is in CSGO 1. You know what I'm saying?
Source will fix that.
And this is the thing about Fluxo. I think if there's one identifiable problem, it's that they just never know when they finally got the best position. And then they just keep all inning. Over and over again, and that's when it can get ugly. Of course, that's when they can make other teams look silly, but that's when it can look ugly if another team knows how to slow it down.
Yeah, they instinctually don't recognize their losing conditions, and then they just sometimes play up those losing conditions.
Yeah.
It's pretty ridiculous, but...
It's like one guy dies in CT, they scale a bit, another guy jumps up on CT spawn and then gets 2 frags, and it's like, well, why didn't you just seal that off first?
Yeah.
So many moments to wait.
Sometimes the question with coaches is, you know, do you try to temper that aggression that makes a player unique and makes them as explosive as they are? And when do you actually have to reel them in and finally draw the line? And for Fluxo, it feels like each player has their own line and none of them are symmetrical.
It's because they're creative.
Free thinkers.
Free thinkers.
Quick pop.
Maybe they just have bad handwriting, like me.
Woody taken down, Lucauzi right there. Dude, Luchov putting up numbers. And the spray from VSM may have slain 2, but Mayern's right there. I want to call it back. I'm telling you, Luchov, Lukin. Luchov and Lukin, those 2 rifles.
Lulu.
We saw them at A and B, right? We actually haven't seen the rifle highlights yet from Lukin. It was just those Deeg shots that are kind of a sign of things to come. As the storm gets brewing here for BESTIA, closing that gap, taking back what was the clean start from Fluxo.
Lulu Mayern.
Lulu Mayern?
Lulu Mayern.
Like Lululemon?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking, dude.
Sure.
And I always call him, I always say, you know, when he messes up a spray, you put a little bit too much mayonnaise on that one.
He says that every time.
And I was like, how many times is into Lulu Mayern? There has to be something there.
But you guys see it, right? That killer instinct from Luchov climbing over Tetris, climbing over Ticket.
Luchov is punishing every single over peak from Fluxo right now. Like every single time they're doing anything not perfectly, it's Luchov to put them down and in their place.
They just had no idea.
Wow.
Deco just thought that he got info on the bench cross, and instead they're already in the marketplace.
And they still may not know there's 2, but...
But they just keep one as a swing.
Yeah. Deco recovers it with kills, that's one thing. Stuck behind a smoke, flash as well. Still time to make the retake happen. Lukowski dies to Deco, who is, again, recovering what was selling his teammates, but Tech9 tap here from History. AK upgrade, Lukin's still not looking. And now History doubles back around the site. Mayern's lost track of him, trying desperately to catch wind of him, but that will not occur, and History takes the fight on his terms to give Fluxo their 4th. I'm shocked. The Tech9 kill close smoke, and the next player coming out through Arch didn't seem to be clearing that tight corner. He was still looking back on Van.
The comms were scrambled for BESTIA in this round. The player getting into market early on was a no comm from Deco. The player that was coming through, I mean, I'll say this. When you're that player that's coming through that smoke, what do you call that? What do you call that spot?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
He's right there, he's right there.
He's close right. You know, he's right.
It's very, very hard to actually say anything. It's almost a situation where you hope your teammates hear it rather than say some in-specific call, and then they end up, you know, losing because they didn't trust where they heard it from.
I'm glad to see BESTIA taking a timeout, though, because they need to settle their comms, because this explosive play from Fluxo should be more easily contained than what we are seeing out of BESTIA in their responses. It's almost been just kind of heroic efforts in some of these rounds, like from Luchov, to bring things back for them. But Fluxo are playing some pretty telegraphed Counter-Strike. You just have to listen to your teammates and the game.
Yeah. They're just going to be faster than you think and shooting extremely hard, and that's just their formula, basically. Jame actually calls that position 64.
I think Blade actually has the same name.
I want to believe you, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's true.
That's definitely a number. That much we know.
Ooh, 5-7 in the pocket. AK upgrade with it. Good amount of bodies here, but Phelps, that's through connector smoke. Nox putting Mayern in a weird spot as he is the solo A player. They do rotate one back through murder hole. Window has been compromised. Luchov wants to keep eyes here. VSM's, the timing.
Oh, but he took his time. Luchov,
he made
see
a
how
step.
Careful.
Did he not?
No, he didn't.
All good then.
Yeah.
Thought I heard the jiggle.
I think he might have, but it might have been comms from BESTIA. And now Fluxo meticulously tearing apart this defense. Just little peaks here and there. Actually exhibiting some decent push and pull in this round and finding the better of BESTIA consistently. Pretty clean stuff from them. This is, weirdly enough, just oddly a composed round, even though a lot of untradeable peaks coming out from Fluxo.
So we have Fluxo kind of swimming through mid. Phelps setting up his 2 frags, and then window control just naturally. I mean, they got the space, and then once they got that kill, it was over. So 5-2. I don't really know when the tides turn. This matchup, to me, it's just such a black box, and I feel like, you know, from here on out, I'm gonna have this as a reference game to understand like how I can see that BESTIA are trying to they're trying to play a tailored style to Fluxo. but this is the whole idea between, you know, FURIA and in FURIA-S gameplay is to put as much pressure on the comms as possible with the pace.
Do you think Fluxo is trying to imitate Furia's style?
No. I just think they naturally have that element to their gameplay with Lucauzi and Phelps.
Okay. Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's just a lot of Brazilian talents are basically really good at taking space quickly, right?
I played matchmaking in Brazil during Rio. It's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
It's all out there.
Yeah, it's a cultural thing. I mean, the best way it was explained was like Furia was just they were just like, you know,
a product of it, and
yeah,
also
they were the product
a pusher
of it, and then
of
they
it.
became the poster boys of it.
A user and a dealer.
They're getting high on their own supply. Oh. This
A
is
sobering grenade,
Okay.
but still, it is pistols.
This is one of the only ways to lose an anti-eco. Like, surely. Just, okay.
Telling you, this Deagle.
Yeah, impressive stuff.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
That was such a
Nice.
brave move, and I love that.
Okay. It's a movement moment. Launders praise it.
I usually like Fluxo for how willing they are to commit into bomb sites there, but the test at the mouth of ramp to just go for aim duels against pistols like that, that is just brazen confidence, and it's not recommended. That fight where that pistol is able to just swing you close to the crates, just with that headshot angle, that's a tough fight for a rifle.
Do not try this at home.
Yeah, 1 out of 10 doctors recommend.
Yeah, one doctor used ChatGPT on all of his exams.
I think it would have turned out better, you know. All right. Another, well, this one's looking more like a Halls pop, of course. Window smoke, it looks like, was set up, I assume.
Check this
but
out.
yeah, Luchop's just got great timing right now.
Look at him go.
He's going
got
quick,
Phelps
yeah, but
body
this,
bags.
I feel like he should actually just waited a sec for his teammates to get into position, and then the flank comes in because the site's not guaranteed, and Woody, he gets a double entry. That's a mistake to me.
On the flank?
Yeah, I think he took the shot too early because it was crystal clear at that point that window smoke meant nothing. It was going to be an A play, and he could have gotten his teammates to rotate over a lot more soon.
There's still life left on this one because bomb is yet to be planted, but you're going to have to clear close. Oh, damn. I thought the barrel was going to cost Luchov, but Deco comes out from jungle to help. Here's Woody, who was the guy to open this as he dropped off Palace. Now he's going to need to close it with an ace. And they're right there, so close for the taking, but 2 survive from Bestia. Maybe the flank pulled its trigger too soon, but at least they also pulled it on the retake.
Would have had to been the ace from Woody there, but Bestia just, yeah, they at least they had information. I do have to agree that pulling the trigger there is just getting a little bit wide-eyed in that moment, but not really necessarily thinking about the greater picture of the round. But still, I think that with how this game is going and the pace of it for Bestia, I think they just want to thin numbers as much as they can, as quickly as they can. You can see that Fluxo have done a great job of putting pressure on Bestia, that they might not be playing their best CS either in this one. It's just so hectic.
Yeah, absolutely. There are arguments both ways for, you know, why decisions can be made, especially in these really chaotic moments. And Woody had a great round to actually not only recover his, well, he recovered his score, didn't win the round itself. And Phelps, wow, he just jumps over top of an off shot. But when it gets back on cycle, Noxy comes too and knocks Phelps out.
Noxy's so stuck in this corner. Yeah, they're going to burn him out, but Lucan's also here, and that will catch VSM off guard, no doubt.
From Lucan, man.
I can't believe Phelps just flies through smoke with a molly burning in his hand, man, like a freedom fighter. He just flies out mid.
What was the actual...
And now everything starts to still go the way of Fluxo.
But the thing is, he's mollying connector to go into connector, right?
Yeah.
So, like, why would you throw from top mid first? So
he's
you
got
can't
places to
get
go.
upped. Yeah, but
he's got things to do.
Then why? Yeah, but if you were gonna leave your house, would you molly the welcome mat?
I wouldn't. Phelps might. However, CT's still in the right spot. If Mayern has a pop-off, Woody comes out with just the MAC-10. He's ready for the second. Deco's got support. They still win that round.
That's unbelievable.
2v3 rotate into the B site, double up on Cat and the close wall, and they pull off the hold.
But that's literally how the last round went, right?
I'm glad that BESTIA won that. They deserve to win that. That was a little bit crazy from Fluxo in the mid-round.
Last round's a retake. This time they just read it. Like, that could have been a save if they do go A.
I mean, yeah, either way, they're just going for the stack, which is kind of more modern meta Counter-Strike. Instead of splitting in a 1-1 versus 3, you know, you keep your numbers on one side, play for the save either way. And Fluxo, yeah, just the trading for this team has not always been there. And this is just the most ambitious play. I love what everything this replay is giving us. I'm just here to consume.
And to be fair to Phelps, it was obviously, you know, my comment made slightly in jest. He was probably going to Molly connector and go window.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't really make sense to have the Molly land so late when you could have thrown it through the smoke. On top of giving your shadow away, jumping through the smoke on Cat.
I just would want to know what the dry run there was.
Yeah.
What the ideas are. But Kowzi's got one of the couple of AKs for Fluxo, and quick out ramp, already a kill, and yeah, Lukowski, man, it's tough to stop this guy. He's able to already beat that op shot, and now he's in CT spawn. This guy is a maniac right now. He's going for more! He pulls off the op 2, and almost finds another, but Luchov somehow.
In sandwich. And now it's just going to be the Lucan walk up from... These are so wild.
Well, that Molly could do it.
Should.
Oh, it doesn't go. It's under Balk. It's not deep enough.
History peels back. VSM standing over towards the sandwich gap. The wall bank's not far off. Lucan's got the kit for this. He's got the smoke as well. That may feed his confidence. Tap back from the second. And history with the Deagle's going to end this. Lukowski is a madman.
This is why he's so fun to watch. I mean, this is what, you know, it was insane to watch him play, like his first tournaments and stuff. But like, yeah, this is why he cost $584,000 cash.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was 3.2 mil. Man, his entry routes are just a thing of beauty. I think a lot of people out there have actually asked me, okay, who should I look at for entry fraggers? And they say, you know, Yakinder sometimes kind of lurks a little bit on certain maps, and you know, he doesn't always do it on every map. I think the guy to look at, if you're playing in, say, main or advanced, easily Lukowski. I mean, you're never on a tier 1 team. I don't know if you're ever going to get this sort of freedom. So if you're on the come up right now, Lukowski might be the guy in terms of just pure route management and just angle clearing.
Before you come over to NA and get ruined, you know, and can no longer watch the unhinged Yakinder demos from the whole W Religion days. And now he's got kind of the slow walk-up peaks and a lot of lurking now and a lot more well-balanced gameplay. You've got Lukowski living in his spirit.
Ready to just consume some pistols, but nice dink. He'll tuck in. Nox kills him from the bottom of Con. Little spray here from Phelps. There's some damage being done by USPs. You take that. Little AK upgrade. Tap him. Blast him.
I think Lukowski's better when he's moving forward than holding an angle.
Yeah. He's actually struggled just versus plain pistols more times.
Okay, well, 8th round for Fluxo.
He's just like me for real.
Just like I predicted.
You have Fluxo taking this 16-11 was the prediction. I think you're making pretty good pace.
Yeah,
I think so.
Not bad.
What was that, Scrawny?
Huh?
Why'd you just say yeah?
I was just agreeing with you.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Sounded kind of mocking.
No, I wouldn't. Me? Interesting.
Yeah. Let's put a pin in that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that connector pressure, right? They love a little con pressure.
The second flash was perfect, but the second guy at top con, that's what was needed.
Double Molly. Oh, Nox sees that as an invite. All right, I like it. Nox knowing there's targets on both ends. Fluxo trying to run it back with the sheer hit into the A split, but this time met by a stellar defense. BESTIA 3v1 to close this. 7-8 still a possibility.
Yeah, and this should be a freebie for BESTIA. I say that, and the firepower on Fluxo is simply terrifying, so I'm actually not going to put any prediction on this upcoming round, even though the money is well in favor of
what's the
BESTIA.
Fluxo call, though?
The Fluxo call is 5 guys run out in 5 different directions, and Lukowski gets a double entry, and Woody will trade his life away so Phelps can get get himself into a good spot.
Mirage is their Jackson Pollock, and the last thing you want to do is to try to limit the sights that they hit at the same time. But here it is, mid-control denied by History. Great 2K spray down from the Galil.
They try to go fire with fire, pressing out top mid. Maybe Nox can take back the slack. He does. Big kill as well. That's Lukowski down, so no impact from him in round 14. Woody's Tech 9 slides up. Critical headshot on Mayern.
It is, yeah, because they felt that was their one guy guarding window and con, but now Deco walks up off of Cat. He's looking for 2.
And as he gets Woody as well, Woody will take him down to 2 HP. Nade for VSM. It's close! And he still gets his shots in.
Damn. Well, not bad there from Deco. He makes up for that. I mean, this was a round, of course, like you were saying, Maui. BESTIA had everything. Fluxo had a mixed buy, so it shouldn't have been close. But History had a really good hold there at top mid.
Yeah, good Galil spray from him. Good trade.
Historic.
Yeah. Yeah, those who forget History are doomed to fall to him.
Yeah. One of the Galil sprays of all time here by History.
Similar buy, though. Actually, more spread even across the board for Fluxo. Handful of upgraded pistols. They're actually finding some space relatively easily this time, although Lucan keeps pressing on forward. He's going to be able to lock down Palace. You would expect a shift in defense now from BESTIA, and they need to be worried about a couple different spots. VSM, yeah, he just gave the chase up right there. Lucan still dancing between the angles, and oh no, just a commitment would have been appreciated, but yeah, trying to hold 2 spots at once cost him dearly.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, VSM is known for being clever, so leave it to him to find an opportunity like that and leap on it. Congregation now from the T's towards the B site from a couple of different choke points. Deco has his aim split up. Noxy as well is getting confused.
Same problem all across the map.
They are just so, I feel like they've just been conditioned to be scared of everything.
Right, conditioned that whenever you see one,
too late.
It's like, where's Lukowski? Where's Lukowski?
Yeah.
They're so scared of the fact that there could be another, but all of those CTs had a moment where they could have picked up a kill.
They actually were there on time for once.
And they're going to get spanked in round 15. 9 to the Fluxo T side. Very stereotypical to when it comes to Lukowski. Impressive first half. We'll see what they can do on the defense.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monesi, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monesi, right?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
A 3-round lead for Fluxo as they will take to the CT side of Mirage. Lucauzi doing what he does. 19 kills, 12 deaths on that first half. VSM right behind him on 14. We saw flashes of success from BESTIA, but it just felt like they couldn't keep up with the tempo that Lucauzi brings to the table.
It's one of those, you know, BESTIA know what they're going to do. They had a plan in place for it. But just like every Mike Tyson opponent, they got hit.
Punch in the mouth. Knocked out cold. Well, not cold. They are still standing. Trying to fight. And doing so successfully. We get the double entry here towards mid. BESTIA jumping around corners. Going to be met by history. The only player to put up kills so far in this pistol. But here comes Noxy. A lurk out through the cat smoke from the B site to give BESTIA early T-side momentum.
And now it's their turn to use the steering wheel, okay?
Yeah, it's good.
You know what I mean? They're here on T side. Poor Fluxo had to play CT side, sit around and wait for BESTIA to come to their sites. They don't put down the same level of aggression on CT side, even though they do still push. So we'll see if BESTIA can really show us, you know, maybe a better T side in some like fundamental sense that can also just contain Fluxo a little bit better.
Yeah, I'd like some structure. I'd like some layers. I think that pistol round we got just a little bit, you know. It was kind of a 1-2.
Not enough vegetables in this match for Maui Snake.
Yeah, just need some more, some green leafy veggies.
What are your favorite vegetables?
I like whatever's in season.
Oh, God, that's such a good answer.
I like cruciferous vegetables.
I
skip all of, I'm just like Semphis.
Yeah, those are great. I mean, the leafy ones are good. But hard to pick a favorite. What's yours, Scrawny?
I like broccoli.
That's a good one.
It's up there, but I also think sweet peas. Sweet peas. Yeah.
Green peas.
Yeah, man.
I feel like that's pretty low on most people's list.
Yeah, well, I'm not most people.
Yeah, you're different. Really different. I can't put my finger on what it is exactly, but that.
I like cherry tomatoes.
Things are adding up here. Those are fruits. Those are fruits.
Idiot.
No, I don't care. Tomatoes are not fruits. I don't give a
I don't
care.
A shradish?
I don't care about the seed argument. They need to be sweeter or they're not fruits.
I love that avocados are fruits. I think that's just so ridiculous. I think avocados might be
Avocados are meat.
Oh, and what's that?
There we go.
Meaty.
Ouch.
On the use.
History is written by the victors.
I promise you he wasn't sitting on that one. Also, history is written by the historians. They hate when people say that.
Guns up, boys. Guns up. All right, remember, history's impact. Yesterday versus yours.
I thought you were going to make a joke. I thought it was a joke. I really thought sorry. Oh my God, he's out.
He is. Mayor on the front sight.
Oh, okay.
Stuffed by Lucauzi.
Doesn't have it like Lucauzi, you know what I mean?
Lucauzi would have killed both.
Yeah, Lucauzi would be an A already.
How does Lucauzi slot into CT sides? Do you think he hates them? Like talk about an identity crisis. When you get to do as he does on T-halves.
And now he's sitting behind a window grate on Mirage.
Yeah, he probably feels like he's just muzzled, but okay. That's the history I'm talking about. Impact yesterday versus Ewer. Maybe there were questions in rotations. Maybe not always the best placement, but when he's got something to shoot at, it's clean. Like that spray off the Galil. VSM, yeah, he's going to come out and stop the bomb plant. There is time for this to be recovered here by Lucan.
Yeah, but the thing is, man, he put the bomb down so quickly, and Lucan wasn't even ready to flank CT. If he went for the instant fake plant, that's one thing. I guess he maybe didn't know where he could hide in that spot and hope CT was open after that kill. I guess that makes sense. He got the op down. So, all right, Lucan, well, now he gets spotted. Makes this a little bit more difficult for himself.
Block it off.
He'll expel his first and only smoke. That can allow him to get the bomb back. I mean, of course, if someone's Tetris, he could work on that, but VSM off the ramp gets suspicious and comes to make sure that that round doesn't take too long. So Fluxo off to 10 nice and easy. And I would say for history, for sure, he hits all the easy shots. And I don't mean any slight by that. He's very consistent when the target's near his scope. And that's something that you kind of want first for most operas and the hard shots after. And I would say it's a compliment.
Yeah, and it's really surprising how it is, but in these high pressure games that actually does get away from some of these guys, Woody swapped to the rifle to give History this sort of space. And it's looking pretty decent for Fluxo. I mean, just in terms of firepower, History has been a great addition for them in terms of just pure production.
Noxy fast window flank, though. That'll get History down. VSM peeks out, wins the fight back into the jungle. And so now Deco's hoping that the Palace play can come through, but that nade does soften up both, and they lose the other player who actually had some footing. They're just going to be fed into the CTs at this point. Little floor bang coming out of VSM, playing with Lucan, making sure no success on this hit. And the T's, it looked good with the jungle flank. With History dead, it felt like that was a moment to pounce, but then they couldn't get anything after that.
Yeah, that one goes very swimmingly for Phelps. It's been a couple of years.
Now he's thinking.
No relation.
Okay. Can you explain that? What is that?
Michael Phelps.
Oh, swimmingly for Phelps. Okay.
Got him.
Gold medal for Phelps. Okay.
Yeah.
Set a lot of records in China. But
You're off the deep end right now.
yeah, I'm done with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bestia trying to put this one back together. I feel like those were some pretty decent attempts from them. They actually found some, they created some confusion for Fluxo. It's just that Fluxo have played this nice double-up setup towards A. It seems like a couple of these guys have just been tethered together, and that's been really serving them quite nicely. This time around, though, it's a little bit lighter on that A-side defense, and even though there's a little bit of a fumble right there from VSM, it's just Glocks.
Oi.
Just to show off that the nade meant nothing, it's right into the dome here for VSM.
And these pistols, not longed for this.
Wait, what? You got both of them?
What?
Wait,
my
top
gosh.
stairs and bottom stairs? With the Glock?
I mean, how
in the
is that,
same breath?
How is that possible?
What?
How does he manage that? Mayer still alive and kicking, no guns picked up. I don't think anything else is gonna happen here for Bestia, but the fact that that even happened feels like it makes no sense. Bomb is not planted for this ramp play either, so, okay, round is gone, and that's all I want, because get the replay in.
Yeah. I've never asked for anything, and I want this replay now.
What?
That spray from VSM was labored.
Maui, not now.
You know,
Do we have it?
Damn.
Like, where was the other guy? Was at the bottom of stairs.
well, that's why you should be watching on Blast.tv. You can instantly rewind on the timeline. You can actually watch these highlight moments back.
Whoa, okay, he's got it.
And you'll see that it was actually VSM missing his entire magazine on a Glock.
Yeah, but the second guy dying.
Also,
Some
go
things are
download
left
the
up to
demo.
mystery,
Okay.
and oh, Lukowski spun right around there. Okay, okay, when it's Lukowski that's challenged, you don't miss.
Right? Because pushing top mid as a CT is kind of like what he did in the first half, right? He's getting as close to a T side as he can.
If I were Fluxo's CT side leader, I would just say, Lukowski, T-spawn is a bomb site.
Yeah, sir. Don't worry about the plant, but go entry.
Cowsy, we're going to play T for 30 rounds this game.
How's that going to happen?
Shut your mouth.
Go kill.
Get out there. If I give you candy, you're going to say why?
Yeah.
Lukowski's great. We were able to talk to him in Rio for a little bit. He was at the event, the major.
Yeah. Yeah, I shook his hand there.
Oh, he was attending as a spectator.
Yeah.
Oh,
Way to rub it in.
That was a question.
Yeah.
Just
but
double checking.
triple kill for him in this one. Phelps picking up the last, peeking right over that smoke. Yeah, this has been a formidable defense now from Fluxo. Doesn't seem like BESTIA have had nearly the firepower to match up with what they are facing against a reinvigorated CT side. The big spenders, they're going to keep on spending if these are the results they're going to get.
Exactly, Scrawny. What is going wrong?
What is going wrong?
With your team, BESTIA.
Simply can't keep up with Lucauzi.
I woke up this morning and copy and pasted your WhatsApp message of predictions.
Why would you do that?
On the basis of not knowing about BESTIA in the same way that you did, and I feel like I've been led astray.
I know that's a lie because you only write in lowercase, and I always write with proper capitalization.
Why would you properly capitalize non-sentences?
Because that's just who I am. I can write how I want,
He
Maui.
paints both sides of the fence properly, okay?
I even put a lowercase p in pain.
And you capitalized their N, did you?
Yes, I did.
I don't think you did.
Literally did. Go check.
How do you pronounce that? Payen.
He actually did.
Lucauzi's hiding. Chilling, sitting in the backside as the Tech-9s do tear through one on jungle, but it doesn't matter because it's all about Lucauzi. He's going to catch the... He's supposed to catch the bomb, but Nox gets back into the cover. Yo, Pistols again. Trying to run rampant. If they plant front sight, it's all good. Because the spray's not quite there from VSM. We got a 2v4. Luchov put his hands on the M4. You know, Fluxo's doing a great job of just chewing through the CT half, making it look BESTIA like they don't have a chance.
This is about how Noxy is going to kill them, I think, because they're just going to try to escape, and yeah, they can clean off this angle pretty safely with history. He hits a shot, but they're still going to run into this gun. Let's see if Lucan decides to peek or just wait.
Yeah.
There's an op that he can scoop over for his team if they want it.
VSM all of a sudden, it's like, oh, my spot's not safe, is it? He will deal with Lucan, so the op doesn't get picked back up. VSM can now save it, in fact.
True. Okay.
So all is good here, but BESTIA keeping things interesting with the 4-round gap.
Yeah,
I mean, that just keeps this game alive, really, because they do that while saving, and they stop 14.
The single flaw in Lucauzi's game is pistols running at him.
Yeah, he actually...
He seriously is having...
He'd have 30-plus kills right now.
He's having so much difficulty just dispatching these half-by players every time.
He can't fight back against weak players.
He wants it to be a fair fight.
He's too noble.
He's so honorable, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, it's rifle v rifle, so this should be Lucauzi all day.
This is so crazy to me.
Yeah.
Just because he will win, that's the thing. So, well, no action inside of middle. You know, Deco's, of course, got to slow it down with no top middle control here to support his push. But he had no intention of going that way. Bomb closer to Palace, of course, and it is over towards B. The late window smoke comes down, which could, you know, will imply it's just something everybody is doing at 3 different points in the round to influence the rotations from the CT side. But of course, this now means that a decision has been made, and Fluxo are quite ready for this after hanging out there for so long.
Still plenty of time for BESTIA to set this one up. Full utility, and it will just be the standard A exec coming out.
Lucauzi coming into CT spawn with VSM right here at default.
He's got a chance. Lucauzi over the ticket, falls away. VSM saw him right before the flash pop. Double from VSM. Now, one is one thing. Double's not meant to be. Deco with the fake plant. Oh, nice shot back onto Phelps. Reads him in the smoke. Lucauzi over top, denied by Nox. And so, it's man advantage. But the op misses his chance. History was given a real opportunity on that one. And hell, even Woody peeking ticket just now. Deco had no cover. I mean, even with that bomb plant, the other 2 players are on the opposite side of it.
Yeah, but there's no
smokes.
There's no smoke, there's no molly. They could flush out one of these positions.
Well,
they could be...
There's a smoke.
Oh, interesting. But...
That's one word for it.
I guess they were just... They gave him a chance to, like, one way or, like, get out of there if you wanted to. But nothing comes of it. BESTIA win the round off of the A take. That was actually a very impressive A hold from VSM, especially with the, you know, after image flash coming above him. He had basically 50 milliseconds of information, hit the instant headshot, tucked behind default wall blind. When he came to, hit another hard shot into Palace. It's way harder than it looks. and he was the only guy within smokes in that situation. And Lucchese tried to draw a little attention away from him, but Lucchese himself didn't get a kill. Deco did a great job of targeting one through the smoke, and that was the only kills that they got in the round.
Does seem like BESTIA are shifting the focus of their offense. Last couple rounds that they've won, and they have won those consecutively, have been more or less A hits. A little bit of feigning towards middle here and there, but that late round is really working out for them. And a little bit of a pause here. Hopefully things are sorted out.
So what are we thinking now, BESTIA?
Did
they shake the nerves off here in the second half?
I gave my scoreline, Brett.
Yeah, but would you give it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd give it again.
You're not on the desk, Maui. No one actually cares about your scoreline Preds anymore.
I care about it.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. I care. But I mean in the sense of
in terms of reading this game right now,
Yeah.
it seems like it's pretty one-dimensional for what BESTIA can run, and they're trying to run it again. This is the only thing that's been successful for them in the half, and for them to beat VSM at this game once again would be a shocker. Not going to happen as Phelps and him connect with that crossfire. Okay, he's getting a little bit fancy with the ladder, and that actually leads to a punish.
What about a little...
That's VSM by himself again within the site.
Gap, though. Doesn't hold it.
Yeah,
Deco does skate by.
But okay, they get the re-smoke down.
The bomb comes with it. So a 3v5 attempt, and they put the bomb down. And they'd already killed VSM despite his best effort, sitting 24 and 14. They put that forward smoke, trying to give himself a chance to press.
That's bad. That's a bad smoke, Woody.
Yeah.
That's not supposed to land like that. Okay.
He gets a little forward. He's playing behind the triple.
They have 2 smokes, so they can push these keys out.
Sliding in, step by step. Gets the fight versus Tetris. Now he's all of a sudden down underneath the Palace. And numbers here bodes well for the CTs. Nobody covering off Lucan. Mayern's trying to keep him back on stairs. And time decides this one.
That was so nice, actually.
3v5 on A.
For the low numbers right there, I mean, when we're talking about when Wiz in that EG situation with the 2 players and Wiz was on stairs and he could control a fight, that was the perfect use of what they had available. Of course, if they properly attacked A ramp or Palace one at the time, then they could have won those duels. But considering BESTIA were low numbers, to hold off stairs while the A ramp guy peeked a little wide, got him back to safety, and then the Palace guy gets his kill as well. Well, that's how you can lose if you're Fluxo. And we did see that situation a couple of times in the first half. A good start, and then a close from BESTIA.
Yeah, the smoke that Woody threw, though, allotted him a little bit of space, but it took away the sight line of his Opera and CT spawn. And so he couldn't even hold an angle cleanly, and that makes that retake so much more difficult. Once again, BESTIA, they're just going for these A plays. This time a little bit of a remix, 3 towards Palace, and this might catch History off guard, but no, he's quick on the trigger, but he can't save his teammate. Now, History just wants to use his own defensive smoke, try to maintain some position, but BESTIA, 3v4, we've seen them even do better in the previous round.
Yeah, this Lucchesi's opping, however, so it's a 2-op retake, depending on how safely this bomb gets planted. Which is its own set of problems, right? Economically, this is a pretty big investment from the CT side.
Okay.
Oh, but the ops, they're starting to ring off.
That they are, and Phelps looks to press ahead of them with the MP9. Then there's this Woody flank that suddenly compromises Mayer, and he wants to try to help Deco, but he's stuck in sandwich. Now the CT's getting ever closer. Missed shot back by Ticket.
Mayer got the kill?
Still, Mayer holds that off. And now he's just crouching, but Lucchese with the op shot straight through the brain.
That's a full house between him and History, the 2 ops of the round. And yeah, it's... Why are BESTIA just going for A hits over and over again?
They were getting dominated in middle. They don't feel confident about their middle hits.
Right.
So, yeah.
I mean, that's 2/3 of the map.
Yeah, it's just that every time they go there, it's Lucchese's just running at them. So...
And that's why sometimes the appropriate response is maybe don't clash right away, but you can always clash a little bit later on.
Look at this. Look at what they're calling.
Wow, an A hit, a fast one. History's already posted. Back on Tetris. Ticket. It's easy for him.
Oh,
and Luchov and Lucan.
Oh my god.
How?
The Lulu hit.
Maybe they didn't kill the Lulu hit. They didn't kill VSM first, so I guess they had the awareness to look to Palace, or I don't know. But VSM gone. 2 ops still up again. Chance for Woody to bring this back a little bit.
Oh, yeah, but Lucan still has the angle, then the peek out. He's just floating in the open. Luchov catches Lucchese. It's the Lucan and Luchov show. 4 kills between them. Deco on 100 health. Will it spread? History's all good.
Hey, bomb hasn't bomb's crossing now.
And that could catch him off. Ooh, that could catch him off. And if Deco dies first, but he won't. Luchov jumping up onto the box, insta headshot to give Bestia's a hit the close.
How do we end up in a best of one on a map where I honestly, like, if I called this, no one would. If I called this many A hits, no one would listen to me. That speaks to my ability to command a troop, though. So.
Yeah, we see Zeus taking off the microphone. Just explain this issue just briefly. There's been some TeamSpeak issues or comms issues between the coaches, and so
let's talk about the issues of Fluxo.
Yeah.
Not being able to stop the A hits, even though you know it's coming like Groundhog Day. Where's their mallet?
Yeah. I mean, they've actually
skinned that rat.
The positions for them were very good in this. They had a player default. They had a player in Palace, and the guy in Palace was supposed to be the win condition in that one, but just instantly taking a bullet to the face made things a little bit too easy for Bestia. Yeah, tough to really say if there's 1 point of failure for Fluxo on these defenses, but for Bestia, I think they're just in their comfort zone.
I honestly think that sometimes it's been VSM alone overperforming. I don't want to say overperforming, he's just doing well, like off of what he's got to work with. But then honestly, the fact that they're getting opt beyond that is just a fault of their own, right? If they slow down after the VSM kill and start establishing the regular grenades, the opt should not even have a way back into rounds. So I feel like somehow these rounds could be even worse for Fluxo. Just hard to imagine because they've already just lost them in consecutive sessions. So history, the one op here, everybody has a different gun on the round.
It's a great observation. Will it be a hindrance? Mayern finds VSM on the ramp play. CZ's gonna try to press out. Yes, he will. No, he won't. Deco, very quick, hot on the heels with the wide swing. So it's another A play, Maui, but this one comes from a different direction.
Yeah, I think it was in Bestia's best interest to actually establish mid-control first. I mean, it's been so consistently this one-dimensional approach just coming from A ramp and Palace that by setting themselves up, it's conditioning Fluxo to believe that there is a chance that they're going to be going for mid-control. But this is something that a lot of top-tier teams do, and so in some ways I have to respect Bestia for this, that you go for this kind of call when you know your opponent is on a weakened buy, just so that you instill that fear into them that they may go for it again, even though they're doing it against that hindered weaponry.
And this dark looming cloud in the B site has just been so lonely over there for the B defender. I think it's Woody who's just been chilling, basically, waiting for his chance to strike. And Bestia could actually, potentially end their one of these rounds. It's still not a great buy here for Fluxo. I really want to make the call as to where Bestia want to go, but in some ways, I feel like all three are good ideas at this moment. They have a weakened mid that they just show that they can take over versus worse guns. That Fluxo are less likely to play with worse guns. Then they have an A hit that they can do even if Fluxo have, all 5 of their members, their coach, and their entire organization standing in the site. BC are not scared of them, no matter how aware they are that BC are coming. And then the B site, which has just been not played for a long time. So, Fluxo have to respect that could come also. I don't know what's next.
I'm a little worried for Fluxo here, if I'm being honest. I think that the game yesterday that they played against Ur showed how poor some of their CT sides could be. It was a T-side comeback, let's not forget, where they were able to take down Ur. They only won 6 rounds on the CT side of Nuke, and man, that kind of performance won't be good enough today, and it's why I actually picked Bestia on my official prediction.
We have it in writing.
He's been waiting for that, man.
We're gonna lock that in.
Ahead of the smoke here, history. No. Counters it back. We get history and Lukowski with kills, though. Of course, on both sides of the A site, while Lucan's trying to hunt contact towards B. While the ramp player wasn't even engaged with the situation. It's just a connector and a palace kill.
You can really tell who Maui's working for based on who he talks about.
Yeah.
A true Fluxo fan.
Absolutely. History. Let's see if he's able to find. Oh my gosh, what is this rotation timing? I guess they know about
they're
the.
worried about mid. He gets to a good spot. Next. Oh, Noxy takes a little bit of damage, but he wins angle dominance now on the window. And Noxy has to go over towards the door. Sorry, History has to go over towards the doorway.
I mean, the
Luchov
bomb
is listening with the bomb.
That's
38 seconds. Wait, they're trying to sell.
They're trying to sell the B
Ain't
fake.
nobody moving though. 3 players still on A.
Now they're starting to go. Now they're starting to move, and Luchov.
No, they have to go.
Yeah,
running all the way back. This is a blunder.
Yo, not gonna happen, man. Noxy, you could run up catwalk. You simply don't have the time for that. I mean, they wanted the B rotate to bite down.
And the full committal fake there with the 2 players coming out. No
like
one even ready to go back. You know, maximum you send one back, or even sell a really crummy fake knowing that the other team is on low utility and a mixed buy, but leaving your bomb on its own. Like you weren't coming into the round with more money.
If you're really gonna do that, shouldn't have Luchov maybe waited a little bit longer?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
right? For
yeah.
sure. There's still 20 plus seconds left,
No, that's
right?
the thing, though. They both seized up. He's sitting on the ramp, and his teammates are playing into B with no pressure whatsoever. And the time's running down the whole time, so they're losing their kind of like emergency option to run back if they absolutely have to. And his teammates are not scaling onto B to take the trades because they're worried because there's just too many people there. I don't really know.
Yeah.
What I do know is it's a Fluxo 15th.
And that's why BESTIA always go A.
Take what you can get. Yeah, sure, right? Keep it simple. They get into some uncharted waters, and all of a sudden we get a real awkward way to give up that 15th. In a best of 1 that would give you multiple chances in best of 3s to qualify for Paris, that is not how you want to offer Fluxo a 15th. 2 attempts to close out this match in regulation. This BO1. Woody falls away. It's going to tuck back behind the bench. This time the bomb is, in fact, with the players who are trying to press out onto this B site. Will they make A contact first, as they have? Or is it even just a straight-up move? Because now bomb's going back around underpass. Mayer comes running out. Lucan will get the 1, disengages. They get up through the jungle. As all this B hit is happening, the bomb is still looking at this A site as T's clear out window as they push around through market. If that bomb were to get dropped, things could have gotten weird, but the CTs are so deep in that T-spawn, BESTIA can have both sites.
Yeah, you know, if you look at BESTIA's name, you can create an anagram with repeating letters that it's best site A.
Bomb has been planted. Yep.
You can also do best site, get best site B, but then you have an A left over.
Well.
And we've got an interesting scenario for round number 30. Looks like there's still going to be money for Fluxo. So it should just be actually a full-on gun round, but BESTIA have opened up B. They have shown that they can actually head to the opposite bomb site, make it work, and now the conditioning is all out the window. Fluxo probably, for a round 30 like this, when you know that your opponents have just been so consistently hitting the same site, you'd like to stack A, but you know.
Did he live?
He did live.
Did he live? Yeah.
I think he did. I think he did live. He did live. But it all comes down to this. Round number 30, Fluxo, the team that has spent so much money, and I have no records of how much money BESTIA have spent. So they have a chance to send this to overtime, though. The Argentinian team, and we've got 2 of the biggest Argentinian fans right here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm almost Argentinian.
We're not fans, Maui. We're Lucky Charms.
That's true. That's true. If 9Z made it here, then we could help them further, but
yeah.
In their stead is BESTIA.
We are simply symbolic idols.
You know, right now in this match, they might be second BESTIA. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay. I get you. Lukowski buys time. Connector here for Lucan and Deco. Ooh, Lukowski's looking. He's feeling it. He's fishing for a frag here. Util rumblings of presence here from BESTIA.
They don't seem concerned about ladder room control just yet. Or they're sort of watching it, but there's no molly here, no smoke on Cat, no flash as well to get up, but they get into connector safely, actually. So it does create for an interesting situation. This is the formation of a, looking like a stronger default. Oh my god.
Fluken was looking at the window instead, but reacts fast enough. Now Phelps feels like both ends of this are compromised. He's right in assuming so. Teammate shows up. He drops Deco as he peeks before the smoke plumes. Luchov to take the place of entry. Kills Woody up top on Palace. VSM. What? Not needed! Phelps comes through the jungle smoke. Phelps shuts down BESTIA. And Fluxo to the 2-0 pool.
That was such a massive play from Phelps to read the execute that was going on right there, to make a split-second decision. That is experience, and it shows in the server. What a great way to end that one. The firepower for Fluxo takes them over the edge, and they were able to put themselves up 2-0 in the Americas RMR.
Damn. Those are the moments, I mean, consistently so far that we've seen Fluxo end their matches on. Fantastic that Phelps gets one. I mean, they were throwing haymakers. I mean, we were critical enough of Fluxo and their style coming into the match, but honestly, by the end of it, BESTIA were not really any better themselves. I think they had a lot of one-dimensional gameplay. They couldn't answer their own problems inside of mid. Adaptations weren't really there. They played to their strengths. And by the end, I think both teams were playing slightly better rounds that nearly worked for themselves, which was fine, but there was no clear better team, in my opinion.
Well, the scoreline says that one team is better. So
sure, yeah.
It's the team that you predicted.
Yeah. Marginally better in this case, man. Tight game, closer than you guys expected. I know that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but also closer than you may have expected. Is it still promising for Fluxo? Do we see improvements from what we saw yesterday to today?
Would you say this? That when I said that, what we saw from Fluxo is still what we're going to get today, true? In terms of like,
they are who we thought they were.
Yeah, exactly.
Is the quote.
Yeah,
yes,
they're them.
Fluxo are in some ways a very one-dimensional team, but they just pack such a huge punch. Like, look at that scoreboard. Every single player, other than the in-game leader, dropping 90+ ADR. That's just massive stuff for them. And for Fluxo in this tournament, I see a true world where they do make it through to the major. That's for sure. I mean, they're up 2-0 right now. It could totally happen. Right. It's just that we've seen so many shortcomings that it's up to these other teams to punish them. And when it gets to that 2-1, 2-2 match, you don't know what those teams are capable, or if they're capable of putting together a game plan.
And Fluxo looking for revenge, not revenge, but looking for a better result, of course, coming from the last RMR.
For sure,
with the expectations where they were.
Right, to take that further step would be one thing. To now have multiple chances, that's the big one, right? You've got a second best of 3, a luxury that so few teams will have. And that's assuming they lose it. I think, Virtus Pro kind of convinced us all that it doesn't matter how you win at the end of the day. It's just that the 16th round or the OT goes through. And in this case, that's what Fluxo have put up. A shockingly close match versus Ewer, they still win. This one was looking tight. They still pulled it out. And they pulled it out, like you're saying, Maui, because you have 4 stars. Because as we watched, every single round someone have their hit. Phelps didn't, I don't know, I didn't see a shining moment from Phelps, like a round-winning moment. It was just consistency in kills, but right at the end, when you have 4 players who can do it, you're going to get one. And he was confident, and he was aggressive, and he played through the smoke, and he pulled that off. So 16-14 Fluxo, we can't take that from him.
Yeah, and that's playing to your strengths. Always good advice. So, what more is there to say? I think we have also, actually, we're talking about the history back-to-back top frag maps, which is also really impressive. And he's somebody who, again, we talked about him hitting all the easy shots. He's kind of like the guy, like with FURIA, you have somebody like a Yuri, who's like the slow-paced rifler that catches all the kills and lets Safe and Arco out. Him as the Opera, however, is the one who slow-paced things, but he's been really consistent with the output. But look who we've got here, Scrawny Plus.
What is up, guys?
Hey,
been a while. How are you doing?
Desk.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, nice to see you.
Congrats on the win.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Did you lose any hair?
Huh?
You lose any?
I'm trying. Yeah, I put some on, and now I'm about to lose it again the way this is going. Life's a little bit crazy, but fun match.
Yeah, fun match.
What did you guys think of it?
Yeah, honestly,
oh my goodness. A lot to unpack.
Yeah, a lot to unpack. And like, I think we had criticisms for both Fluxo and for BESTIA. BESTIA in the second half What did you think about the repeated A hits that kept coming in?
Yeah, I think we were really slow to adapt to it because we knew, but then they changed the pace, or they knew when one says to hide and the other says let's fight, so we just weren't on the same page holding it. We kind of knew they were only coming A. They might switch up towards the end after their pause to B, and that we even knew that they might repeat the strat here in the end. So we had to read it. It was just really bad decision-making process from us in the end. But we're a younger team now, a little bit different level. So guys are learning. A win is a win, and we learn from this really easily.
So one thing that I've been in my own echo chamber telling myself about how the calling style must be is that with players like Lukowski and Phelps, you have to draw some kind of line and balance between letting them play like they want and control around and take it like space, and then also having some semblance of like some kind of optimized play style in some situations to create a nice picture in a whole half. Is that how it is?
It really is. I think it's pretty spot on. If I give them the entire freedom, myself and Woody give them the freedom, we're going to have plays on top of plays all the time, and it's just going to derail. We're really good in chaos, so we know how to use it to our advantage, but at the same time, it's not a reliable way of playing. You can't bring consistency to this, especially at a high level. So what we do is we have some designated plays, and we have follow-ups to it. We know the reaction that we want to do, while at the same time knowing the teams that we were playing, we know when to slow down, when to try to play with the rotations, and trying to play a little bit, at least for me, the old Counter-Strike way of the SK golden days, where we put some fundamentals down, trying to understand the rotations. But it takes a little bit longer to learn something like that because it takes a lot of repetition and especially experience, because you need calmness. Sometimes just the tone in which you say some communication is going to make it indicate like something crazy is going on when actually it's just one guy going by, maybe he's faking us. So it takes a little bit of experience, but we're trying to mesh it up pretty well.
Right. That's the one place where I think the criticism for Fluxo came in, where I felt like, okay, you've got Lukowski, you can go 1 kill, then 2 kills, then 3 kills, and he goes from B to A. Sometimes there was a couple of situations in rounds where you had pretty much the optimal spot, but no pause, no wait, and then there was actually a way for BESTIA to get back in.
Yeah, no, definitely. So if you're talking about in-game pauses, I actually had to use some in a bit early on because we were very jittery. That's kind of how it was going. And as for us, one of the guidances that we have is once we get these advantages, it's better just to pause and wait for the other team to make a mistake, because if they will start throwing themselves at you, especially at the level that we're playing, honestly. So we just need a little bit more calmness to be able to follow through on what we talk about as a team, because I'm sure when we review, we see the situation like, oh, we really should have just waited, or we shouldn't just go full head on. But it's really easy to lose yourself kind of in the momentum of things. Got 1 kill, got 2, let's speed up. And especially with a team like BESTIA, where we knew they gamble a lot of times their strengths. They would be 3, 4 on one side. If they're fighting mid, you're going to have 2 catwalk, 1 underpass, 1 coming from connector and the flash, and the guy's going to fight as well as a 5th. So we kind of just misstepped in our own plays, but it is something that we're trying to implement pretty well.
So would you say that because you guys thrive in the chaos, is that why your CT sides are more difficult then? Because it seems like so many different ideas are going on all the time there.
Yeah, I don't want to give away too much, but CT has been one of the our main focus points. We had a gigantic at least for us, like a 14-day boot camp in Europe, where we really give focus on the CT sides. Because CT sides, normally it's more about the communication and rotations, and we have plays set up now. We just need to start understanding when it's time to use them. And not only that, like I said, when we get the first kill and the second kill and the guys are coming out A ramp, and one says, I flash for you, the other says, hide, doesn't work out really well, because you lose the entire round in a little small second. And that's kind of why I felt the problem here today was on our CT side. But I personally am actually really confident in our CT sides as a whole. We have really good T sides, but our CTs have been an area that we've improved a lot, and I hope to show it a little bit more in the rest of this tournament.
You talked about jitters, though, coming into this matchup. Where is that pressure coming from for the team? Is it internal? Is it the organization?
No.
Or what does it feel like?
I mean, there's always going to be pressure from the fans. You guys know Brazilian community is a gigantic community, so there's always going to be people that talk, but we have a lot of support. The pressure is from these guys because they want it so much. Some of them have never been to a major before. Some haven't, just want to come back to their prime time and become the players that they once were. Everyone's fighting to show something, and I think, at least from when I first came onto the scene, it was one of the hardest parts was closing out matches, closing out these tough moments, because that's when you can let yourself get taken the best of your emotions. And that's what we're fighting. It's not actually that we start jittery. Like yesterday we started jittery. Today we started well, but then it takes 1 little second to flip a switch and we start doubting ourselves, or we don't follow through on our decision making, and that really, really messes up the entire round, because that round will go down, then your communication, then you start doubting if the follow-up story is going to be something like that. Then we say, we're going to play A. because they only come A. And then they take 20 seconds and like, nah, maybe it's B. And you rotate and they come A again. You're like, holy crap, what am I doing? So the jitters on our behalf are really just experience. They're young guys. Most of our teams are 18, 19. Woody and Phelps are a little bit older, but the guys are still very early on in their careers. They have their full lives ahead of them.
Oh, well said. You're always so well-spoken, man. It's always a pleasure to talk to you,
Thanks,
and it's really cool. First of all, congrats. So close to qualifying to the last CSGO major of all time. I know that's so special. And for a chance for Fluxo to make up for not qualifying out of the last RMR. A lot on the line, but a really great start. So that's it for the 2 best of 1s of the day. We got 2-0 Fluxo, and we got 2 best of 3s coming up. So stay tuned for that.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
All
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh my, nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
Oh, and in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
I'll go for a young player again. Let's go for... I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldsir. No, it cannot be Coldsir because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldsir was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian, JDM. I think now trying Orange Box, United States, the same continent. Fallen, Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
Welcome back.
Oh, hey.
We
I
got
thought
a
Maui
best
was
of
gonna
3.
get pizza.
Maui's getting pizza. I thought he left, but you can stick around if you'd like to. We need you, actually, to unpack this best of 3. It's not for a spot at the major, but it is...
To stay alive.
To stay alive.
Yes.
That's right. We've gotten to the dreary times here at the Americas RMR. There will be 5 players and a coach at the end of this series who will be very distraught and heartbroken because their hopes and dreams come to an end. We look at Imperial, and we thought, and by we I mean me, that this was a shoe-in team for the next stage of the major.
Me too, me too.
You too, you too?
You too?
I had them in my top 4,
Yeah,
but
me
they
too.
weren't in my guaranteed top 2. My only guaranteed
No.
top 2 are Liquid and Furia.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
But they weren't in your guaranteed top 2 either. They're in your guaranteed top 4, right?
that is true.
You had 4 teams guaranteed.
Yes, I did.
I have an S tier of Liquid and Furia. I have an A tier of Pain and Imperial. And my B tier is MIBR, Complexity, and Fluxo, actually.
Okay.
Honestly.
I thought it was Bestia that you... No?
No.
Oh,
I don't know
sorry,
why
sorry.
I wrote. I honestly don't know why I wrote that because the whole segment I was convinced. But either way, I mean, we have Imperial before us here. This is a team that obviously has made quite a few changes since the last major, bringing aboard, I think it was Cello, or was it Jota, or was it both? In fact, I think it could have been both because they were just in need of some youngsters, some firepower. And now when you watch this team play, they actually look like one of the more modern teams out there. In fact, when you look at them in the server against a lot of competition and what we saw at the showdown, they were incredibly impressive. They were taking down names. They looked like they had some well-structured CT sides. T-sides on top of that. Felt like there's the right balance between layered strategies and some fast plays. I don't always agree with when Fallen calls all of those plays back-to-back, but I also think that they're a team that instills fear when they are on LAN against everybody here. Everybody knows the veteran experience and how in close games you have to put Imperial away or they will come back. They will make things sweaty.
Yeah, they got those 9 lives, right? Cat-like in the Imperial camp. I think one thing out of yesterday that kind of took me off guard and was an unfortunate viewing is the fact that we see Fallen's stats not nearly as comparable to what we've seen from him as of late.
We need Fallen. Well, they need Fallen. The Earth needs Fallen to frag a little bit more.
Yeah.
He's been leading the board so many times recently, but like the RMR, that's all that really matters at this point. This is the major coming up, and they secured Washington. They put themselves on not their own pedestal, but on everybody else's, I think, with that result, especially coming into this RMR. And if they lose and Fallen's not top fragging, that's fine. That's cute. But if they lose and Fallen's not fragging, yeah, Fallen's the problem because he's also the opera. And even if he's the veteran, surrounded by a lot of young talent, he has been the kill leader for a very long time now. So important that he has consistent output.
Absolute killer yesterday versus Evil Geniuses, our boy Bolts, right? We want to talk about how Cello and Jota obviously just elevate this roster. Well, Bolts has been sticking around for some time, and it looks like he's found that groove again, right? Constantly outperforming the likes of Vinny, who's just doing his role as he does. But Bolts is competing for star rifle when it comes to that trio of riflers, and that's something that I wasn't really accustomed to, wasn't really expecting, but was very pleasant to get to see yesterday.
When we see Bolts pop off, and the way I would almost kind of structure this team or characterize it is that when I look at some of the players, I try to match them to the LGSK counterparts, and Bolts is emerging to me as the Coldzera of this team. He's kind of that late round guy. I think Vinny is his taco. I think that Cello is probably the FNX, and Jota is the fur. Or I might be switching Cello and Jota there.
They don't really, maybe they don't really have a fur.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think they take turns on it, right? Because they're both kind of aggressive, but they're not actually like just sending it.
They're like explosive.
Yeah, exactly. They can be explosive. And I think that's actually a more balanced approach than what Fur was giving them. And so I think that when we look at Bolts, though, if we want to bring it back to him, he's just been such a solid player for this team in terms of his rifling prowess. I think that it's tough for me to say like Bolts is going to save this team because I think it's supposed to be the youngsters, but they've given him enough space to maneuver in the mid-late rounds where I don't always know if Bolts had that in the older Imperial because sometimes plans would just kind of fall on their faces a little too early, and then what's he supposed to do from that point on?
Truly. I like that when we say youngsters on this team, that we're not actually talking about guys who are coming in at like 18, 19. This isn't the new, fresh generation. It's just players who haven't gotten their runway, you know, haven't had their chance to shine. But the youngest player on this team is still 23 years old, and obviously fallen at the top at 31. So I like that this team always looks collected, composed. They don't seem frantic, right? This is why when we see them in the server play down to those final few seconds, that's where they're supposed to come out on top. Yesterday, they lost a few of those rounds. Now, will the likes of Team 1 on the other end of this head-to-head be able to fluster them as they did in their opening matchup? We're talking about Malbs, who had a very off game because Team 1 just got smothered yesterday. I don't even think we really got to see Team 1. They didn't get to play a game of Counter-Strike. They were in the server, but they sure as hell weren't playing.
Yeah, I didn't really leave feeling like Team 1 could have won that game if they ran it back. I just felt like they got just categorically outclassed in every kind of facet of the game, and not in any dramatic sense, just that they weren't good enough on the day of like in all these different ways. So I think there's obviously more to see from Team 1. I think Team 1 know that for themselves. It's here today that we prove it, and it's also the reason that these two teams are going up against each other. We had off days, we had you know, not the best that they could play now coming in. But if we're gonna put in odds to this, I don't know what the Unicorn odds say for this one, but you know, I'm going to say I would guess it's kind of in favor of Imperial, at least to a considerable margin.
I would give this like 1 to 3.9 or something.
3.9. Okay.
Yeah, I would do 3.9.
I'll give it like 1 to 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit more of a chance for Team 1. I think the problem with Team 1 is just they lack a lot of, I guess firepower is one way to put it, but it just doesn't seem like they are always ready to handle various situations and rounds. And that in turn is sometimes, it's sometimes taken for granted that these veteran players, or the tier 1 players usually can handle a situation well, and that's why it does come down to firepower. I think sometimes Team 1 actually don't get off the starting gate. Like they don't get out, that is. They sometimes just handle the situation so poorly so quickly that there's no way for anybody to even have a pop-off moment. And yeah, even though IDK did decently and serviceably against FURIA, so many of the rounds were just so out of hand, and really I think some of his highlights showed that just ability when he was defending that B bomb site on Ancient, where he was able to track people through the smokes. Looked like he was wall hacking sometimes.
Hell yeah.
Obviously not. Obviously we have a great admin team standing right behind him. We know he's not cheating, but also, you know, like for IDK in this game, it's just that, like, I don't know if we're going to even get a pop-off because Imperial should just be able to defeat them in the first 45 seconds of every round with all the procedures they have that makes them a more structured and balanced team.
Well, IDK gave us a round or two, a moment here and there to kind of praise himself within the Team 1. We didn't get the Malbs or the Pesadillo performance that I think we anticipate if Team 1 are going to have a success story here in Monterrey. If they get a win, if they cause this upset, I truly believe that comes from Malbs and Pesadillo, and I'd assume you guys think the same.
100%, and I think we saw like at least Pesadillo in a couple of rounds where they tried to entry and things like that, but it's just so hard to characterize these as impactful when you look at the map as a whole because it just was going nowhere the whole time. It was almost as if there was no pressure because they were never firmly in control, nothing to lose at any point, always calling back. And so these felt like, oh, chances, but they were never followed up on. There was no 2 rounds in a row, there was no streak, and there were certainly no Malbs overall, which is somebody that, with Pesadillo, it's like, okay, first name in the kill feed. But with Malbs, it's just like, where's the multi-kills? And we didn't get that.
The Guatemalan sensation, Maui, is I believe what you called him yesterday.
Right. I mean, he's also pretty much the sole representative here at the Americas RMR. Good for Malbs. Good that he's representing a country that has no scene to speak of whatsoever. But I think that for Malbs right now in his career, we've always seen mechanical brilliance and these flashes and glimpses of what he could deliver, but he's never really been in a structure that seems to have fit him. His best chance was on the roster, I think that was IGL'd by Cold Zera, and Cold Zera has, like, ramped up as an in-game leader over time, but he wasn't the leader that he is today for 0-0 Nation.
That's for sure.
And so Malbs just kind of never really has gotten to play with a guy that can really just show him to how to harness his ability to the fullest.
Yesterday we saw Ancient between Team 1 and FURIA. Obviously Picks and Bans about to fly through. Do you anticipate this head-to-head being one where maybe Ancient gets floated? Do we think that, was there enough there for them to believe in, to be confident in? Or
I think maybe it can get left over, but yeah, there's no need to pick it, and I don't think it's going to be picked. But
it's here.
Yeah.
Okay. They decide to ban it out, and that breaks us to Nuke instead. Imperial on Nuke, Team 1 on Nuke. Anything flying off the page?
That's a pretty cool veto, I guess. It just looks like a really, like, could be shape up to be a very fun series with very high potential for a third map, I think.
Maui, you said 1 to 3.9 were the odds you would give it.
Oh my
In
goodness.
fact, a 1 to 5.
Wow.
Team 1 not favored in this best of 1, but the fact that it is a best of 1, the fact that we know that they have some young players
it's a
who can go hard.
It's a BO3.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
It is a best of 3.
That actually, that slipped my mind. I would have given it 1 to 5 also.
Right? Yeah.
If I knew it was a BO3.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
No, yeah,
these are really fitting odds, though, because, I mean, this should be 2 maps just for Imperial outright for me. I would be surprised if Team 1 get double digits on more than 1 map. And I think that if it goes to a third map, then you would just expect Imperial all the experience to kick in and for Imperial to just run away with it also. Like, tight game, short game, doesn't matter.
Yep.
They're winning this game.
Okay.
GG.
That's where Maui's head's at. Mohan, Imperial over Team 1.
Imperial over Team 1. I would say that Imperial have to win Mirage to see map 3 because they're not winning Overpass. Let's go 3 maps.
Let's go 3 maps. Maybe 2, but it all begins on Mirage. So here we find ourselves, folks, jumping onto Mirage. We got Imperial on the CT side. We got Team 1 on the offense. Mirage. This doesn't scare you at all for Imperial, gentlemen?
It's the great equalizer. I think there's a chance that Team 1 could win Mirage. I really have no faith on Overpass. I have no idea how well Team 1 will play today, though. I mean, I just, like, after watching yesterday, it's like, no reason to have a lot of faith. I mean, not a lot of hype in terms of compared to some of the other teams here who have so many legends playing for them, but everybody's entitled to play better on day 2, and everyone's entitled to play badly versus FURIA.
Oof. Well, heavy hitter of yesterday. First blood here on Mirage. And it's on Malbs. Pesadillo, TRK draw this back with 2 kills. Individual frags at that. Oh, Vinny had a beautiful chance there to peek around Ticket with nobody looking at him and hit the headshot, but 1 bullet missed, and now they're going to come at him. He recovers with the Pesadillo kill. He drew them in to the Ticket. That gives Cello and Bolts a chance to bounce back. If Vinny dies easily there, I mean, listen, if Vinny gets the kills, it's done. But the fact that he at least stayed alive long enough to distract them, to draw them into him, it set up his teammates to recover what was a very rough start from him individually. We get that quick move from Cello as well, looking to go bolster CT spawn. IDK, MVP, or rather highest rated player of Team 1's loss yesterday. Gets onto the Berettas, goes for the peek, exposes to both, takes a ton of damage. His job is getting harder and harder every second.
And they're getting closer. Swings are getting tighter. And yeah, just no way to win that unless he got that crispy one-shot headshot and was able to fall away.
He reloaded the dualies twice. He doesn't use the dualies very much.
Yeah, that's true.
He reloaded them twice.
You get a
you
full
reload
mag
them
there.
Yeah, you reload them the first time, take 3 shots. You don't need to reload.
Kill the rest of the team.
This is going to be a game where I will be surprised pleasantly if Team One do hit 10 rounds. Sincerely, I really think that Imperial are going to be gearing up now at this event. I think that they've put a lot of pressure on themselves, given that this is to qualify for the final CSGO major in history. And for this team, I don't think you were even wrong, Scrawny, to say that Imperial should be a lock to make it to the major. Like it's fair to say that. What they showed at the showdown, what they've been doing against even domestic competition, winning a lot of just against Brazilian teams in online games, like they have been ready to go for some time, and they need to show it because this is what this team is fighting for. We might have a sneak plant.
Wait, oh my god.
Okay, just stopped it in time though.
Sends him spinning. Ooh, love that.
That's fun.
Love a little brah. And then into the MP9. He'll run back to find Joda deep within the apartment. So Force still survive. MP9 lost, so be it, 2-0. But I'm glad you backed that up, Maui, because I thought all those same things. That there was just, this was not the Imperial we saw at the last two majors scraping by when they had to prove it. The Last Dance needed to get to Rio. This is now meant to be a competitive team in the region and have been proving exactly that. So shake off yesterday. Best of threes from now until either their success or failure in qualifying or getting eliminated. I expect bigger and better things from Fallen specifically, I would hope, in this series. Because, you know, we talk about pressure yesterday, maybe getting to them. Fallen's been here. He's done that.
And, yeah, I mean, arguably survived the most pressured RMR situation in history, qualifying to Rio. So, with a worse team. Worse is a weird word, but weaker. Because they were still playing well, but obviously not as strong pieces overall.
Okay, well, Team One, they're taking a lot of space. Yeah,
damn.
Bolts here in the window. Wow, okay. 5 alive for Team One.
Smoke show.
Good start for their T side here.
That one was very quick. No resistance plays. And then that was they just toppled like dominoes, basically, from one point of map control to another. They weren't even forced to get the bomb down.
That's the kind of sequence of headshots that we saw Breeze and Automatic pulling out to stun Imperial yesterday. And we got it out of Team One as they just slammed through the remnants of that A defense.
Yeah, and EG playing well versus FURIA is almost a good sign for Imperial as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
NAB showing up. Now Team One looking to embody that.
Can't spell Americas without America.
That's true. I don't know how useful that information is, but it is true.
Yeah.
Tell us something that's true, Maui.
You can't spell Americas without Eric. I don't know if there's any Erics at this tournament, but
So unlikely.
it's it's rather unlikely.
Unless, like,
Enrique.
Darty Montana's name is Eric.
His name
What's
is
Flom's
Darty.
first name?
Eric.
Eric.
There we go.
And he is
He's
sort of
kind of
here.
here. He's here in spirit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, got it. Found him.
Yeah, yesterday Maui said, IRL, I have an IRL mutual, which would be redundant if we didn't come from online gaming.
Yeah,
where
right.
You have to discern from friends you met on Discord and friends you know in real life who actually exist. Just kidding, all your friends are real.
They are. They are.
Even your Maple Story friends.
As long as you say goodnight.
And your Gunbound friends.
Yeah, yeah. But, okay, just to kind of give greater context to Team One and how much of an uphill battle this should be. Imperial is a team that they just won the showdown, obviously. They took down some Tier 1 teams to do it. They're constantly playing spoiler to other Tier 1 teams. Team 1 didn't even make top 4 at ESL Challenger League. Like, that's how lopsided this matchup should be. And Fallen, okay, yeah, he'll try to make something happen. Doesn't want to give up that free mid pressure. I mean, Team 1,
sticking around.
Oh, what?
Oh,
that just went through him.
I think that did. Yeah, it did pass through him like an apparition.
Check that up, man.
I would drop it immediately.
Yeah, that barrel's wonky.
It's firing blanks.
Something wrong with that one. Tickled by the devil. tickled by the devil. It doesn't work as well.
Does that mean you get bad luck?
Yeah.
I'm going to look that one up.
It's one of mine. It's original content. Maui Snake.
Bolts lodged into this. What's the word I'm looking for? Outpost position here with a cello support flash behind him. You can use it, of course, for him to check on it. And he can also smoke from behind. In 30 seconds, this might be kind of damning for Team 1. They're just going to run through it. Oh, man.
Yeah. That ain't going to go well. Bolts with the double kill.
Oh, what a trade.
But Maluk with the wall bang headshot onto Cello gets them at least into the bomb site. And the rotation still some distance away. Of course, they didn't get all three confirmed either, so a cautious approach out of Vinny as he jumps up into the window. He'll be retaking from Cat as we get the double market hit soon to come out. Flashbang front, and that gets fallen off the angle, so the other op can post.
I got a no-nade retake coming in here, but no-nade post-plant for the T side as well, so.
Vinny can slide up. Ooh, he can slide up, and he clears Maluk first. Malbs is sitting inside of the bomb site, in the corner, on the box. They're going to get caught off by that one. Fallen gets the trade, but they need to get the defuse. Vinny's going to be on this. Fallen's holding the angle, but a jump out, and still Fallen denies.
Not bad, Fallen. We saw that crosshair just as he was killed. That it was right on his head, so a moment away from being able to grab that. Maybe movement or landing and accuracy saved his life.
Generally speaking, you're supposed to let the op diffuse and the rifle holds because he can handle more dynamic situations. But man, when it's Fallen, I'll diffuse all day. Like full trust.
Yeah.
It's like a trust fall and the dude's got arms bigger than you are.
Yeah. And he loves you.
Even better.
I mean, it doesn't matter how strong they are if they don't love you in a trust fall situation, in my opinion. But
I think on work retreats, they don't have to love you. It's part of your job.
I think they
shouldn't
love
fire
you.
to
Yeah,
that's the whole point of the
they shouldn't.
Now I do on these. Too many people have concussions.
Bolts,
Doing these
another
actions.
double.
Oh my
What?
God!
No!
Wow! What the? Oh, give him the last kill though. The headshot instantly.
Yes. Immense amounts of damage.
Oh, Nate.
Still another bomb.
Oh my God! Wait a second.
Wow, denied. I feel like there was like an additional second on that frag. IDK. Oh, what did he do? What did he do wrong to deserve such? Pesadello setting up a clutch.
Fallen's just angry at the moment.
Uh-huh,
And this is
probably.
one of the nicest guys out there.
Because of that performance yesterday. He's got some slack to pick up. Pesadello, though.
Uh-oh.
2 kills into the clutch. That's going to push Vinny out. He may not expect Vinny to be outside of market already. And props to Vinny for keeping his gun sharp. When Fallen shooting like that, it would be a real shame to fall on Vinny's shoulders only for him to fumble the ball.
Great work from Fallen in this one, but it all started with bolts and this hold.
Wow.
He had one more bullet. I think he connects that last one on a TRK. And yeah, Team 1, 2 close rounds on the B bomb site, but neither one successful. The smoke. Could have been on purpose.
We used to throw that on purpose.
Yeah, I'm not actually ruling out that it could be on purpose. Just because Pesadello really wanted that fight in window immediately, so would have probably presented that fight.
What percentage of the time do you think that is thrown and missed on purpose?
What you can see with the rest of the play. So if they throw it and they miss it on purpose, it's because they're trying to draw more attention towards mid so they can go for a sight hit really quickly. Or like Maui was saying, maybe they just wanted that dry duel at the beginning of the round with the attention.
Other than mid-window on Mirage, what are some other smokes that you tend to miss on purpose?
There could be the cross smoke on B side.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I was just going to say your cross smoke on Inferno on the B site, because every CT in the world, if they see a crack, is going to sit up in the corner of it. So if you throw a bad smoke on purpose there, you can wait 1 second while it's fresh and then just spam the spot where they're going to creep into and know it. So sometimes you can't even trust the crack.
I never trusted crack, actually. It's invented by the CIA. But I think that
So you don't trust the government, huh, Maui?
The cross smokes actually were... the cross smokes on Nuke is a spot where also people will just miss one to present the duel.
And so sometimes you can't even take advantage of mistakes these days because you don't know which ones really are.
I talked to... I forgot which pro. I think it might have been Nafa on this one about missed smokes.
So my question was going to be, which of you spoke to someone? It was on your NAF podcast.
Yeah, I think I talked. Yeah, when I talked to Naf about missed smokes, he said it just never happens. Like it's always on purpose if it's pros. So take that for what it is.
That's definitely not true.
Yeah, I think he just means the teams that he's playing against. He always thinks they're hitting their smokes if they're supposed to.
Right. So he doesn't try to do the gimmick or use like some advantage that's there that's too obvious, even if it could be wrong.
Yeah, he's an honorable fighter.
Too honest of a guy to be cheesing smokes like that.
And a little bit too wise. You know, there might not be a way to figure out for sure. So maybe it is better safe than sorry.
I know if I miss it, I say it was on purpose. So you can't trust anybody, really.
Yeah, you missed the cat jump. You're rushing underpass.
Every
this
time.
is tough. This is a tough hold for Bolts, though.
Especially with an MP9. Especially with no teammates. Oof, and TRK just hones in on him.
Yeah, that was a really, really desperate situation for him. You never want to be in that spot. Going to empty pillar is normal, of course, but once you're allowing the scaling, he's expecting him to go wide, and coming through the middle of the site is actually a better fight for him, honestly, but he's just not prepared to deal with that.
Yeah, the pathing from TRK there was really not what you normally expect. Usually you do expect the closer to cat swing, but cool stuff. Yeah, as you pointed out, just Bolts not ready for it. And this was a pretty heavy lean from Imperial on their defense. I'm always really actually pretty happy to see CTs go for these kinds of risks.
I think, yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he's there. Sorry, did you say that?
I like that. I like that Imperial do this sometimes. They just throw it out there. It's like, even though, yeah, sure, Team 1 get this, in a lot of modern teams, like you look at Cloud9 or Outsiders, they'll do stuff like that too. And you know, if they lose that one guy, they'll just save, and hey, you got a new gun round. You still have a lot of money in the bank. It's not really going to hurt you too much in the grand scheme of things. That one sack round is now, it's almost conditioning in its own right. Wow, like, why is there only one guy here? Like, gets in your own head a little bit if you're the T-side calling now. When you're ahead, it's cool.
Yeah.
When you're behind, it's not cool.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Hold up. Palace hit, 3 ready. Vinny's in the open. I mean,
this ain't cool.
So incredibly quick. Probably not nearly as intentional. Fallen missed shot on Malbs.
It looked decent. Oh, that
spray
could have been good too. Not a single point of damage for Jota. 3 alive here for the CT side.
3 what ifs, 3 could have been type moments where Finny's in a position, if Fallen's shot lands, or if that smoke spam also connects, we could see Imperial with better footing in this 3v4. But, I mean, tough until Bolts gets that one. Now that it's equaled out, now that that flash goes in for Jota, he can try to fight the bomb site, gets Pesadello in the open. If they can make this retake happen, what a sting it would be for Team 1. Maluk gets cleared, gets blasted, and now IDK back from the ramp, also held back by Jota. 3v4 retake when so many things went so badly. You're telling me that's 3v5?
That was 3v5.
I'm telling you that's 3v5.
After they got the first, I mean, they found the second entry, and it was supposed to be done. It was supposed to be done. I mean, they played the retake protocols perfectly where it looked like all their fights were good. Insane stuff right here. I mean, good setup for Jota to get in with the flash from Bolts, of course. The good adjustment shots. Aim was precise. I mean, the one, of course, that could have tilted. Oh, whoa, Cello with the double sprayed on the top of mid. All these group ups from Team 1 now getting punished.
Yeah, it's looking tough now for Team 1.
Done. And this is a reset as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is just no money.
Throws it back. So what that they lost that one round towards the B site when Bolts died and 4 saved. Now it really is a so what situation.
Yeah, it'd be almost a miracle if Maluk can stay alive for a minute and 20 seconds, let alone find a bomb plant.
Yeah, this is like the least fun minute ever.
It's like zombie mod, but the other people have guns.
You just have this enormous bounty on your head, and the other team is like knows they can chase you. So he's got to fight his way out, and he can't even get the first one, falling with another 2 kills here. But Cello's spray down at the top of mid. That's the beginning and end of the round.
I'd like to see that, actually, because those kills were so quick. first player, I believe, even crossed. So he just plucked off number 2 and 3.
And all they did right there was molly the window smoke, right? Or what?
Yeah, that pretty much is it.
Fallen's op barrel's been straightened out.
We're seeing some like hyper simplistic styles of Mirage here at the RMR.
Oh, who are you talking about?
Both Fluxo and Bestia, but then now Team 1 as well. Has anybody else played Mirage?
Yeah, sure. Surely the B stream.
The B stream, yeah, but that we've watched, because I cannot sit here and pretend I've watched that.
TRK, all right. Bolts, though, a little saving grace here. Mobs is deep, though. Hands on an AK.
Oh, what? Come on!
Oh, my God.
Come on!
He didn't clear that at all. Oh, the flash does nothing. No.
No way.
No.
This is just, wait a second. Oh.
Hold on.
Hold on, boys.
Everyone relax.
Y'all hold your horses, okay?
No, the bomb's playing at default.
Yeah, but it's IDK, baby.
Uh-huh.
You just got a player profile
IDK
before the
about
match.
this one.
He's got to smoke to play around.
IDK what you think.
CTs and Ts putting it on the
it's a bad
same
smoke,
spot.
but was it on purpose? IDK says IDC. IVP.
I see you peek.
JFC.
Funny color.
Yeah. Okay. That was just a little too goofy towards CT spawn. Mob should have had Fallen dead to rights, and look at this. Fallen just collects a couple of kills, and that's where things just fall apart for Team 1. And do you have to just blame Mobs there? I think you do.
Yeah.
I
You
think
do,
you
100%.
do. And I'm really been rooting for this guy for a long time.
Number 1, people are in CT all the time in that situation.
Yeah.
And then number 2, he was like, even if you're literally on a 1x1 screen, he was on your screen, so.
I love that resolution. Oh, no, not today, Pesadello. Cello instead takes him down. Maluk with the recovery, however. 4v4 still, folks.
Nice interruption. Ooh, Maluk looking for 2.
Okay.
That's 2 players confirmed to B, of course, because he saw the wall bang.
But he gets. Fallen is getting so unlucky today. I don't care.
Maui, what'd you find out about getting tickled by the devil? You never brought it back up.
That one stand-up comedian has said it multiple times.
Wow.
That's...
You're going to use that information against me. That's the last time I share my interest with you.
I mean, that's what I found when I searched it. That's all I found, actually.
Oh.
There was no other usage of it online. This is a lineup, though, for Jota. Oh, wow, he couldn't continue the spray.
Yeah.
It's a little bit disappointing just for the highlight, or lack thereof.
Yeah.
But still, just 80 HP between the last 2 players of Team 1. And it's tough for them to actually map out where it is that they want to go. Not too much utility. I mean, Maluk does have a smoke, but it's hard to get IDK into any advanced position without a flash. We'll see, though.
See if the jump bait does anything, if they cross, or if they're just going to dry swing this. Maluk, he's coming.
It's right there.
Oh, he's coming in hot.
But Vinny, he'll get damage, nothing more.
Oh, wow. He
Flash out, dives bomb, tries to stop it, can't. IDK barely alive, 1 shot will do it, and Vinny still just doesn't get it. Oh boy, Bolts asked to clutch. I mean, the fact that Maluk cracks Fallen through market, that's the killing shot, but Vinny not being able to pick up the slack forces Bolts to do the heavy lifting. He very well could. Again, 2 health here. Time ticking, though.
He's figuring it out, it looks like.
Smoke as he throws it, sees it, dives it, wins it. Bolts is going to come through, make sure he has it. It's all good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it, yeah. Wow, that is way too close for comfort for Imperial, but those are the Herculean efforts from Team 1 coming out and still not producing a victory for them.
Yeah,
they still fall apart at the last moment there.
Maluk manufactured such a big opportunity with this play. I mean, first of all, getting the kill into underpass, you know, interrupting this attack that was coming on, and then this frag right there was just so sharp. I mean, Fallen just assumes they're going to go a little wider, run past with one, and Maluk just has such a sharp shot right there with the angle clear. No space whatsoever. So, T-timeout called here for Imperial.
Oh, for 1.
Who have enough money to buy. What's that?
For Team 1.
Oh, for Team 1, sorry.
It's okay.
My matcha latte ran out a long time ago.
Yeah, you've been having
And
a really good time with that one.
I should use oat milk.
Yeah.
Maui and I had oat milk
This
this
doesn't
morning.
taste as good, the matcha. It's healthier.
I
But
kind of agree. I don't think it's healthier.
Oat milk?
Oat milk, is oat milk
That's
healthier
why
than
people
milk?
drink it, yeah.
No, it tastes good. It tastes good.
No, that's not why they drink it.
It
Definitely
well, it's
good.
for
I
lactose
drink
reasons.
it, but it's not, yeah, it's mostly lactose.
Guys.
Okay, anyways.
Well, that was an interesting play from Pesadello.
It was. It got shut down, but they kind of Zywooed him up cat as fast as possible.
They're gonna pounce. Cello on the knob.
The ops are...
See? His look broken,
good.
but he recovers it nicely. Then the bench player is going to clean up. Man, Bolts has been the guy.
Wow.
He's been the guy. You know, Fallen's op is here today, so far in this best of 3 when it wasn't yesterday, but Bolts is looking for that MVP title for the Imperial camp.
18-6 right now. What a baller score line.
Going massive.
I mean, Zeus was talking about it in the post-game interview for Fluxo, that some of these guys are just trying to get back to the major and try to make it happen for themselves, you know, show that they've still got it or that they can roll it back. And, I mean, Bolts, I don't even know if this is rolling it back. Like, this is just domination. I mean, let's go. I want to see the best Bolts we've ever seen. You know, I don't want to see a rollback.
Sure.
Give me a reinvigorated and renewed.
A new peak. Cello gonna feast on the easy ones here, this double op.
Yeah, these flashes just doing nothing here.
It's fine, right? Yeah. He hears them, but he doesn't see them.
I saw them getting blind.
They're gonna put a smoke out in order to push with an incendiary with it. Bolts tries to dive bomb. Nade damage immense. And it's Jota to clean up. Fallen will get killed in the meanwhile. Malb's Tech 9, nah, we can't believe in that one. So bomb plant, 2 kills with the techs, but this first half is gone by in the blink of an eye.
It really has. It really has. I thought Team 1 were going to do a bit better than this, and the rounds of 1 actually looked pretty decent, but you know, that has largely been total control here from Imperial. One final with the double up setup here. If it wasn't already tough enough for Team 1, Cello back on it, who put up 2 kills just now, Fallen on it. It's always wielding, never yielding.
Okay, yeah. Early nades towards mid. And this has been a staple of Team 1's default. At least they're keeping things consistent in terms of the conditioning. Just that they haven't been able to find too much with it. Double underpass, though. They're trying to make things a little bit safer for themselves, but Jota holding right above this smoke. This is not an easy fight for the T's whatsoever, and he will dissuade them even more so with that Molotov.
Two crawl out, and Jota goes peeking. Yeah, Pesadello sticks his head right into the crosshair.
Oh, and yeah.
Malouk's got the answer back. Vinny pressed close. Ooh, good cover there from Malbs. Heard the nade pin getting pulled, tries to pounce on it, exposes himself to the second.
So much pressure on Jota, but did they forget about him? Or not think that he could be there?
Not a problem. Bolts ends up picking up the slack. Malouk now cannot exit Palace, although he wants a pick to do such.
It's the last round, so, you know, I mean, he could run it all the way towards B. Okay, so this it's a preemptive underpass clear, which is a smart move from Jota, and this just means that you're kind of sealing the fate of the player left on A. Malouk's got to come up. He's got to find the guy here.
Okay, only Fallen would stick himself here with an op, though. Look at this position.
Opposite fire right now?
Yes, look at this position.
Oh,
what is this?
Crazy.
Oh my goodness.
That is actually insane.
Could have worked.
Bonkers.
Malouk's now going to get a plant off that. Peeks first. Ooh, gets across. He's got one stuck on stairs, landed that. Ooh, he deserved it. But regardless, Jota spammed him through, so the trade was right there. Excellent CT side coming out of Imperial. 12 rounds to kick off their offense in a moment. comfortable first half off of the back of another big Bolts performance and an uptick in the Fallen Op presence. It feels like these are the win conditions here today for Imperial, and with the way that 12-3 half goes down, feels like this one should be wrapped up quick.
And Fallen missed 16 shots that game, that half. He should already have 30 kills.
I was thinking that, like, with all of the shots we saw his op somehow betray him, he still picked up a 14-8 half.
Pretty reasonable unicorn odds.
10-1.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like there's any reason to believe in Team 1 just now. I mean, this pistol, we'll say a whole lot more about that.
Cello
And right now, it's, oh man, there's no CT control. I really don't like when teams do this. No CT control at all. So if they go for the long retake here, oh, this is like the classic, like flat. No, they're going for the jungle retake.
You're just giving the crossfire to the T's that they love the most.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
and now, now you can even threaten a window flank with the excess players that you have here.
But there's a Palace
they're doing it.
from Team 1. We'll see if Pesadillo can come through with that one. It's Vinny in the bomb site.
They're going to smoke CT or the bomb. Okay.
Ton of damage out of Fallen already here from Ticket Booth. They do find Vinny. He's going to fight tooth and nail with a double kill of his own. Pesadillo's flank comes through, but barely with enough time and with barely any retake potential as all his teammates died.
Break it down, Maui.
Yeah, I mean, you asked what are they going to smoke? Well, they got smoked.
Ooh.
Damn, bars.
Yeah, I mean, Team 1 in this one just have given us no reason to believe that they have too much of a shot left in this. I mean, 13-3 scoreline, yeah, they're going to invest in it, sure. But Imperial are just playing a different game. Team 1 can actually sometimes contest with the openers. They usually aren't, but they sometimes do. But even when they do, we see in these just waning moments of rounds that Imperial were always the team that were able to hold their nerve better. Couple clutches going the way of Imperial, some unlikely retakes happening for them in the first half. And yeah, for Team 1, it just feels like so much to learn from a game like this. So many ways you could break this one down, but all in all, Imperial, they've been superior. But Mobs, I mean, I want to see him get frisky with it, you know? Get a little crazy.
Yeah, a little feisty ramp push, perhaps. Vinny's coming his way. He's already one up in the Palace.
Playing with him.
Huge advantage for Vinny here. Now with Fallen right behind him as well. And there we go. Deal with the ramp push, plus already a kill towards Ticket. So A site here belongs to Imperial. A 14-4, no doubt.
Looking to blow through this game in all of 40 minutes, you know? So, Joto on the flank, and I mean, whatever scraps Team 1 can get would be nice, but this is so much more than the kills of this round right now.
At least you did say that you have no faith, right, in Imperial's overpass?
No. I had no faith that Team 1 could win overpass.
Oh.
I think you minced your words on that. That's why Scrawny's confused, but I knew what you meant.
Wait, oh, did I say that?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
It's okay.
No, I also said Team 1, I said had to win Mirage to see a third map.
You did
right?
say that
you did.
Okay, yeah.
You made conflicting statements.
Oh, I see.
In a single
Well, yeah,
breath.
well, obviously, Imperial aren't going to lose in overpass. Yeah, all right. We got that, right? We know that.
I
Okay.
wanted to set that up.
This is the only place where I really thought, you know, if Team 1 were going to get to nuke, which I still don't think they would win,
It's like when I made the Fluxo pred, but I typed BESTIA. That was all just mistakes, you know. You just you correct it with your later statements, of course.
Yeah, right, right.
Okay, they hit their window smoke. All looking good here.
No, sir. Nothing. Not one kill towards top mid. Just a...
Not one, you say.
Not one, I say, good sir.
Oh, not one, you
Not
say.
one, you say.
Not a single kill. Because Imperial are a guarantee for Paris.
Not a single.
15-3 off that one. Imperial making quick work of the Team 1 challenge.
Well, yeah, this isn't exactly the itinerary booked, but it is a step in the right direction.
15-3.
Some would say a leap in the right direction.
A leap in
with
the right
how
direction.
With how good they look compared to yesterday versus EG. You know, like if they came in and then had another shaky game versus Team 1, then I'm really nervous. But I can let a BO1 slip. I can forget about it.
It's not a BO. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yesterday's.
Right.
Yeah, no, we've established this is a best of
not
3.
Again, not again.
Yes, sir. Pesadillo, let's go. A chance against Cello. A fight here inside
He's
of
just
middle.
hanging out there, though.
He's still floating around.
Oh,
He's still
and it paid
fighting
off.
for what he wants, and it's Joda to clear him out. They disengage. As Cello swoops back for the bomb. Malbs gets aggressive up in Palace. At least Team 1 are playing for info. IDK doing the same thing here from Catwalk. But the question is, where the hell do Imperial get off to?
Well, they're centering their attack around this B side of things. Fallen, I think that's the vintage window smoke. And, oh, actually, no, it's a cat smoke. My bad.
Yeah, the window smoke from there is so hard to throw.
Yeah, it takes a while to line that up.
Maluka, this is going to be out the corner of a scope? Is this gun showing it all either?
It would have been.
And wow. Wow, he's still very young. He's still very young in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, in the big picture. There are years still to be played. Thank God he didn't retire in Rio, because Fallen has led his troops to what seems to be the 16-3 close. Although Malbs has been in Palace from the get-go. Maybe this catches off the site player. Fallen, though, too wise. Turns attention back and forth, worried about it. Should be. Very much occupied. Needs to be retake coming out of Team 1 with a smoke between Cello and the bomb. This makes things a little frantic. Joda's gonna come back, could always spam a diffuser off of it. Will kill one, may think that's the diffuse, but it's also 10 seconds. It's down to just 3, and Cello over top ends their hopes. A mirage that may have been needed, and all of a sudden it evaporates. Imperial pick up map 1.
Yeah, that one's tough. Honestly, you would be prolonging the inevitable, it feels like, if they didn't win that round. So, you know, congrats to Imperial for pulling that off, for having a very, very fast first map here. And it was also on Team 1's map pick, which made it all that much more spectacular. They have Overpass coming up next, which I think somehow could only get worse. But at 16-3, that's pretty much...
It can get worse.
It can get worse.
Yeah, it can get worse.
Okay, so...
That much worse?
That much worse?
I mean, it can only get worse by 3.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's
I don't
much
think it's
worse.
not going to be a 16-0, but it can get worse. Let's just see.
There's a margin there.
Let's just see.
I think that the fact that Fallen came into this first map, played as well as he did, bodes really well on Overpass. I think that's somewhere where we always get to see Fallen kind of put on the theatrics, put a little pizzazz in his plays. So are you guys hyped for that? Overpass and Fallen specifically? Because this was a turnaround from him off yesterday, and also a continuation from Bolts' starting success.
I'm hyped for looks at kill feed Cello. Yeah, 110 ADR. I think that what he does on that map is going to be important too. I actually think that what's interesting about this is that Team 1 showed that there was some individual flair, like Malbs pushing into Palace, let's say, and I want to see them get up to more of that. It felt like they were so boxed in sometimes, because when you don't have many rounds to play with, you're not going to take those individual liberties, and I'd like to see them play with a clean slate, exercising those kinds of possibilities that you should be going for on Overpass, a map that so welcomes CT side aggressions.
They went so utility light in a lot of these rounds that I kind of worry for them as a pack running around on Overpass. Clearing out map control these days is as difficult as it's ever been, and with ops and op dominance on the map across the A side especially, it's so hard to get away with keeping it simple on T sides, and that's where I feel like a lot of teams get oppressed and crushed by better, more experienced and more seasoned CT veterans, and Imperial are going to be so comfortable in that zone. I think the main advantage for Team 1 might be starting on CT themselves.
Is there any doubts on, let's say, not only the strength of the CT start for them, but anything from Imperial's T-half you guys know about on Overpass specifically that could be a red flag, that could be a shortcoming? Or do we just think that they're that good on this map?
They do have those map agnostic problems of anti-ecos and over just running too quickly into decisions when they have the option to cancel a rush or scout or search the map more in a default, which they choose not to do most of the time. I think they like to get anti-ecos over with, and I think they have done it a little bit less. And that's why they did so well at the showdown, and that's why they've done a little bit better here. But I think they're still prone to it. Okay. So I'm not sure I think that habit will die a little hard, and I think that, we're going to see some fast anti-ecos and chances for Stacks to win.
Maui, Overpass, specific thoughts? Anything you feel like you need to get off your chest? Any Mirage thoughts, actually, you want before we stop talking about this map, even though it is very forgettable?
I think we should just get to Overpass, Ronnie.
Yeah?
I think we should just get there.
You want to go?
Let's go.
Let's move this show forward.
Let's go.
Gentlemen, ladies, we'll see you guys in just a bit as Overpass is up next. Fallen and Co. looking for that one step closer to Paris.
our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
It was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
All
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh my, nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done. Naf.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Lone show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. Yes, let's f***ing go! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No! I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No! That's it! We're done. Dupree, He doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Welcome back, folks, to the Imperial Team 1 show, the show that has now taken us to Overpass. Map 2, the choice of Imperial, and it's Overpass, where Fallen makes magic happen, where some of his best highlights are. Do we anticipate a 2-0 here, nice and clean? Maui, you were willing to call that Fluxo game earlier today. I want you to call this one, too.
Imperial 16-6.
Ooh, so it gets better for Team 1, is what you're
better
telling
for
me.
an
Double up.
Double up.
I will call it Imperial 16-5.
Taking the under, I see.
Yeah. Well, it's Price is Right rules, so.
And I'll do 16-7.
Oh my gosh.
Because I'm the optimistic
16-7.
optimist of this group.
Oh, I gotta
Well,
be right on the money.
optimistic for Imperial, apparently. So.
I hate picking first on these because you just get trapped.
Yeah, get owned. All right, Imperial's T side.
Makes the win even sweeter.
Makes this CT half the best chance that Team 1 may have to bring it all back here in this BO3. A BO3 with bolts on the fountain.
Best of 3.
Indeed.
Bolts is a hard-bodied citizen.
It's very cool that Bolts had that good showing yesterday and the follow-up into this first map. Like Maui was saying, right? A better than ever Bolts? I didn't have that on my bingo card. But I'll happily take it. Because, you know, Jello, Joda, the additions to the Imperial formula, that's one thing. But if Bolts can prove, like, he, just like Fallen, still got it.
I love this spot.
Sign me up.
A little late peek, though, from TRK. They get all the way to bank. They've covered the site. They've taken bank control over.
Malucal pressure. Fallen dies to Sin as he greedily reaches for those dual Berettas. Pesadello also dead now, so man advantage, but Cello's barely alive. It's a shadow advantage that primes Vinny's peak. A pressure out of the dumpster side that goes Imperial's way. 3 up at the end of the pistol.
I wonder if there were too many comms there, because I love that setup on CT side. It's a natural rotation into bathrooms, but opening up the side of Dice to fight long, I just love that peak. But TRK peaks after one's already crossed, and like, I think it works really well when you cut down the first guy and then you really stagger them from starting to come out. Even if you lose the second duel, you can just stay alive for so long. And when they get bank control, that's when it's like your rotations are all screwed up. So Imperial, they didn't even know he was there, just ran right by.
All right, yeah, I mean, have to agree with that. Also, I mean, Imperial had some just good scaling procedures, good flash, high left. Made that pretty hard on TRK on top of that. And sometimes Team 1, you actually, this is one of those matchups where, if I'm just being real, you can see the mechanical difference pretty obviously between both of these rosters. Sometimes the players on Team 1 simply aren't going for the shots that you would expect certain players to go for, or hitting them for that matter.
Say Maluk isn't one of them, though. He really has shown like a lot of comfort with his.
Oh yeah,
like that fallen kill inside of Market on Mirage. I'm gonna remember that for hours.
Hours.
With today's attention spans, that's saying something.
That's impressive.
Not bad.
Why is it that movies are getting longer, not shorter? Anyways.
Because it's supposed to be, I think it's a flex.
But it's like our bladders are not getting bigger, so.
That's okay.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
That's huge.
IDK walking up in here. It's a 4v4 retake where this can get a little tricky. We'll see. Nice shot. First one in.
Gets around the water, but that's where he'll be toppled by bolts.
They're going for this.
Maluk looking to show off with the scope, but nobody's gonna present themselves. And as Malbs just tries to smoke the bomb, just looking to smoke the bomb, but Bolts is a bloodthirsty man. Comes through with all the kills and the close. Right back to winning ways for Bolts.
Can't even smoke a bomb these days.
Yeah, you may not know it from looking at him, but Bolts is a ruthless killer.
Really tickled the devil's knees.
There we go. What is that?
What was that? What was saying?
This is
What did he say? Wait, what was this thing that he said?
The devil is ticklish.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
That's how you beat him. With a feather.
Go for the ribs.
Now you got to beat the devil out of it.
Right on his
Look, I purposely missed smoke.
Yeah. Nafly's terrified right now. Nafly's quivering.
Flash over.
Naf wouldn't know what hit him here.
Big old stack and nothing really to lose here for Imperial because it's just Bolts on the MAC-10.
Luke, you've liked his mechanics.
There's why.
Okay,
Yeah.
on cue.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, it's getting a little bit frisky, but I think that Imperial are going to recognize where the majority of Team 1 is, and that's why Cello's taken all of this space over towards A.
But look at the Deagle. The Deagle sprinting. Imagine.
Ooh, more damage. Things are getting a little
spam that. Come on.
Peculiar. Just oh no, my gosh! Don't spam that part. Yeah, IDK with the team kill assist.
Maluk?
Maluk's looking for the MAC-10, man.
Oh,
Where'd
okay.
it go? No, but where'd it go?
It's been taken by the swamp like everything else.
Classic.
Oh.
Bogs will do that.
Yeah.
Great place to mummify things, actually. Bogs.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you've been looking into this.
That's where we find a lot of mammoth
Did you get like
fossils,
natural
actually.
rigor mortis in there?
I don't know. I just know mammoths be falling in bogs and...
Bogs.
And then do you find like the mammoth, the whole mammoth with all the hair on it?
Yeah,
still,
yeah,
or?
yeah. Yeah,
Those are in tar pits.
That's actually nuts. How big are these deeper bogs?
Because of mammoth-sized bogs, apparently.
Palatial bogs here with mammoths in them.
Yeah.
So much regalia to be found in those. Okay.
Who's diving in these bogs? Oh, quick. Whoa, nice pick from Ball, and it's actually, Maluk just runs right out into it. What? I mean, he signed up for the duel. I didn't mean that in like a... I mean, I don't know who got there first.
But it happened.
He was playing with the devil's food right there.
He was trying to tickle the devil, and the devil tickled back.
The flutter of the devil's lettuce in his nose. And you know the devil knows.
That he does. Malb's looking devilish as he wants to peek around this, but just tucks in.
Let's see if he's got the devil legs to turn the corner.
Okay.
They call him deviled huevos over here.
Oh, he does.
He tries it, man, really.
Yeah.
Goes around, dies to Fallen. Easy pickup. Pesadillo can focus on maybe killing Fallen as everybody else goes B.
Oh, he surely knows exactly where Fallen is right now, right?
Surely Fallen's going to
This is good.
hit the
Fallen's gonna
sickest shot
turn
of all
around.
time.
Easy for Team
Oh,
1.
Oh my God,
just
imagine
knifing.
knifing your idol.
you don't know it's easy.
I think
That's
it's
his
everyone's
idol.
idol. He made us all.
Just knifing.
Some think he's overrated.
He made
Like who?
most of us.
No one in the server, that's for sure.
Okay.
20 seconds, though. Okay, Vinny, Cello, they got to break this one open, but TRK, he's holding the line. Oh, is he going to miss the timing? He made a footstep. Oh,
no
that's
way.
it.
No
Chase has been
way.
given up. Vinny with the double kill.
Bro,
What
everybody
is
holds
that,
their
though? No one's
sight.
actually holding short.
Fallen
I mean,
gets backstabbed. Everything looks so good for the CTs, and Vinny's going to get the double kill
Oh.
entry with the triple for the close.
They don't call it Vin overpass for no reason.
Vineyards.
Oh, Vinny pass.
Damn.
Okay. It's not like an enormous mistake that, you know, IDK took a fast step playing on Woodwall to check long. It's just that the op is there holding on Monster. The op could have also been holding the short walk up. If he wanted to be holding there, watching for the shadow, that probably would have been a better use to complement each other. So fine, it was a massive error. I can see it.
I feel like also with the kill on Fallen, you know, all of Bathrooms is clear, everything's good. Like, surely you just keep waiting.
They were waiting for B, but they just didn't wait properly.
Literally wait.
Unoptimized waits.
It's like when you're waiting at the airport at your gate and you fall asleep and they just board and you just miss your flight. It's like you were waiting, but you weren't waiting with intent.
Yeah.
You weren't waiting properly.
You waited the wrong way.
Yeah, you got to wait differently. Wait a little bit more. Yeah, wait a little more actively there. Just hold on. I mean, just stay focused.
Terrible at waiting.
Oh, Cello. Oh,
Didn't see that.
Spot that.
Well, you paid the price.
Paid the devil's price.
I was gonna jackknife that, crowbar that in.
Jackknife.
Exacto. TRK sits on barrels. They can make up for this. I mean, Imperial are trying to push in. We got the pistol in the right spot. We got the third guy coming down.
Oh,
but the MP9's empty. Eagle, though, here we go. IDK. Oh, just the 1.5. So 3 survive for Imperial. The excellent T-side continues.
Just doesn't stop continuing. Just the worst way to say that.
Interminable.
The interminable T-side. Yeah. This one's on rails. And Team 1 are not a station.
Yeah. Well, the conductor, or some call him the professor, is keeping up a just good IGLing half here. I mean, even when these rounds have been slowing down and Team 1 have, found some kills, they're still able to put the pieces together. And Pesadello here, trying to just change the formula just enough, but that leaves IDK on an island, and yeah, that's a beautiful flash from Fallen.
He's reloading. As his teammate pushes into short, he goes for the spam towards connector, and then it's just clamped on by Cello.
Oh, my goodness.
Bolts feels the confidence to go into the short play. They know that's preoccupied. Cello picks up Maluk on the rotate.
They're making every small timing look like a glaring error.
Yeah, like Maui just said, right? Calling a good T-side is Fallen.
Yeah.
Following through with it in this round, just telling Cello to go for it, and he just hits it to perfection.
Oh.
A little bit more damage back, but still, they've got this one wrapped up. Look, they're all leaving the bomb site. They're going hunting.
So the RMRs are, as usual, a bunch of day one scares, aren't they? But will we have like all of the same, like kind of all of the expected results? That's what we're still looking for, like in the end.
At the end of it all.
At the end of, yeah.
Yeah, just to prove the Swiss system works.
Yeah, and it honestly does. We looked at everyone kind of complained about like how unlucky teams were at the EU RMR the last time. Very few random teams slipped through, if any. Like Gamer Legion were the team who would say who caught the sort of luckiest, who had very legitimate gameplay and close wins versus even better teams at that RMR.
Sprout got the lucky legend spot.
Sprout got the lucky legend spot without losing. I think that's where
it can happen.
That's where it can happen.
Yeah.
The team that doesn't have to go through the multiple best, basically the shortest route is the luckiest one. But when it comes to elimination games and who doesn't get the legend spot, oftentimes they don't end up qualifying.
But tomorrow we've got Bait versus Into the Breach.
Bait, Bait.
That's the name of the team?
That is literally a matchup.
That is a matchup
to make
for
it to the
spot
major
in Paris.
That's true.
And after Bait's heartbreaking attempt at the last RMR, where they had multiple chances in best of threes and failed to make it, I think this is a great game for them to, they could have beat Fnatic. They didn't get that chance. Now they have an even better chance. And I think they
even better chance.
Back-to-back good RMR showings, they deserve it.
Yeah, and the thing is, for Fnatic, they didn't play a top 30 team to qualify, but Bait did, right? So Bait had a hard route, still did it.
But you can only beat the teams that are in front of you, and Fnatic did that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not their fault.
They don't care. They're just instantly into Legends in the last CSGO major of all time.
And they've got
now they're just focused on doing well in Legends. That's a great spot to be in.
At least they have a legend as they become legends. Bolts, careful now. There's a whole batch of CTs in here from Team 1 on this B site, and we do have a feeler up on Bathrooms in Joda, but I see the bomb getting closer to B. And I don't see that A player really doing anything to call the action elsewhere. So with 27 on the clock, Fallen Probably a good thing he kills TRK. Everybody should be on high alert as they press into the B site. They will clear out Pesadello and Maluk as Cello continues to just rip these bodies off the bomb site, but Malls up in heaven shuts down two. A chance here with time on the side of Team 1, but Fallen should be posted. Not any longer. Has to go for that plant. Malbs can't kill Joda in the meanwhile. And Joda's thinking about going for a peek here as Fallen posts right back up to deny what was probably one of the closer moments that we've seen from the CTs yet.
It was actually a possible situation there for Malb, but having to reload, I think, was just an unfortunate situation. And of course, multiple targets to kill, so it's not like he made any mistake about his ammo usage. That was just the nature of the situation. CT timeout's going to be called because, of course, they're going to be taking this seriously, and they've got a serious amount of money to spend as well in this round. When does the tide turn? I'm not really sure. There hasn't been a single tactic that hasn't worked perfectly for Imperial.
Yeah, even the finisher there that they had in store for Team 1 was so effective. The Molotov on the close wood wall, the scaling flashes, the smokes they threw, everything made that situation, it turned it into such the favor of Imperial. Gave Cello such a great route into the bomb site.
And Fallen somehow goes underrated in his recent performances because even on top of having multiple top-of-the-board performances as an opper, he's also got some of the best flash assists of this whole event. He's been actually fantastic on assisting on entries, on top of being able to lock down clutches and do his usual thing in the mid-round.
I mean, you think about anybody here for flash assists. I mean, you got else like OC. OC would usually be up there on those kind of numbers.
Yeah.
Complexity as a whole would usually be up there. Okay, might be a timing. No, IDK stopped at his tracks.
Think about Fallen though. There was also one really massive event where I think the big stat for him was that he had the people blind the longest of any player also, which is one thing to, you know, throw a palm tree flash every single round from CT. Oh yeah, baby.
Let's go.
That's sick.
Wow.
Oh man, even at 7-0, they're just pulling out the tricks. Love it. Vinny's gonna get that follow-up frag into the B site, so bomb plant can be had. And that's off the triple nades, right?
Yeah.
Good thing they get that, because we get these kills out of the defense as that happens.
Nothing feels better than opening up the site. When you pick the position, you think they're
Triple
going to be
nade.
in, you use that round, and boom, they're right there.
What are some equivalent things like that? Cracking open a bomb site with a triple nade stack.
Battleships, Gunbound.
You mean other games?
In other games, in real life, in sport. Just a similar feeling. To crack open a bomb site, like, I don't know.
Yeah, this is a really tough
question.
to draw.
I
but
gave you
Battleship is
two.
the perfect one. Yeah.
Battleships?
Essentially, you're attacking a spot where you don't know if they're there without the ability to shoot back. And you win the game that way.
Kind of like landmines, but laying down landmines.
Throwing them over fences.
Yeah, throwing a
Throwing
landmine, like a dust and disc.
Yeah?
Dust and discs.
It's like playing disc golf, but you don't see the net.
And
just
it
throwing
explodes.
random frisbees. This actually threw me off. My analogies were good, and now I'm just making them worse for you,
sorry,
so that you feel included.
You're trying to save me, and I appreciate that. Next time, just let me drown.
Sink or swim, that's the deal here for Team 1. Down 0-8 on overpass. Looking to get eliminated in the series. But wanting to leave maybe with dignity. Fallen gets pushed, taken out, but Vinny and Bolts with the perfect cover. They've got your back.
Yeah, Vinny's having a good game, man. 10-2. He's had a couple of moments where he just like saves the entries, saves the momentum, really. Brought it back this time. Cello creeping out into an empty A site. It's front bathrooms from Malbs. He's gonna go for it. Oh, but he gets denied, dude. Joda, damn.
Nasty.
Now Vinny's just got to get that bomb all the way back around towards A site. Luckily, top connector's controlled, so I was gonna say unless the ladder happens, but poor IDK has to play it quietly, and now he won't have a chance. Pas de chance ici, mes gars.
Ooh, I think Jota might have heard that.
What does chance ici, Migu, mean?
Pas de chance ici, no chance here, my friends.
Pas de chance ici. Oui, oui.
Paris is around the corner, boys. I hope you've been gearing up.
Lingo. Boisson.
I geared up for this event. I got my Spanish ready.
That's true. I did say if you prepared your Spanish, I would help out with French in Paris.
Yeah.
And I got India.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Every dialect.
Yeah.
I got these streets on my side.
When Dreamback Hyderabad comes back.
Oh, yeah. That was real.
The one that could have been.
We did get invited to an event in India at one point, but then it overlapped with another
It was Hyderabad.
last event. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there was that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Hyderabad was a victim of the COVID era.
People always ask me why I haven't been there, but I just don't have any family there. I need esports to bring me.
Yeah, that is your family.
My family's all in Malaysia, where they do Dota events. Enough talking about these other games.
Do we, okay, given the 9-0 that it's at right now for Imperial, does anybody want to change their prediction? I said 16-6.
No.
What? Oh, you don't want to change yours from 16-5?
Actually, yeah.
You're staying 16-5?
No.
I think, Scrawny, you went 16-7. I feel like that's
very
pretty
optimistic.
tough. Yeah, pretty tough to imagine that right now.
It was nice of you. That was nice as hell.
Do you have one op? Do you have a secondary choice here? You want a mulligan?
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm still like winning Price is Right rules, so I'll take 5.
No, Price is Right rules, we all would be losing. You can't go over with that one. If you go,
yeah, it's not.
If you go over, you lose.
Exactly.
You all lose if you go over.
Exactly.
If you go too low, you can win.
Are you looking at the score? They don't have 5 rounds.
Yeah, and so you were saying 5 is you went over on team 1. If you go the over, if you predict too many rounds, you're wrong.
Stop making rules, Maui.
That's what Price is Right rules are. You have to predict under the price that comes out. Did I watch? Am I the only one that watched this game show?
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. I got you.
Sorry, I had a grandma, you know?
Mine was more into Wheel of Fortune.
They were played one right after the other.
Well, we had things to do.
So.
What, crocheting? What were you doing?
I know how to use a serger.
You weren't spending good time with your grandma is what you weren't doing.
Dude, don't gatekeep how I spend time with my grandma.
He would do that.
Okay, 30 seconds left. You can spend all the time with your grandma after this one's over.
Well, no, I can't. Mulbs. Ready?
That was dark.
Well,
man.
Just saying.
All right.
Happens. Ready for the hold.
Oh,
can't get it. Nothing, man. Dumpster player. It's a one and done. Pesadello picks up slack. 8 seconds.
Oh, and they
like to play with time.
Oh, they still get the play.
Easy peasy, man. This is the first time in this series I feel like we've seen them play down to the clock that close. Even though they did it a lot in their previous games. First time it's gotten that tight. And again, it's Imperials.
Man. Imperial play like this, they're winning the major. But I don't think
Yeah, you think so?
I don't think they're going to be up against another Team 1. There's only one.
There can only be one.
There can only be Team 1.
So who wants to call the 16-0?
I ain't saying a word.
No, I'm not.
I mean, I wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't.
Nope.
The first one at the
Oh,
RMR.
look at their kills. We got the ascending 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. A straight here for Team 1.
Yeah.
And their name is 1.
Did you guys notice that the HUD changed today?
That's an impossible.
Yeah, they added
We get the kills and the money.
Oh,
Kills, deaths,
excellent.
and
That's an
money at the same
excellent
time.
change.
That's all that needed to happen, and this HUD is amazing now. I like it. This
it's
HUD
actually,
a lot.
Yeah, me too.
It's grown on me.
I think it's been good. I think it's been quite good, and now it's just everything
It's
I
fresh
need.
as hell.
I think the background for the diffuse kits and the bomb should be green. Because everything is purple and yellow, and there's just a couple of things that are green, like bomb sites on the map and money in the bottom, and I think diffuse kits and the bomb deserve that too.
I don't know.
Just
I
sharing
guess I
my
have to
opinion.
See it. Yeah, no, that's.
See this down here? It blends, but if it was green, this highlighter green, it'd be kind of cool.
I kind of see where you're
Plus,
coming
we've got
from
the
here.
purple
Green's
yellow,
not a
like
bad choice of color.
yeah,
man.
it matches the slime-esque stuff.
I think it was white earlier,
It was right,
yeah.
and then I complained, and then gave feedback.
It was right.
I gave feedback that it shouldn't be white, and now it's colored. Maybe I should have been more specific.
Okay. Team 1, just so you know, Launder's called 16-0.
Oh, no. I said 16-5.
Well, he said the word 16-0, and you know what that means?
But you know what?
Team 1 win the next round. That's how this always goes. As soon as the caster says...
I've actually called a successful 16-0. Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah.
Ancient.
Well, I don't actually believe in jinxes. I just believe in astrology. So.
Yeah.
I don't believe in witchcraft. I believe in the stars. Where you believe in your deities, I believe in Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Who are both proponents of astrology, right?
I don't know.
They're not.
No.
They're not. It's a troll. I'm trolling.
They're scientists.
We rotate.
No offense. All right.
Try to hold it.
They just can't.
It's not happening, man. Individually, everybody's just too damn hot. Bolts has got headshots after headshots, dude.
I wish there was a chance, you know?
Yeah, if there was one round we could point at to be like, yeah, Team 1 got it. But there's 0 rounds, so you can't point at that.
And I mean, we've already seen so many close situations that somehow still didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so many rounds where 1 kill stops the round for Imperial, and they couldn't get that 1 kill.
I'm going to start calling the duo between Cello and Bolts Nuts and Bolts, because Cello is nuts.
Ooh, I like that. So you're going to put him to go through on your challenger pick him, is that right?
Damn, Vinny.
Not a chance.
Not a chance, though?
No. Unless Falcons are there.
Unless Falcons
and
are there.
And Bait are there.
And Bait?
And Bait and Fnatic.
It'd be pretty impressive, though, if like Imperial could beat Bait, for example, even.
You think
that's not going to be? That's going to be a sleeper team, right? If they make it,
I think it's a guarantee, personally. Is this actually the best map we've seen from Vinny so far at the RMR? Want that highlighted?
Oh, Vinny pass.
It's probably easy when it's 11-0, but I think I want to shout out his
he's a
his
big
shots.
reason.
Like
he's
that
a big
last
reason.
that last headshot
yeah.
just to kill out the save, dude.
Vinny's
Vinny
in the mix.
He shot him between the staircase. He didn't even come around the corner. So, Vinny, take a bow. I think it's always cool when Vinny and Bolts have a map together. That happened at Showdown on Inferno. You know, when Fallen's a little bit colder.
Nuts and Bolts.
Nuts and Bolts.
Yeah, you can actually use that interchangeably with whoever else is playing well.
That's why it's
that's
actually
versatile, yeah.
It's Vinny and Bolts. Nuts and Bolts.
Yeah, but he's saying you could use it with any player.
Oh.
Oh, not Vinny anymore.
Oh, now it's just Bolts and Bolts.
Bolting bolts.
Oh, that's not where that's supposed to go.
No, that was not nuts.
Yeah,
not enough sauce on
just
that
like,
one.
yeah, guys, that ain't real. There's nobody back behind this.
Okay, this is actually
the round they win.
Shaping up to be. This is
Okay.
shaping up well for Team 1. They have a lot of information right now.
No guns though. Don't forget that.
There's an inside bathrooms player, but Eagle will not work.
Yeah, that's the big one. Little 5-7 push back from Dumpster though. IDK trying to keep the hope alive. Fallen decides, nope, not this round either. 12 straight for the Imperial Guard.
I mean, not many more rounds to go around, regardless of who wins them.
It's been a merry-go-round for Imperial, though.
First 16-0 in RMR history, maybe?
Maybe.
There probably has been one in the past, but...
Maybe in the online ones.
I wonder how Peacemaker could have helped them in this situation.
Yeah, that's something actually we should be reiterating here, that Team 1 obviously playing without their coach, seemingly...
Well, he's coached both of them, so...
Yeah, and he could have anti-stratted Imperial even more so then. Yeah, he knows how they play. I mean, they've been liking Overpass for the history of this roster. Their maps have always been Inferno and Overpass. And now they've really added Nuke 2 into the fray, and they actually...
Mastered Mirage.
Mastered Mirage, and some consider them to be one of the strangest Vertigo teams out there. I'm not gonna...
The strangest.
Elaborate on that.
Like the freakiest?
No. It's strange how...
They pick it?
They have a hard time on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have a hard time on it.
Is this the round, guys? Is this the stack, the triple B setup here from Team 1 that could hold back Imperial for the first time?
3B is not a stack versus good grenades. And right now, they have a single molly.
Come on. Just one round at least, Team 1.
got
Do
the
it for
molly out.
yourself.
He's got the molly out.
No one wants to get eliminated from a major qualification by a 16-0 of all things. Okay, it's already rough enough. Sad reality sinking in unless Pesadello goes big. He's eating those flashes left, right, and center. Vinny regains vision. Cello's here with him. They go deep. IDK doesn't even, like you said, IDC, doesn't turn around. Doesn't get a chance. Doesn't even get a chance to stop him. 13 straight. We said maybe the CT side would be the saving grace. Maybe that would make the difference.
Nuts and bolts.
And it hasn't.
But it's Cello and Vinny. Okay, yeah, this is just...
They just got some of the best entries on overpass out there.
Yeah. I love watching any of them run into the bomb site.
Yeah.
In some ways, for anybody that's just casually watching this maybe, I mean, there's been some good execs, some good finishers from Imperial, a couple different varieties on the B-bomb site. Not that all of you are playing competitively, but it would be worth looking at this one back.
Such a pointless asterisk, you know? After listening to this,
it's so condescending,
they're going to open up CS2, and then they're going to start scrimming.
They don't have CS2.
That's
that's
even more
4%.
condescending.
They're in the, stand up if you're in the 4%.
That's even...
Honestly, let everyone in who's watching the stream.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fair.
Yeah, all the other games do, you know, viewer drops. Let's get ours in, too.
You guys making pleas with Valve right now?
They're pulling this out at round 4. It's 13-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're playing to win.
Yeah, they're playing to win, and they're also playing for the 16-0, I think,
yeah,
for sure.
Now they're playing for that.
You know, they didn't remove that train in Source 2. I saw it already.
I think they should add 2.
2 train. It should come by every 20 seconds.
2 train.
Pesadello forward outside of the B site, man. How lonely, how scared do you think he is at this point? 13 rounds deep. No one here to help, but he'll see Vinny's legs. Ooh, he'll go toe tapping.
Why did Vinny stay there?
He was jumping, man. He's doing a little.
Can't catch me. Can't catch me.
Doing a little jig to try to get out of that one.
Well, this is a great position now, actually, for Team 1.
This is the round.
They got the opening duel. They probably are pretty comfortable in feeling like this is going to end B. They're not going for any map control whatsoever, and really haven't been.
Oh, well, Malms actually has top con right now. He could go for a flank.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Oh,
How?
They did it again.
Swung.
They go for the peak.
They swung for information here,
Yep.
even though Malbs is here pushing bathrooms.
Yeah,
Are they that worried about Long? Are they that in their
Oh
own heads?
my
And he gets
goodness.
another kill on the push.
And now they're going to put bolts on the boost.
my
God. No way.
Oh, no.
Not this
And
one
they know
either.
he's here, but they don't care.
He can't save it.
They're
He
coming
just
for him.
Can't save it.
These boys don't stop.
This was a
That's
5v4.
ridiculous. They had the A push. They had the bathrooms push at 40 seconds to the top of stairs, didn't see a soul, and they're still worried. They're still worried that it's going to be a 5 long play. Is that why they go and try to double clear Monster like that?
You know, this might be a bit redundant, but I don't think Team 1 deserved this map.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if they win, they deserve this map. So, I mean, that's for damn sure. If they somehow got back into this. But for now...
Here's the solution. This is something they should have done way sooner. Put a noob tube inside connector.
And watch this on Blast TV.
No ads. It's going to have to use the smoke. Come around that corner. I dare you. Fallen's here with the op. Maluk peeks it with a shotgun, dude.
Stop.
He peeks it with a shotgun.
What the hell?
Yeah, they don't deserve to win this half.
But if they did win it, would they not deserve it at this
If they
point?
did win
They'd be
it.
so deserving.
If they did...
If they put together 15
Hold on,
rounds.
no. If they do, because there's still a chance.
I think that's it's meant the same thing. You're not wrong, but you're close.
Bomb on Fallen looking to leave here, man. A site's clear for the take, and that 15-0 never looked so clean.
Oh. Something.
Drop a frag and run.
Give us something.
Drop a frag and run. Bolts. Feast. No, just one. Hey, 2v3 to deny the 15-0. Joda's got a back turned. IDK just got another headshot. He hears the MP9 but gets dinked. Come on, IDK.
Oh.
If ever there was a round in your career that you would want to win, surely it's this one. Tapped at the cello, can't stop him. Will pressure, gives his backup. Down to a measly 4 HP. The 15-0 is so real in less than 10 seconds.
Imagine though, it is the play, it is the play.
Just go,
Oh, okay.
just go.
Wow.
Just go to the second half. We'll see you in a moment, folks. It's a long road for a comeback or a short end to Team 1's run in Monterrey.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Imperial on a very comfortable 15-round T side. It literally does not get better than that. And they call them Team 1 because that's all they need to stop this nightmare from happening. 1 round to at least deny the 15-0. 1 round to maybe get a chance to show us an offense, but 1 round may be too much to ask. Second pistol underway, elimination looming overhead of Team 1. Unfortunately, it's a soul-crushing defeat if it goes like this. But a reality that Imperial are truly gearing up to be one of the best in Brazil. To keep this much of a gap between them and T1 is the goal. Vinny peeks out.
Oh my God.
Well, it doesn't get much easier than that. Triple headshot out of Vinny. This one's locked in. 16-0 to send him home.
I just feel like I watched something on Live League.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's just a brutal loss for Team 1. At this point, they are out of the Americas RMR. Imperial have sent them home. A poor performance on Overpass, but this was always going to be an Imperial favored matchup. They are looking to still come back in this RMR after facing defeat at the hands of Evil Geniuses earlier on day one. But this was a much better showing for Imperial, and we've got to think that if they're able to play like that against some of the lower tiered opposition, you still believe in them.
That, and I think it shows that, again, clean. They had multiple clean anti-ecos, which I think is a big thing as well. And when a team's playing with no pressure on anti-eco rounds, they can pull off a win here and there. There was none of those. There was no problems. The pace was good. The entries were good, as they usually are on Overpass. There's just no questions. And this is a result that literally everyone here at the RMR is going to talk about now. They're going to look at it. And they were already worried about Imperial's Overpass. That much is for sure. But it's such a confidence builder. It's such an energy saver. And it's such a conversation starter that now Imperial are the team to look at for who's going to be on form coming into their next match.
If anything, I think it also just re-legitimizes the fact that Evil Geniuses were kind of punching upwards as they jumped into this event, right? And then lost to them after what they did against FURIA. It's like, well, if they almost got FURIA and they did get Imperial, make that what you will, now that you know what happens when Imperial play versus the real underdogs of this event. But again, I want to shout out Vinny. You know, just felt like he was really contributing to those clean kills, headshots in abundance here on this map. But it's everything going smoothly for Imperial. I mean, how do we dissect a 16-0?
I think that Imperial in this game just never felt uncomfortable, even when they were man down, that no matter what, they always knew that they could rely on a late B pop. Every single time they were man down, they just started filing over to B. Sometimes Team 1 would give them kills en route where they would peek Fallen through Monster repeatedly. In fact, it was an error that they committed on multiple different rounds. But for Imperial in this one, I think that they knew that they were going to be pretty cozy with that.
Yeah, it looked extremely comfortable. Hey, we are actually joined by Fallen now on the desk. We have just to talk quickly, because you know what? I mean, when a match takes 30 minutes, we can have a 4 to 5 minute interview, right?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, that match, everything went perfect for us. Felt they were a little bit nervous on their holds. A lot of times trying to be aggressive on us mid-round. Sometimes even ultra late, like 30 seconds, they're still committing for some picks, and they got punched every time they tried it. So I know how it goes. Some matches just doesn't go your way all the way.
It sucks to go to, you know, you want at least a round, I think, when you see a map like that. But what's more important for them, obviously, is the fact it's an elimination game. Could you see yourself losing Overpass if you have to be honest with yourself when it comes to playing against Team 1 in this best of 3?
It's a map we feel pretty confident. It would be super difficult for them to beat us. It feels like they try to come with some aggressive picks in order to achieve some initial frags and play some 5v4s, but every time they try that, it ended up being a 4v5 impossible situation, and we just didn't leave any open gaps, any open opportunities for them to come back to the round. So I think they made their lives a little bit harder than it should be on Overpass, because they kept trying to go for this initial kill and it wasn't working.
Just on the emotional side of things, Fallen, given that this is the last CSGO major, what does it mean to you? I feel like Rio probably meant so much, but is this bigger?
Nah, Rio was bigger for sure.
Okay.
Rio was bigger. Definitely wanted to be playing on that crowd. It was amazing. I felt that everything came apart to play on that tournament. But this one is special as well, as this is the last one. I feel like it's the hardest one in terms of qualifying as well. So many good teams on this qualification process. And the format doesn't help. 2 losses and you go home, right?
Yeah,
One
brutal.
more and we go home. So super difficult. So it's very challenging. But at the same time, for me, it would be special to play, because every single major I tried to play so far, I was able to qualify. I think the only one I didn't do it, COVID kicked in, and then they had to redo the process.
Right, okay.
So basically, almost every single time I was able to qualify, and then this one would be the end of it. So it would be nice to go through. We're doing the best we can.
Well, it seems like, I mean, to talk about pressure, of course, for you, when you had to qualify for Rio, that's probably some of the most pressure our players have ever had to face, and you talked about how hard that was, and then you got through it. So, you know, you use that to look back and think about how much pressure you've already had to deal with. When it comes to playing in this one, do you feel like it's a little bit lighter than in Rio? Do you feel like it's harder but less pressure in some sense? Or
being honest, even though you go through a lot of emotions, a lot of pressure in other months, like in previous tournaments and stuff, when a new challenge kicks in, the pressure kicks in the same way, you know? So it's like you can use some of the learning things you had going through all those tournaments, but when the tournament kicks in and you have to do all it again, it's the same feeling. That's why it's so good to be competing, because you live for those moments, and it's so great when you're able to win, and it also sucks when you lose.
Yeah. Do you have this feeling that, you know, you know, it's no secret that a lot of people are looking up to you, that you're supporting the scene a lot, especially in Brazil. And when you're playing with your teammates, especially, that you're playing more to not let them down than you are to see how far that you can get. You know, like to win a major, for example, once upon a time was something you could aim for. Like not winning the major was a failure. But here, you know, getting to legend stage, getting to playoffs, for example, would be a really big performance for your team in the grand scheme of things, right? So, but for your teammates who are playing with you, I mean, do you have this feeling that, you know, they're counting on you to like come through for them here to bring them as far as you can? Or is this a mixture of your individual goals in the last CSGO major as well as trying to support them?
It's definitely weird for me at this stage of my career because it's been so much already, and at the same time I'm playing with so much young people. Like those guys have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more years ahead of them, and as you said, like the goals and the mentality, it is a little bit different. But at the same time, they know kind of career ahead, all the tournaments I played, everything I did. So they want to play well as well in terms of making kind of my last tournaments go well with them. So it's kind of a mutual process. And we just try to have as much as fun as we can. But, you know, we're try-harding a lot. You know, we still want to be competing for titles. We were able to win the qualification process for the last tournament here just this week. It felt amazing. It's been a while since we win something huge like that. So it was pretty good. But at the same time, also I was fighting for titles, dreaming about winning majors, and it's more about how far you can go first.
Yeah.
And once you start appearing, once you start reaching some semifinals and finals, that's when you can start thinking about winning them.
Right.
That's my opinion.
When we've heard your thoughts on your career and where it might meet its final destination, has there been any kind of renewed interest for you, though, when CS2 is going to come out?
That's a very hard subject for me.
It's anyone's version, Fallen. It's anyone's version.
You could just bounce back. What if
the
you're
kids
what if
are
you're
coming
amazing?
for me, man. The kids are coming. The thing is, personally for me, I have been on the road for so long. Since 2015, when I first moved to NA, playing on LG, Kaboom and stuff. I have been basically living in North America. And on the last years, my wife, Leticia, she came live with me since 2019. And it's been 3 years I'm on the road and basically not staying home much. Like there are years where I just could stay less than a month, for example. So it's part of my life just cannot exist at the same time I'm competing as a professional Brazilian player right now because it's impossible because there's so many boot camps, so many tournaments you have to be playing in Europe or either South America qualification process. So if I'm going to be playing something next year, I'm probably going to be looking more towards the NA region because I want to have a life too, you know? So in a sense, I'm excited for CS2, but at the same time, I still have to see how I'm going to balance those things out because I can't just play CS anymore. I have been doing that my entire life, and it's time to move on to do something extra as well.
We're going to be sad the day that it happens, but I completely understand with the tournament schedule in Counter-Strike. Everyone's got to cross that road someday, but here at the last CSGO Major, you're on the right track now. I mean, just talking about qualification is the last thing. Nothing is promised at RMRs, but are you feeling good?
I'm feeling good. I think we have a good chance to still go through. It's going to be our best of threes. I think we have a decent map pool at the moment. Game against EG yesterday, I didn't perform enoughly well to be able to win it. So many mistakes from my part, and I think the first game we were a little bit nervous, and EG played well, and we were not able to win it. Today, we much more convincing. 2 big wins, Mirage and Overpass. And it's going to depend on the draws as well, which teams are we going to be playing, because, to be honest, you kind of need some luck too. You can see for 0-0 Nation, for example, they might go out playing Liquid and MIBR, not easy opponents, you know, no free wins, like no easy job. So it depends a little bit on the draw as well, but I have confidence that we can go through. If we play as good as we can, I'm 100% sure we can go through, but it's going to depend on how we perform.
If it's a pain rematch, is it over?
It's going to be a hard game. They're playing well too, yeah, definitely.
You made them mad. But anyways, congrats on the win.
Yeah,
that's the good start here for Fallen. It's 6-0, maybe the first in RMR history. We don't know.
Yeah.
But that was a good stamp on Overpass. So we're going to call it there. We've got one more best of 3 on the day. Make sure to stick around after the break to watch that.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Welcome back. We got another BO3 for you guys, and maybe this one's going to be a little bit longer. Maybe this one will have a bit more competition within it, because we're talking about a domestic head-to-head between Nouns and Your. Now, Nouns are a team, a real team that practices together constantly, that competes within our region. Your are a bunch of guys who hit hard, who got together for the qualifier, managed to get to the Americas RMR, really like a fairy tale run in that sense, but also a team that, in this, again, domestic head-to-head, if you're Nouns, you should never lose this. That's how I'm approaching this one. Not that you might not, but you're the team. You know what I mean? You practice constantly together.
Oh yeah.
For that reason, like, you've got no excuses.
Yeah, but like, you wouldn't say that in any domestic. Like, maybe if it was the opponent was from somewhere else, like when it was like Fluxo versus Your or whatever. But if I was Nouns, I'd be more worried, I think, than if I was Fluxo. It's a more familiarity, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't have that feeling. I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not playing against a team. They know who you are.
I mean, they're clearly a team.
Yeah.
I mean, they were decent.
Yeah, they had some ideas here and there. I mean, the main thing is that because Nouns have actually taken up the mantle as kind of the tier 2 team in the North American space right now, you would hope that that sort of prep and that longevity is going to carry them in a matchup against a team that has a much more limited playbook. But we saw that even with a limited playbook, Ur was able to put up such a great fight against Fluxo, also a team, also getting probably more investment as a team in terms of resources than Nouns. So there's a chance that Ur are able to steal a map here. Should they be able to win against a BO3? No. Like, Nouns should be more comfortable in a deeper map pool. They should have more protocols. They should have more reps going through all of this with their team. But the thing is with Ur that we just simply can't miss is that they are so familiar with them because they play FPL with these guys every night.
Yeah.
Like no one is afraid of each other in this kind of matchup. In a, say, Liquid versus Ur, they're actually afraid of Liquid. Like no one on Ur is going to feel comfortable playing against that team, but it's not like the personnel on Nouns blows Ur out of the water. It's that their teamwork should.
They're literally, like, right now, I'm just guessing, but they're just sitting there talking about how bad Nouns are. You know what I mean? That's the conversation right now. Oh, we own these kids. We kill them every day. You know, and they'd be saying the same thing if they were mixed up on different teams and sitting in those seats, just bigging themselves up. But that's like, you wouldn't be saying that if it was Nafly and Elige and things like that. You know, they could be trying to, but they'd be mostly talking seriously about game plan and things like that. And I think that there's just not as much, I think, going to be respect across the board. More so, you're saying they can't lose to us, and we know that we can beat them. Let's F them. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's really, that's the thing. So, like, in terms of pressure, you have, like, the minimum amount. They already had a very impressive attempt versus Fluxo, and they showed off that they're, like, really comfortable in these setups. Aim-wise, Clasia showed a lot of really great kills, honestly, yesterday, where he was just so aware about his second frag and where it would come from. I was very impressed in that regard. And we watched Nouns play. Last time we watched Nouns play, I think I saw, like, solid protocols in the sense of, like, I always saw a flash assist in the feed when they were going for a swing. I mean, I saw discipline. That was really good. I wasn't blown away by anything, like, from a creativity perspective on what Nouns tried to do. So, but I also have a limited amount of exposure to their gameplay. Not entirely familiar with their game, I'm sorry.
What's your take on Clasia's individual level, Maui, and what he did outside on Yard versus Fluxo last night?
Clasia was one of the shining moments and stars for Ur because the way that he was just able to handle such chaotic situations, because Fluxo are ready to just run in multiple directions at the same time. And for Clasia to still have the composure in those sort of moments to know what he needs to be worried about and also how to reposition in the mid round. Sometimes, I mean, I was very impressed for how he was able to multi-frag in the early round when there was just multiple bodies being sent at him. But I also just loved how he was able to deal with some weird situations, especially in the late round, finding a good position for himself, a one and done, and actually securing that frag in the one and done. Because, you know, there's varying degrees and strengths of one and dones, but Clasia always seemed to pick a spot that was simply going to get the kill. So I think that positionally, one of the strongest North American players in the tier 2 space right now, and in terms of what we talked about before, his narrative as a player, that what's held him back has been his attitude, his ability to interweave himself into a roster effectively.
He is NA.
Yeah, he is. He's just all about himself, and I think that at some point he needs to have that, you know, coming to Jesus moment where, and I'm not talking about Dirty Montana. Yeah. I'm talking. I think that Clasia needs.
Hauser.
Yeah, or Hauser for that matter. I think Clasia just needs to have that moment where when he gets that big shot again, and he will, he needs to actually make sure that the player that he's in the server is not impeded by who he is outside the server.
That would be the greatest shame.
Right. What about Rec on an individual level? Just before we switch over and talk about the other side, I know that Rec's individuals yesterday looked good too. Left you both impressed?
Sharp as hell, man.
Yeah, quickly. I mean, I think just Rec honestly was just doing a good job of recognizing where the first contact was going to be and always nailing that first guy. And sometimes that's all you need to do on a nuke defense. And he was doing his part. It's just that other parts fell apart around him.
Around it, right. And then in some of those high-pressure situations, we saw Rec holding...
5-7 rounds, just a matter of timing and one bullet and, like, just unlucky. It's that. I feel for them. That would just... I would have been tilted off the face of the earth at the end of that map because the last 2 rounds were so easily could have been won and narrowly saved by Fluxo, which is equally as impressive. But for, you know, that's not the story that you're telling themselves. They're telling themselves, if we lost that, we would have never lost that. If this happened, if this, like... number of situations occurred, and so I'm sure they're probably pretty salty about that situation.
Fair.
But Now they get to take it out on an attempt at Nouns.
Yes, Nouns on screen at this point. We saw, obviously, Semphis behind them. They've got that extra layer in coach. That's what makes this more of a team, right? Strategy is supposed to be their forte over top of the likes of Viewer.
Why does CJ look like he's just B-Wheels with a beard?
CJ
and
B-Wheels in disguise.
Yeah, exactly, just B-Wheels in disguise.
I don't know, Maui. I don't have the answer for that one. But we do have the one local representation in Marky.
Yes.
And Marky's somebody who...
He's the best player on the team.
If we talk about experience as well, in terms of Tier 2 NA Counter-Strike, Marky's been around for a long time.
How would... yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, it's been bouncing around for a ton of time here. How would you measure up talent between these two teams on an individual level? Have this conversation with other teams.
I think there's a couple players you'd probably substitute out if you wanted to build the best roster possible here.
Okay.
I think that's kind of how I would frame this discussion, is that Cynic is probably the better opera between himself and Walker. I think B-Wills is probably the best anchor there. Rec also a really good anchor, so you'd probably take him out for Carson or CJ. And then Marky, you'd want to keep him. I'd say if you wanted to make the best team on paper, you take out Carson and CJ, and you would put in Rec and Clasia. Yeah. And I think that's the best five-man lineup possible between these two rosters. So you would actually say, yeah, Nouns up 3-2 in that kind of head-to-head.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And it was top-heavy in that match versus Fluxo. Like, it was a lot about, it was like a sort of first about Rec, second about Clasia, third about, I think, Walker in some of the rounds. So, yeah, absolutely.
Where do we rate the op in terms of that back and forth, that peak between the two? Where do you think op dominance could come in?
I don't think there's going to be op dominance in this game. I think this game's going to be mostly spurred by the rifles. I think that's just kind of how a lot of North American games go, honestly. It's pretty rare to see anybody really pop off the page there. I mean, Cynic versus Walker, I think Cynic is a little bit more about self-preservation. He's the in-game leader at the same time, so, you know, he has to handle a couple different things. Personally, I just haven't really seen the explosive playbook from either of these guys, and so I think it's going to be more kind of that passive support style, and that's why I'm bigging up the rifles here.
The reason I bring that up is just that at Blast Showdown a week ago online versus Liquid, the one shining piece here that maybe showed Nouns had any chance, it was Cynic, right? Cynic had a pretty top-heavy performance.
Yeah, I think that's what he was talking about. I talked this a bit with Maui, and I was saying that, like, Cynic had a lot of kills, but, like, it was... they never had a chance, and like, so
to win rounds.
And yeah, he did and staying alive is actually a really important skill of an opper in 2023 CS. So no doubt about that. But I didn't really see like insane amounts of impact because we didn't see rounds converted in a game that like basically they still had no chance in winning. So I think the upside for Cynic was that he's getting the kills he was supposed to get. I think he was pretty active compared to what you've seen from him in the past. And he also delivered versus a hard team to kill, so like fast enough. But I think he'll probably be able to have a much better day today, honestly.
Day.
So we'll see.
Time will tell. Time will tell indeed between Cynic and Co, man. I just think again, to take it back, surely we, for the sake of Counter-Strike, we put stock in the team play of Nouns over Ure, right? I'm not saying it's not about favoritism, it's not about individuals or whatever, but just for the sake of Counter-Strike, you guys want Nouns to win this?
Yeah, I do. I mean, for...
okay, like if you, well, is this to say like, what if Ure stayed together, for example?
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
They're already part of
but it's just the fact
teams.
that they're already working on different teams.
Yeah,
and
they're already
not.
on 3 different teams right now.
Oh, right.
Like, so they're playing in ECL on like Strife, ATK, and I don't even know what team Darty Montana's on right now.
It's like if this were to be successful for them, I can see the angle of like it's awesome that 5 guys can jump into the server and just knock off heads and go for it. But the fact that there is no longevity with this team because they already have other places, I just think, damn, what would that like? What a disservice that would do for a team like Nouns, who are trying to represent Tier 2 Counter-Strike with structure.
But this is why like deserve is so
a
silly
weird
because like
sure.
why would we want them to win if they were to lose? You know what I mean? So. It's like, you know, you'd want to cheer for the Nouns to win because they would stick around. But if they were going to lose to Ure, then like, what are we cheering for?
Yeah.
The worst team.
Right.
The worst team.
Let's just see where this battle takes place, though.
Yeah, Vito, bring it up. Let's dive into this one. It is a best of 3. And for that reason, we get the ban on Vertigo, Nuke, Inferno out of Ure.
I mean, Nuke already being what Nouns ban is actually pretty nice, given that we saw Ure construct a T side on that map. It just feels, okay, so for the pick for Nouns, I think they like Mirage. And for Decider, it's just hard to read what you're going to do here. They could send this to Ancient or Overpass. I think constructing a T-side on Overpass is much harder.
Yeah, Ancient, baby.
So I would think it should be Ancient, just based off of what Pugs normally do. But they ban Ancient, and they go to Overpass for the Decider.
Okay.
We'll see if we even get there.
You know what? They were really impressive on Nuke, and that's not an easy map to be impressive on, especially on T-side.
But that T-side also didn't even have an A exec. So
that was the
but
impressive
they got 9
part.
rounds.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the impressive part.
Sure.
And the thing is,
the little
it's not that they
do
failed
well.
in A exec. They didn't even use one.
Yeah, maybe they just didn't think it was the call. That's possible. It's very possible.
Right.
But it's always
I
the
actually
call.
respect that level of discipline because your IGL is just, it's like finger on the trigger. Like, when do I get to call the A exec so I don't have to say anything for the rest of the round? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they never did one. So that means they tried really hard.
All right. Well, what they do have ready, they do it well. That was the whole your formula yesterday versus Fluxo. Of course, this shouldn't hit as hard as Fluxo. The fact that they, on an individual level, they put up, I think that already left me super impressed with your. I hope for the sake of it, we get a close game here. I don't want another blowout. We got that in our last one. Unicorn odds giving Nouns the favor. I think I understand why. It was a close game versus Bestia.
They got Semphis.
They got Semphis. They got the coach. They got the team. They got the longevity. They got the experience on Marky. But do they have what it takes to cool off what is a very hard-hitting Ewer? That's what we'll find out when we jump into the server.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Lone Show have for me here? Rings off, Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry, no look. What? Buck, everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what, I'm not sure. Oh no. No! I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second. You're really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant. Roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And
Easy.
somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Zero. No, it cannot be Cold Zero because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Zero was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27. Imagine, maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the
are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why didn't I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
so I have 5 rounds. And if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monesi, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
Well, I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monesi, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each sub-region are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each sub-region. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
I remember normal Nessie clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was Blast Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well, when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it's against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even in practice, what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monasin.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks.
Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually a European guy maybe. He's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against Nav?
Okay,
It was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
All
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken
yeah.
from either opponent.
Okay.
our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why didn't I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And
Easy.
somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Colter. No, it cannot be Colter because he only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Colter was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think now showing orange box, United States, the same continent, Fallen, Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Poland.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mystery CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Sir. No, it cannot be Cold Sir because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Sir was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
finally it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winners will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist is Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And
Easy.
somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never, ever in my life.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Zero. No, it cannot be Cold Zero because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Zero was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Finally, it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a leash, we're going leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27. Imagine, maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Hey, yo, welcome back. It's the Blast TV Americas RMR. We got Nouns on one side. We got Ewer on the other, but they're not quite ready to go yet. I know. That might frustrate some, but we want to talk about what's been happening here at the Americas RMR. In the meanwhile, we've had a lot of games now at this point. Today, day 2 of the action. No spots on the majors secured just yet. We are starting to see the eliminations trickle in. We're going to bring up those graphics so we can talk through what has happened before we talk about what will happen between these two North American teams.
Let's have a look, shall we?
Yeah, have a look, lad.
Have a look.
You want to take a look here, Maui?
Yeah, take a peep at this. Oh, you're right there. We've got...
What you see?
Yeah, we see the...
Come on then, London Snake.
Imperial, like the king and queen, were able to take it over Team 1. And MIBR over 0-0 Nation. Just reminds me of James Bond.
I think your dentures just fell out.
Hey.
I'm gonna pick those up.
Oh. And it looks like we have Your versus Nouns that's also in the 0-1, so obviously that means the loser of this is going home without a dub.
0-0 Nation have been eliminated. MIBR have dispatched of them. I feel a little bad for 0-0 Nation because you opened up your best of 1 versus Liquid. Obvious,
tough, but
heavy
expected
favorites.
result, yeah.
And then, oh, this is cool. We're going to get the whole elimination situation. Team 1, 0-0 Nation, they've been knocked off. It's like make a pair, but everybody's different.
Right, yeah.
All I see is a pair of losers.
Well, there's going to be one more grayed out box in maybe 2 maps.
Yeah, maybe 2.
We got this game ready to go.
3.
Let's get into it, man. We got Paquetá and Solid as well going down on the B stream. So if you guys want to watch Brazilians and not North Americans, we offer both here at the Blast.tv Paris Major Americas RMR.
And depending on the results of these 2 matches, we're going to find out if Complexity play Imperial. That's all we need to find out.
Nouns, the betting favorite, sponsored by Unicorn. And you guys think that's fair, Maui? You want to skewer that a little bit? Because I think, Maui, you're like the official, you're our bookkeeper up here in this trio.
I mean, I've been looking at a lot of these odds. I think this is probably the most on the nose I've seen of any of them. Like this this to me reads so well. Like, good job, Unicorn. You nailed it. I mean, I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change a decimal there. That's all. Yeah.
Everyone working at Unicorn betting on each side.
Yeah. You know, because some of these other games earlier, like I thought Imperial Team 1. Well, actually, that was pretty lopsided also when I think about it. You know, either way, I think that this is a game where Nouns should be the favorites. We talked about the skill disparity here, or the lack thereof, that you have a lot of players that could pop off themselves. It's just that Nouns, the teamwork is what should get them over the finish line and should keep them alive here at the RMR.
Let's see if they've got defaults on every map. Yer showed some good stuff over on Noob. Just that one map.
Woo.
And that best of 1.
Woo.
Oh, the push down mid.
A little aggressive.
To establish dominance.
Nouns be taking it down center mid. And, Dirty Montana comes back with the double headshot. Perfectly timed on that
That's
flank.
huge. It's 2v2 now.
Crazy they're back into this. Bomb still towards ramp. Oh, they get it right back. And Mo, you said that before this game, all the your guys would be sat there talking smack, using words we can't say up here.
Yeah.
And you feel like that instance right there from Dirty Montana to take back what was an aggressive mid play out the gate, that's all they need to really get those fires rolling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when the dirty words start coming, the darty words start coming out. Bad words.
Yeah, good stuff from Dirty Montana. He had a really bad showing, if I'm just being honest, in his first opening match. And for him to already pop off with something like that, definitely going to be lifting his spirits.
Was it that bad? I kind of like fondly remember a moment or two.
He was pretty bad.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was like Walker was like barely hanging on in terms of good upper, like, you know, carry. Like it was really
It was a 3-man show.
It was really Recklazia.
Yeah, it was kind of a 2.5-man show, and Darty and Jitter kind of fell off the face of the earth.
I've watched that show a few times.
I don't like that show at all. Most sitcoms are pretty bad. That's no exception. Frasier, goated. Seinfeld, goated.
Yeah.
That's really my short list.
Big Bang Theory?
I don't think, no, Big Bang, absolute.
That's a joke.
No,
the speed at which you turned around just now.
Yeah, no.
Herb the sitcom?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
they're going through. One is at least, or one was. Carson. Flash catch the headshot. B-Will's nade takes down Glacia. Gentlemen, I think we could be in for a zany back and forth. Who knows what's going to happen any single round type vibe.
That's what we like to hear.
That's what I'm feeling at the moment. You know, it's early days.
But we saw that Euro got themselves out of a very tough situation last round. Why would this be any different?
Why not?
They've still got 3 rifles, and the CTs haven't picked up the 2 guns that got dropped.
Jitterbug here on the front side of short. Rex right with him. Oh, but the pistols did push in. Another smoke for
Resmoke on the
Marky.
site with 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's kind of nasty,
They
huh?
can't plan in that, not if someone's cold.
Carson puts the MAC-10 back in the pocket. Now things are getting a little claustrophobic, but that's all right. They stop it, and Marky, they lost track of that. He's the guy that got the kill. He wasn't in the kill feed when they got their double, but you lose track of Marky, and he pops out of the smoke to shut them down on A.
Mark the Shark. Wading the waters.
Smelling blood. Sensing it.
Yo, where's his keyboard?
Oh, he plays with a keyboard on his lap.
Why does he do that?
I don't know, but someone DM'd me to tell everybody.
Oh my God, I imagine it
was it Walker?
It was Walker, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
Walker
sure,
plays
dude.
with his keyboard on his lap.
What? Dude, what's he doing down there?
That's actually how I browse the internet when I'm really, really feeling
Drunk?
myself.
Oh.
No, just.
What do you mean feeling yourself?
Like, no, I mean, like, I'm just kind of like, I'm literally surfing.
what an awful
What else
choice
is
of
on your
words,
lap?
dude. What the
Right, yeah, I'm not drunk. What? No. I know we have a lot of sponsors where that's, you know, fitting, but no, that's not what I meant at all.
Okay.
You're just cooling on the internet.
It's like, I feel
Why
like.
would you put your
Don't you think it would be uneven? Like when you press down,
It
like
is.
your keyboard heated?
Yeah,
It is. No, my keyboard's not
Is your mouse on your knee?
No. Okay, let me finish. Okay. No, the reason I'm putting my keyboard on my lap is because I feel like a 90s caricature of a guy with like long flowing hair and it's like surfing the web. And it's just like, you know, I'm just
You
scrolling.
literally think you're in a GIF? Is that what you're saying?
I'm literally like in a, just a caricature.
What you're not in is an RMR event. You know what I'm saying? I can't believe he's doing that while competing in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but that's how he plays at home.
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
it's like,
all right.
You think when
Bring it through.
You think when some of these, haven't you seen people stream with weird postures?
Well, I mean,
But this is usually because of a desk space
Yeah, but I mean-
problem. This is not because
yeah. Posture's one thing. Bringing your knees up in front of you, I kind of get into that one. But like your keyboard, dude, you want that on a flat. Like that is Alicia's nightmare.
Walker is Alicia's kryptonite.
Like they're on opposing ends of the spectrum.
Hey, who's playing here in the RMR? He's making it work.
Both of them.
Okay, so.
I wonder if he uses like a 60% or.
You know
would
what
a
I'm
longer keyboard
When you
make
get
it
a
easier?
full-size keyboard, you can balance it
You
easier.
know what I'm really
That's what I
sick
think.
of? You know what I'm really sick of is people that are like, oh, don't play like that. Your back's gonna hurt after so many years. Like, dude, if they're playing better, let them play.
No, Yakinder said he can't play like that anymore because his back got really fucked up. Oh, sorry.
Chiron already changed.
Wow. Yeah, but like, were they better before? Yes. Was Yukindar better before when his back was
Yeah, but now he has
angled?
a herniation and nerve pain for the rest of his life.
You know
Not
what?
worth.
All he needs to do is the big 3 of
And he's still,
back
and he's
stretches,
still not even
and
the
he'll be
first half
fine.
of his career.
The McGill 3.
Yeah, he
The
could,
McGill
he
big-
could actually do it.
Yeah, he just does that. You know, sacrifice in the meantime.
Speaking of sacrifices, feed yourself to the MP9. Cynic running down mid, B-Will's right with him, and now they're just putting on the pressure.
I'm just saying, ruining your back is like a performance-enhancing drug in this space, okay? Like, until it's outlawed, even though we know it's all detrimental to their long-term
Yeah,
health
but what about
and
Elise?
safety,
He's the GOAT
it's
of
fine.
NA and he has perfect posture.
Yeah, but you look at Simple, and he doesn't have perfect posture, and
He's
he's
also
the
not
GOAT.
the GOAT of NA.
He's the GOAT, though.
Yeah, but he...
You think Alicia's the GOAT of NA? Are you on this now?
Well, you
Do
said
think-
you lost, so...
Yeah, because I didn't come prepared. I know now how I
Well,
would
for me,
fight
I mean,
Thorin.
results matter, and so I would have a different...
How do you feel that the
set of
GOAT of NA
criteria.
isn't even playing in the Americas RMR? He played in the European one.
He's Canadian. Okay, we still claim him.
All right, chance for Ur though. Okay, they got to show us something. First real gun round for both of these teams, against each other, that is. And no op actually in play for either side. This is pretty Halls heavy setup for both of these teams. Almost there for Clasia.
Yeah.
Dangerously close.
Was indeed.
CJ better be careful if he has to
Marky
back up.
missed 2 just now.
Damn, Jitter got out.
Jitter right underneath him, but is Marky... Is he going to get view modeled here?
Yeah. Well,
he might have.
He's able to jump on it fast.
Wow,
Ooh,
so
dude,
good
Marky's
for Marky.
Marky's got a little pep in his step. Did you see that? Clears down close, gets jitter off, gets a glimpse of the guy in apps, left, right, able to still recover. Is Marky the best player in the server?
Yes. Yeah, he is for sure.
Okay.
He's without a doubt, in my mind, the best player in the server.
Ooh, that opens up the B site.
Yes, it is.
Ooh, that's an interesting situation here for Walker.
Let's go, Walker. I'm just trying to trigger my
Laptop clutcher.
Laptop clutcher.
38 health.
Playing on speakers.
Incendiary for Marky. We'll see if that comes back to be the bane of Walker here. You'd think being behind Nubox. Yeah, there it is. Flushes him out, but still he gets the headshot. Now that was the low health Marky. Cynic.
He figured it out. He had it so close.
Yeah, he committed to that angle, but Cynic with that patience, probably right when Walker blinked, Cynic peeked.
Ah, yeah, right when he blinked.
Nice try from the man with the hand on the lab. Respect for that attempt, though. I mean,
yeah,
it was a good one. Yeah, if we're talking about the best player in the server, I think Marky, I mean, honestly, he could be top 15 at this event.
Marky can compete, man. He is really, really good.
Yeah. The thing that...
And he has been for a long time.
You're going to want to notice this about Marky is that every time someone's on his screen, maybe it takes him a second to get the crosshair on him, but once it's on, he doesn't let go. He's like a pit bull with his crosshair. Like
lockjaw.
Yeah, once it locks on, that spray is killing them in the next 4 or 5 bullets.
Yeah, they're going to lose an arm minimum in real life. That's why Walker is missing an arm.
I was going to say, he looks like the first one-armed pro CS player. I had to hesitate for a second just to make sure there wasn't any.
Just went through the Rolodex of the pro CS players.
Just double checking.
Make sure everyone has 2 arms.
Double checking. CJ. Oh, man, the fact they line up. That makes his job all the easier. A couple flashes there, but he's comfortable. He's comfortable indeed.
Yeah, it's looking really good for the side of Nouns here. It looks like... I mean, they've still got a little bit of presence at mid with Rec, but Carson just holding on to the support flash. This is kind of actually a weird setup between Cynic and Carson. Like, this flash can defend him, but it's mostly off the back of Cynic just getting that one. And okay, wow. He's trying to set himself up, I see. Okay.
Can he get another? Yeah, clean shots out of Cynic here on the B site, so Ops powering up. Easy hold over towards the porch as well. Semphis looking stern. They want that 16-1, and they want it now.
It's like, I should be eating right now. Let's make this quick.
One thing that I actually want to remark on is that CJ, that guy right there, he's really been around the North American space. He's never really achieved incredible success, but he's always been a threat. Like, he's always been on seemingly a top 3 tier 2 team in North America.
100%.
Good nade. What about when he's not in his disguise?
Marky?
Like, well, CJ, for example, was on Selfless. He was on E-United. He actually played for NRG super briefly.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually has a pretty tenured history, and this is going all the way back to, like, E-League Season 2.
Was that a stand-in situation?
For NRG, I think so.
Yeah, right? I think I
vaguely remember
multiple,
that. Like, really, rosters that you'll never, couldn't believe existed for a little bit when they were sort of reforming over and over again.
Is there like Rico on the team or
yeah,
Rizzu or something?
Yeah, they had a Rico moment.
Yeah, they had a Rico moment.
Which is crazy to have in America.
Yeah, I think CJ's was just a qualifier with NRG, like on online one. But yeah, he's seriously quite talented. Definitely a guy that I wouldn't mind playing on a team with. So yeah,
what are you doing this season now?
If things don't work out for Nouns, it'd be fun.
Dive back in. Cynic doesn't get the flick.
Is that a microphone or a megaphone?
They do, however, get into the spawn. Carson, that's a free one. Walker's just looking the wrong way, not tucked in. Cynic still on high alert, and down goes Dirty Montana. So 6 in a row out of Nouns.
This is like Imperial versus Team 1.
Yeah, maybe the odds were actually 2 in favor of, or gave Ur too much slack in this.
Yeah, I think the more that the unicorn odds are wrong or very far off is actually a compliment to them. You know what I mean? Go ahead and take advantage of it.
Yeah, it's actually.
There's money to be made.
Exactly.
Quiet start from Clasia, gentlemen. 0 kills, 7 rounds in.
Yeah.
It's one of the guys we're kind of touting as... Because the reason I asked earlier, is Marky the best, is because I thought there was a lot of praise for Clasia as well before this game went live.
It's more, but when we talk about Clasia, it's like an underrated, you know, when's he going to get his chance?
Sure.
But, you know, better than his
Marky's like earned that.
Marky's has always been really good. And honestly, in the same respect, though, as Clasia, when, you know, it is kind of when is he going to get the chance at like a team that it feels like it's going to, you know, he's going to be part of the reason, you know, that the team is formed around him and one of the stars and things like that. And Nouns might be it. So, yeah, I think we love the setup right now for Marky in that regard.
Marky, definitely also the guy with the most experience in the server.
Yeah.
He played with Steel for a while. He played on Extra Salt.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he's actually had his fair share of pretty decent IGLs, at least when we're talking about ones in the NA space. Okay, but this is actually a pretty good position for Ur. Yeah, but there are a lot of players from Nouns here.
Yeah,
a couple times they've gotten close, though. Not the first time they've tried to get past this exact same line, and not the first time they're going to be torn up limb from limb. Clasia's first kill, but it comes in the 1 versus 5 attempt that was never going to happen. Nouns locked down that A site yet again, and I like that when we talk about experience from Marky, right? This is someone who has not attended a major, 0 majors under his belt, but also kind of strikes me as one of like the classic RMR attendees, right? I'm curious how many RMRs he's actually been to.
Oh, I don't... that's a good question. I don't
Definitely
think
a
that
few.
many, to be honest. But like minors?
Yeah, minors and RMRs. Now, if you want to do some digging.
I don't see it.
I don't know if he... I can't think of any personally, but...
I feel like 3. That's where I would have said this is his 3rd.
Maybe minors. I'll go back to that.
It's just talking through the pistols, really. So go ahead, man. Do the detective work. As Clasia gets killed, still not given a chance to shine here in the first 9. Walker, Jitter, thinking about the A play. Seems like Nouns are very content, even though they did play in Porch that one time, to also just lean back on the bomb site.
So the only thing is that when Marky was more known, the NA scene was more competitive at the regional level.
Right.
So that also made it harder to like
for him to break out.
Yeah,
sure. Well, at least he's committed. Look at that. Oof.
Oh, yeah.
Double kill off the M4, 3rd off the USP, baby. Marky's looking like he's at home.
He's peaking for CS2 is what he's doing.
It's anybody's version.
Just take a win at Paris into CS2. I mean, you're flying.
I think he's been in 3 minors, but no RMRs.
What's the distinguishing difference between that?
The year.
Just the year? Okay,
Yeah, it was like
They're called RMRs after
pandemic.
2019.
So 3 major qualifiers. I was on the dot.
He played in a few of the online ones, if you're thinking about that, but I wasn't considering those.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about close qualities.
He played in the Berlin minor in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
He played in another minor in 2018. Okay. Well, let's see how this round plays out, then I'll pull it all up, okay?
Go for it.
This is maybe a chance for you.
Because he's dead now, my friend. 13-3, Marky. Gets shut out on the boiler play. Understandably leans Ur into the A hit. We've seen Cynic's op topple more than one player. Smoked. No rotate from B. This is definitely the best chance because Marky has been problematic for Ur as they've gotten close to this bomb site. He shut him down from Balk, shut him down from the insight corner, shut him down from Graveyard. Now it's going to need to be CJ. He falls down.
Oh, the flash
does get his kill. Oh, so close to that double. At least Cynic cut off the arch play. At least they know Clasia so incredibly low that the B players can sprint over, waste no time, and they will play for this retake, no doubt.
Yeah, that's actually the second time that Clasia's flash has caught one of their entries when they're trying to get up into the site. And I don't know if it's because they dodged it incorrectly or if he flashed the wrong spot or at the wrong time. But we'll see if the retake comes through here for the CT side. But they have numbers right now and they have HP.
Put a smoke on Haycart just to get that close. B-Will's gonna clear sight. Shots at him from pit. Glacio waiting for his chance to strike.
They're not ready for the Halls play.
Now a smoke on top of Bomb. Things are gonna get lost here. Glacio's trying to find his chance to strike him down. Wild, however, not gonna happen. Catches Carson in the back. It's close, but no cigar. 9 for Nouns.
Yeah, they lock it up. I think that flash is the big one. I'm not sure what's happening there, but it's like their first lane player coming up is completely blind, so.
Yeah, I think one thing that I've already noticed with Nouns is that I feel like they are so comfortable. They contest a little bit here and there, but they're very okay with letting Ur even find space because they understand their side execs are not that strong.
Right, yeah.
Like the actual moment where their defaults are pretty good. Like what we saw against Fluxo was nice.
Yeah.
But Nouns are actually playing the style you would play against a team when you know they actually haven't dry run the last stages of a round.
Right.
And so
they're just bleeding them out on time.
Yeah, that lack of prep from Ur is really showing here. But okay, now I can confirm it. Actually, Marky's only played 1 minor. I actually mistook a couple of the closed qualifiers to get to the minor as his attendances, but yeah, he's only been to a single minor, and it was for Star Ladder Berlin 2019.
What team was he on?
Line shot.
Oh, there's a nice hold.
CJ comes out, just that extra little foot. This is versus the guns as well, and Marky's not dead in the opening engagement, so he can, as he always had, add to the hold here on the A play. Walker's gonna swing into the off-on cycle. Nicely done, there's a chance. Oh, there's a chance.
Oh, we got him to shoot.
Especially with that second
not
miss.
bad.
Walker with the triple.
Oh, the bomb.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
All the way back on steps, but Walker.
He's holding.
What?
Wow. He gets it.
Oh, just some patience. Because why not? He's got the time to play with. Maybe the bomb wasn't spotted.
Must not
no
have
way.
been.
Yeah, no way it was
Must
spotted.
not have been.
Yeah.
Or who would play that completely differently.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Wow, great moment for Walker there. Showing everybody that doesn't matter where you place your keyboard, it's how you use it.
Yeah, damn right. I learned something about the HUD just now. The bomb should be considered a player. Because it was so zoomed in, I didn't realize he didn't have the bomb.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure about that
Oh,
either.
Bomb
right.
should be a
Yeah.
player.
And Marky was on United when he was at that minor.
Oh, United.
Yo,
legendary.
With
last
Cooper,
place.
surely.
Was that with Dazzle?
That must have been the Cooper United.
Send you
Tell
back
me
in
it
there.
was.
They came in last place, and the team was
Yeah, so it
Moose,
was
Cooper,
Moose.
Marky, Vanity, and Food.
Oh, the good
Oh,
old,
yeah, that was
the good old days.
Legendary.
Did we like that team? I didn't-
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
I was okay with that team.
Big Cooper fans over here.
I mean, I liked it in some regards. I didn't like it in others.
I like Swole Patrol even more.
I like Swole Patrol a lot.
Yeah.
I like Swole Patrol more than United.
Aces E-United. Now that. Wow.
Rise Nation.
Yes, sir.
Rise Nation, baby.
Okay. Yeah, we're really
Manajumas.
we're really showing our age in this one.
Well, no, but you know, this is
We're
the time to
dating
do it,
ourselves.
right? This is the
Oh,
this
yeah,
is the
it's
tier
just-
2 NA versus N8 game.
Yeah,
This-
it's the time.
We get to relive it all. B's Money Crew.
Hell yeah.
Oh, op
See ya.
diff.
He got jebaited. There was one guy sitting in CT, and I think he saw a leg.
They're gonna try to pounce on it. Carson to Coffin. B-Will's on Pillar. Ooh, he goes over their smoke, and then B-Will's just tethers perfectly. It's gonna have to be world class from Glacia. And he gets dropped to 33 health, so not gonna happen here. Shutout yet again. Double digits to Nouns, 10-2 on a CT side, where we have seen very few instances of opportunities for Ur to win rounds.
Yeah, they're not getting close. Super solid stuff here from Nouns. They got to be feeling good about themselves. What was the match they lost just now?
Nouns?
Yeah.
They lost to Bestia yesterday.
Lost to Bestia, okay. Yeah.
And it was like a 16-13 or
Yeah,
something.
run that back and Nouns win it.
Run that back today. It's done.
Yeah, Nouns like Imperial, you know, rough start.
Yeah, exactly. Would love to see just some more individual moments from Ur. Like, that's kind of what I want to take away from this team. I don't think any of us had them pinned to really make a dent in this event, but it would have just simply been nice for this team to actually just show off what
After
they got.
Fluxo, it was qualification time.
Yeah. Exactly. Just.
But it didn't happen.
CJ Markey yet again. Dude, short A has just been closed.
Yeah.
Do you think this half has been a bit too repetitive with these A short plays? Kind of like it was on Nuke, where it's like they're trying the one thing that maybe they have the most faith in?
I mean, yeah, it's the most ambitious part of the map to try to hit, for sure. Like, trying to do lane takes are so difficult. And, like, you're never want to participate in any kind of rush upper, but they were willing to do yard almost every round, which is way more complicated and has much more branching paths, which is awesome. But I don't know. I mean, I think that, like, I would have been focusing on Banana a lot more because I think at almost every level, especially since we're not even seeing Nouns like fight back so hard on bracket control and things like that until now. There's a lot of space to be taken on Banana and a lot of good B takes that you can use that are much more simple, I think, to coordinate.
Yeah. I think if you're a newer team, you can really simplify Inferno by just playing 70% towards B.
Which honestly is what G2 are doing anyway.
Yeah, it's what a lot of top tier
team.
teams do. Yeah, you don't. It's not even like a big shortcut. Oh, timing there. Okay, things are getting a little weird in this game. You can tell that Walker is kind of losing faith in these rounds developing in a natural way, so he goes for a bit of an individual play, and honestly, can't even blame him. It worked in terms of getting one kill. Just now he's saying, everybody else, where's your kill?
Yeah.
Got mine.
Yeah, got mine.
And just do that too.
I'm him.
I'm he, him, and like I've said before, I'm he, him, and I'm pronouns.
You're nouns.
You're nouns. Okay. Well, things have actually opened up for Ur in this one. If they had any chance to make this half a little bit more competitive, this would be a round to do it. Marky, I mean, seems like he has some idea that Dirty Montana's here, and
well,
Montana.
That's the first time Marky's ever missed.
I don't even want to say he missed. He did so much damage. Where'd he miss?
Almost isn't good enough.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, gosh.
If Marky didn't miss, why are they planting on B, Maui?
There we go.
Oh my god, imagine if this timing was
2v4, man. 2v4.
Oh my goodness.
And CJ's probably wondering why the bomb's planted out in the open here if Darty played inside of Con to start, but he could go there, of course.
Smokes up.
It's not getting cleared properly, actually.
But it's also not held.
Hold on. No.
He's coming back quietly.
I think CJ could clear this. Oh, yeah, with the perfect crosshair placement from Darty.
Montana.
Darty keeping it clean for Ur in that one. Actually, it was pretty close.
That was all him, man. Clazy was sat back in Banana. It felt like if Dirty didn't do enough, that was never going to happen.
It's not Dirty, man.
It's Darty.
Darty.
Darty Montana.
Montana.
It doesn't say that.
I'll slur Darty so much that I say Tony. Darty, Tony, Tony Montana.
What are you
doing? Darty, you know, like.
No.
I think our audio is messing up. Sorry, chat.
Got a repeater here?
Yeah, somebody turn that looper off, dude.
Turn off the repeater.
5v4 again. Can we bring up the round wins? Have we had 2 consecutive rounds from Ur yet? No.
Doubt it.
Yeah, the 1v4.
Doubtful.
Just double checking. This would be the first time at the tail end of the T side.
Get a twofer. Let's see if the devil's on their side.
Give him a tickle.
Want to see if they can get a little tickle from the devil here on the last one.
Right in the armpits.
Now, this is the same A hold that is just staved off yours so many times. It's the same formula. Like,
and it's going to be the same short hit.
Come on in. Come get some.
Oh, Marky
little
shows
serving
early.
here from Marky. Nade finds 3, primes the peak from CJ.
CJ always peeks right from the site.
Smoke for the cover here for Marky. He's almost burned all the way out and will be finished off. It's easy to get him down when he's only on 18 health right after Nade.
I don't think Jinxes are real, but I think your guys' are.
Yours? You don't think what?
Your Nouns.
Oh.
Oh, well, just single Molotov and a flash. It's a great opportunity for Ur to get up to 4. In fact, I would strongly assume they will. But we've seen Nouns with some good protocols overall. Have to put that together in this one.
Molly helps.
Big Pit won't find anybody.
Doesn't go graveyard that with that Molly.
Darty comes up. Drops Carson over the cart. Cynic the only one of the 3 to get something of a retake going, but he's getting shot through the wagon wheel. And now Cynic may clear the players off site, but Bomb decides all. It is a fourth, in fact, at the very least. 2 consecutive rounds out of yours T-side, but a massive challenge of a defense up next.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
$11 rounds to Nouns after the CT side of Inferno, of course. This is yours map pick. We saw them on Nuke versus Fluxo, and that was a far tighter affair. So now they're going to have to play it off the defense. And it starts well with hyper-aggression. Same CT setup in this pistol as we saw in the first half.
Go for him, come on. Marky's ready.
Why would you beat that? That's so hard.
The shark attack.
Because it's a 5v2, Maui. Because you got to send him a message, Maui.
Okay.
That's why you go peeking.
That's why, all right, I forgot. Okay, let's see. Walker, still?
Yeah.
Fighting here.
Oh,
oh double tap. There we go.
Let's go.
Laptop gamers, let's go.
Yeah, he did that all by himself. Without even a keyboard.
He's actually playing with just the mouse buttons.
Legendary.
You know those mice that have like 40 buttons on the side?
For MMO players, yeah.
Yeah, what if he's just using one of those? You never know.
I need to know what he's doing with his hand then.
Okay, well, Yer got us kicked off with a pistol round victory.
That's what they do. They win pistols.
And yeah, actually they do. They've been pretty good at those overall. They got some specialists on this team. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
Yikes.
Tough.
5v4 now for Nouns, and they have a lot of utility. They have a plan in this round, that's for sure.
Yeah, they don't want to die, in fact, because it looks like they're just going to explode all over the A site.
Yeah.
They're ready to go for the full-ass wrap right now.
Last wrap. Okay, I mean, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Walker and Rec, but Rec has been a star of CT size. Like, I have faith in Rec. So, see what they can do.
Molly down in front of him. Ooh, they still get one, but then the fire spreads to Carson.
CJ was blast.
Just can't clear the site. Cynic gonna wrap around through Arch though. They do have a chance to plant. Or they did have a chance to plant. B-Wills goes for bomb, but then his feet are exposed to Glacia, who dies out to Cynic, who swaps back to the Tech-9 with a chance to reload. He has the better weapon versus Montana. He's got more health. He's got 3 kills on the round, and he could grab that bomb right here, right now, but I guess he thinks he could be close.
It's a good play from Darty to just take some different space really quickly, because like Cynic wins lane.
He needs the bomb.
The longer that takes. Yeah, it's 20 seconds. He can go and grab it, and now he could, yeah, this is the thing. He could figure out eventually that this must be the play. We'll see where the plant is to tell us the intention. Oh,
wow.
He baits that out for a second. Will there be any respect on this moment?
Takes more damage. Molly comes out. Cynic gonna be flushed backwards,
Nicely
and
done.
Montana capitalizes on that move.
Very well played from Darty Montana.
Yeah.
Great repositioning.
And
Just
that's, man, he
good
did not have a
utility.
good gun for that either. Like, he was pretty far away on lane. And I think, you know, going right for Halls is great. And with the amount of time left over, of course, that bomb could have been picked up, and it actually could have been ran over towards B if he went right away. But because Darty knows that there's no safe way for him to go and grab the bomb fast, that was a really good option.
Also think he just knows how Cynic plays a little bit there. Just knows that Cynic's probably going to be going for some crazy mind game, use all the time type deal. And so, yeah, it's a close one for Cynic, though. I mean, he actually had the right idea, that the way he tapped it, swung off, but just overall, I just think Darty played it better.
Yeah, I think if you plant cold, if they don't, unless they jump up, obviously, they're stuck up on the balcony, and they can't kill you inside of cold while you plant. So there's an option of fake without moving, is what I guess what I'm trying to say. Since some people will try to check as far as they can into the corner of the bomb site.
What's interesting is that bomb plan from the previous round actually gives Nouns a very solid buy to keep the pressure onto Ur. And Ur, in some ways, running out of this banana utility. They still have Darty going for this jump spot, and B-Wills overlooks this position. Jitter is able to strike, and yeah, Darty, you got to deploy that at some point.
Puts the smoke down, falls it back. They don't have to stick around with this. They're looking at that mid-smoke also fading. They've got the CTs to split into the 2-2. They go for the lane smoke over top. Marky's been inside of the apartments the entire time. 35 seconds here. Nouns gonna have to pounce. And as they start to gear up closer to that A site, we get the quick little banana peek out of the B defenders. That could very well engage the rotate back to A.
Money is teetering here, so a hold is pretty necessary for Ur. Keep themselves afloat.
Still sticking around at the B site though, waiting for maybe the commitment. Glacia catching CJ, that's good. But then dies out to Marky. Rex inside of the pit also dies to Marky. And whoa, hold on. It's recoverable. It's all good. Very sketchy for Cynic. And it does leave it in the 2v2. Do they take this chance with money teetering, like you said?
Yeah, I think it is a really good chance to try to take this. There's no moto smoke down, which is usually the most annoying part about this.
Little contact.
Yeah, pretty pure duel being offered over.
Carson's going to change positions, goes into the deep site.
How much does Marky want to fight is the question.
He sees the
picks
barrel.
A good angle.
Yep. Presents itself, and eventually he finds the headshot. Carson being welched by Darty Montana, who's going for the back-to-back clutch, but can't pull off the 1v2. And so they do puncture their way up lane. The bane of yours, T-side, ends up being exactly what Nouns pull off here.
Those two peaks from Klazia and Rek are really what undo this hold from Ur. They had every reason to win this one, and just a little bit too over-eager. If they actually just stayed with the crossfire that they had, the molly was down. Rek threw the molly to prevent that plant, almost actually winning the round outright.
Yeah.
But the peaks from Rek and Klazia there,
it's like win the round fast. Almost.
Yeah. You've got the round right there in the palm of your hands. You don't need to do anything, and they let it slip. So that's just kind of the lack of discipline there, where we thought in a close game, that's where Nouns would have had the edge in those moments where the discipline's needed. But now it really does feel like Nouns are in full control. Money is not great. Saw Jitter there desperately fighting, and I think this is where Nouns just step it up even more.
Yeah, you can already feel that the tension's a little bit alleviated, sensing that it's an anti-eco here for your...
Just Eagles in the way of them and another A-site hit. Carson doesn't need to rush this one, so he'll just size up both ends of the mid peaks, catching Walker. If there wasn't already pressure here on Ur, now there certainly is. Klazia falling back, Rek barely standing. And you know Nouns are gonna run this one back. It worked so well for them just in the last round. Same protocols, same util. Rek looking for the head.
On the smoke, even though they're about to crawl up lane. Or are they? Turning towards Arch now.
All right, getting fancy with it.
Could be overplaying the situation, but they still have enough time to do this. And there's not really much counterplay here from Ur. They're probably just going to achieve the same result that just takes a little longer.
Yeah, just
see if some long-range deagle kills happen here for Rek.
Wouldn't that be something here? 6 health. They present themselves.
They're having trouble now scaling.
0 for 4. Now he just has to keep his head down, and they just get stomped out. Yeah, the fly off of the balcony to kill him. There's no Molotov to just burn the bomb plant in the last couple seconds, so this one's easy here for Nouns. 13 to the scoreboard.
Convincing stuff from Nouns, using the clock to its fullest. Yeah, got a little bit dicey there. If those shots connected from Rek, could have been a different story entirely, but swarmed with numbers, and the pinch was, all in all, pretty textbook. When you have 4 players like that, that's exactly how you want it to carry out.
So, Maui, how do you think Nouns fare against Fluxo, like stylistically? If you were to put them up against each other like right today.
Yeah, better. I think they're better.
Even better.
I think the players are better though for Fluxo.
Sorry, you're saying better than Fluxo or better than what
Nouns,
you did?
I think Nouns play a more, just a stronger overall style that's going to be like, it's more European. It's more European style what Nouns are doing. They want to burn the clock. They want to feel out every option if they can.
Yeah, but do you think that works better versus Fluxo? You know what I mean? Like stylistic.
Nouns would do better than Ur against Fluxo for sure.
So they would win.
Yeah, I think they would win. Right. I think they would. I think they could have won that nuke game if this is what we would have seen from them. But you know, we're only seeing them on Inferno. I don't know how deep the Nouns playbook is on a map like.
I know the transitive property thing is just, you know, for funsies, but just curious on your thoughts.
Sorry, Walker. Not today. USP up inside of the apartments. Slain. And Nouns are going to pounce here on this A site yet once more.
Well, what do you think? Do you think Nouns would beat Fluxo?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I wish I saw the Nouns Bestia game to really give a better answer, because it's like,
yeah,
if Nouns couldn't beat Bestia, how could they beat Fluxo also? But they're beating yours so handily here that, well, oh my god! Oh my!
That's bang for your buck.
4 dinks in a round.
Wow.
Free pistol for a couple kills. That's clean.
Take that. But yeah, that's where the transitive property stuff is just so awkward. Sometimes it makes sense, but when we looked at like Yor versus Fluxo, I guess the one thing in that game that really made a difference is Lukowski didn't like tear up T side like you would versus almost anyone else. So maybe from that perspective, they weren't full strength by their own regard or whatever, but that's not really something that was brought up by Woody in the interview. I didn't really get that sentiment personally, but Jitter.
They tried to play it aggressive, huh?
Yeah.
At least Rex works. They do lose Jitter, but there's 2 prongs to that forward A play. Pretty stark contrast, though. Think about all the rounds Nouns just sat back in sight with the 3-man setup. You aren't trying to do that. Clearly a different team, clearly a different approach, and right now it's working. Walker's up on Valk. Dives back down into the pit, and that could reposition him nicely to hold off short, but they all get back. They all scurry back into middle. CJ jumping across right before the op can be posted.
And they got one smoke, which, of course, is
re-aggression on short.
It can be, no, I mean, oh yeah, it can be really appealing to be like, all right, well, they either have to take a couple of risks where they walk past something on A, or they just try to hit B later on. And right now, oh, they're playing to win this round. I mean, first of all, they crush the re-aggression with CJ. They keep him alive with a couple of pieces of utility, and they're already simultaneously working on B. But at the same time right now, you know that this is sort of a bluff, right? They got info inside of mid. They know that no one's turned the corner on Arch. So Klazia has good information that it's likely going to be a B hit, but Nouns are doing a good job of delaying to create suspicion once again. Oh my God. Okay, Walker spots this. I was like, no, does he barely miss that?
At least that goes well.
And here's
now
the one smoke.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be...
And Klazia's playing retake, so unless he gets a lucky... Oh, it's going front sight?
Front sight?
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
I guess
I guess
really...
they didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just assumed that he might be in there. Which
really, really sight-heavy, stack or something at best.
That was just 5-head from Klazia.
Yeah, it's hard to blame him.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, for being...
I guess the safer option, most of the time is obviously to smoke CT just in case, but if they had any idea of how they thought Ur would play with that much space.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
Makes sense.
It's the kind of play that comes out when you know your opponent this well, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you would like to use that if the guy's in the site still. So,
yeah. Because it punishes them for trying to take the bomb out if the other guy swings in front of it as well, so it can be risky to fight it.
Oh, they're chasing.
Oh, great nade.
They're close enough to follow through. Already dropped some
too
molly.
much to be taken, though. I mean, they have full info on Arch right now. Nouns are all over Banana.
You can see Rek, I mean, he had so much information for so long in this round that he's just posturing to have a slightly faster rotate if the B hit does commence. But now him and Klazia, they're going to have to do a lot in order to hold off bracket.
I love that smoke,
Yeah,
honestly.
that's a great time smoke.
Yeah. It's not often you want to waste your re-smoke on mid, but in this situation, clearly Nouns are trying to get in Ur's head right there. They had Banana open versus 2 players, and they needed to be called out on some front. And this frees up Rek on the rotate for at least some time. And there's still enough time for Nouns to hit the A site, but they're running it low, I think, on both options now with the bomb not deciding where to go exactly.
It looks like a... Okay,
they
they're going to
pull off a
two-man
full
through
split
CT.
right now. It's too late. I mean, they're just... I mean, if Rek...
They're going to try. And it gets shut down on one end, so all of a sudden now we're talking 3v5 attempt into the B site. Eesh, not a lot of time to spare, and every single kill here is coming through from Ur, so defense not shook whatsoever with that one. Nouns taking their sweet time, and Ur will take a sweet 8-round win.
Rek could have made a mistake, and then the 2 B players could have got shook, for example, and they could have thought it was like an Arch wrap. But I think if in other circumstances, those B players don't, if it goes Rek goes 1 for 1, those B players don't have to move. They can't delay, because normally you would do the site, you would do an Arch split to be 40 seconds plus, and you would give time for the Arch players to either sit in CT for a second or wrapped Speedway before your Banana players even start the site hit, and then there's still the 2 players inside a B, and they would have had to potentially find Rek. So I don't know, I think it was just a little fast or ambitious, but maybe if they wanted to have a lurk instead, right? If they had 4 coming in versus 2, 1 coming in through Arch, that would have been more suitable for the amount of time on the clock, in my opinion.
See what that forces Nouns onto, though. Couple AKs, limited utility. Can't really push and pull the map as you would if you had all of the tools equipped. So, looks like they shape it up to hit A, and I think there's no way you can go for a fake at this point. You're gonna have to just commit.
Molly down in front of him, but before they throw anything out of their own, Marky being that solo apartments player. Little lean back here from Rec, giving him a bit more space to come around these corners. 4 defenders here for Ure, and they're going to put Walker up front. We've seen a good hold. And Jitter kicks it off. That's going to draw Walker out. Missed chance, but here it comes back from Carson. A double kill on Arch. Unravels it himself. A smoke, though, in front of him. And Glacia up top on Belk. Nice. Very nice. As he just locks them all out. They had a chance. They had the guns. But Glacia kept his head down with his shots just going over top the edge of that. And so they get stuffed.
Yeah, that was wonderful from Glacia, actually. Just really, really great hold. I mean, that could have fallen apart. Marky could have found the aim there, but Glacia was just so quick with those kills. Never taken more than seemingly 4 bullets on any of them. And Nouns, yeah, they were taking some space. That was actually shaping up nicely, but just when the gun works too good, there's not much you can do.
Yeah. And so now the money's not good here for Nouns. Eagle in hand from Cynic. They're good at finding kills on rounds like these at the very least. I feel like they're kind of a very threatening presence as they move slow and composed throughout the map on their T sides. Maui, I can't really tell how in their heads they are about their rotations and how they're picking sites. Is there a lot of gambling going on in terms of how they're picking who, like, when to rotate back to A and B? Because I'm not seeing a lot of information that would lead them to one outcome or the other.
When are you talking about
Nouns?
Nouns?
Because sometimes, I mean, I'm seeing Banana being open a lot. They're taking it. They're coming back to bracket. You know, minimal resistance on bracket, and then I feel like it's hard for Nouns to figure out what the better site is to hit.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see what Walker's able to do here. Oh my goodness, no way. The
okay. Just the P250, huh?
Let's go, Walker.
Okay.
No more than that.
Oh, he gave an
hold
op
on.
up.
Yeah.
Could make it interesting.
He definitely could.
If the pit player peeks.
Glacia is open to lane for a second, but there's no follow-up from the op on this position.
Is the mid-cross safe? Yeah, okay. Jitter's not holding. Or at least he wasn't, as Cynic did manage to get the AWP now up in front of Marky. Fires off to reveal it. 15 seconds on the clock. Damage is damage here. Kills are kills, but Glacia's nade dunks on Cynic. And so we're talking double digits. Yours defense is surviving this test.
I think we're missing a lot of banana pressure from both sides, to be honest.
Yep.
I feel like there's no war going on there. And so there's an opportunity lost here from Nouns to really abuse it.
I think Nouns have actually been in such control of it
Yeah.
so consistently, and they haven't actually really just tested as many straight up B execs as you probably should. Like, you're getting this relatively cheaply. If you're able to get B and have 3 Molotovs left,
and everyone's full HP,
you should just you sometimes should just go for it.
Yeah, if there's 3 guys in the fight and you got mollies for, you know, Orange's quad emo.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's great nade damage on the corner. And yeah, we see a good amount of utility burn. Actually, only a single Molotov left on Nouns, but they might be able to get this space. Good flash. And Darty Montana is right there. Oh, Cynic has a chance, and there it is. Seizes it.
Yes,
Beautiful
sir.
shots from Cynic.
1 and 2. We see the follow through here. A whole pack of players out of Nouns trying to press this site. Glacia, what can he do? Looking to slide through smoke, and the timing was good, but he's not able to control the spray to drop CJ, who didn't even have his gun out when that first peek comes through from Glacia. That could have been the double. He could have turned it towards the site. Rec is still going to add up the costs by dropping Marky towards middle, but surely this is Nouns on 15.
Yeah, there's not even going to be an attempt on this one, so well done from Cynic right there with the 2K entry. I mean, he could hear the jump spot from Dirty Montana, waited for his time patiently in line, and then swung out and hit it right when the moment called for it. Beautiful shot into the second spray down, and that's it. 2 guys at the top of Banana dead. You've won the round. The rotations, you know exactly where they're going to be. If there's no assumption there's a flasher on the site for the specific setup, you're just going to run over things, and that's just the way that Inferno goes. And also, I mean, the window flash to get them onto Banana was very well timed, so that they went unnoticed and also tucked right into Bell very quickly.
Right, looking good for Nouns. Just a simple test towards B, you honestly feel like you could just replicate that. I mean, the shots, maybe not, but the control, it's been allotted. That space is not something that Ur is continuously contesting. But this is pretty quick towards A, actually. Wow, 4 people already on this side.
Whoa. We just went through that smoke or not. No, okay. There he did, okay.
What? What is he? What?
Oh,
that was
interesting.
That
Very
was 100 to 0. That was more or less 100 to 0 right
very
there.
interesting, it was very interesting.
It was very unique. It was a unique play. Didn't pay off. Maybe thought there was an opportunity if there was a player around the corner with their nades out or something, but looks foolish from our end. And sometimes these moments, I mean, it's the hardest. To get it over the line at an international event, to see yourself on the precipice of winning, sometimes that just frightens people. What do I do with it here? It's like when you're standing around, you say, what do I do with my hands?
Swing.
It's not that simple. Yes. It's not that simple for everybody.
You get the itch, swing. All right. Oh, there's Carson trying to set his teammates up for the 4v5 victory on map number 1. They've grouped up on bananas still. 2 people on the site. This is an opportunity that they missed in the previous rounds. Walker missed the jumper.
Gets back sight at least, but he loses his support.
4v4 now.
Are 2 more coming at him. Jitter's looking to flash through. The T's have decided to wrap around construction. Walker's going to go down empty-handed. Glacia and Jitter bring it back with a kill each. 2 versus 2. Glacia wants a little more. Cynic's got the bomb, and he's fighting. With 8 seconds up on that clock, he could have been planting.
Oh, he missed the bomb.
Marky could have been going for the cover instead. And with that, we've got a drop here from Nouns.
Got to coordinate, like, I mean, you got to coordinate the peak, honestly. If you're going to even do it, you know, you don't have to. And there was a risk that if the bomb does get planted, Glacia just kills the guy defending and just wins the round with the other guy with his hands busy. That's true. But if they're going to swing on it, it has to be a guaranteed trade.
Who are you going to trust on this team, if not Marky, though, to defend you as you're planting? That's the guy where
true.
I would plant. If he's holding 2 angles, give him a 3rd. I'm going to still plant that bomb.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, if it were coordinated, that would have looked a lot better. But again, I mean, these moments for Nouns, they're looking a little bit flustered. Wouldn't mind seeing a timeout sooner than later from them just to calm the nerves because, I mean, the play from Carson, that late swing from Cynic, it just feels a little bit uncharacteristic. They've showed great composure thus far. That's why they've had this lead. That's why they've obtained it. They just need to continue it.
Yeah, their T-side certainly looks a little less confident than CT. But still composed overall, I think overall, and that's why the scoreline is still 15-11. And this is minimal defense here inside of the pit. So
this could be the one.
Maximum pressure here on Rec, who is not going to preemptively be able to get a smoke out on this pop.
Smoke in front of the arch, guys. Not even holding it, so now they're already out. Now they've already dropped down.
Wow.
And Marky hits the insta headshot. Cynic's pressure through smoke. It's going to have to be a big moment from Glacia. And even though he shuts down Cynic, there's nothing else he can do. There's a smoke up. They've got to wait it out. It's fresh. Counter-terrorist working with a smoke, a frag, double flash. T's no util left. So this is just going to be guns out from now until the end of this 27th round, which could coincide with Nouns' 16th. We've got 1 in the back sight, Mac 10 in hand. So B-Will's just gonna try to keep himself tucked. Bomb is planted here towards short. There's the CTs running out, and the Mac 10 even applies extra pressure. No entry allowed. Access denied. Bomb at this point too far gone. It's closed. Nouns may have gotten weird in that last one, but it's another A hit, which kicked off their T side successfully to also close it.
Well, yeah, that's well done from Nouns at the end of the day. It was sort of, I feel like there was definitely a lot of opportunities lost there. I would say more so from now. I think it's probably easier to be critical of Nouns since, again, they're the team who have more team experience. But in terms of abusable map control, chances they had on T side, I couldn't help but feel like they were a little bit more in their heads about what Ur were doing against them, where there really wasn't that pressure. And that's why I asked you if you felt like maybe, you know, they were outgaming themselves, like, you know, thinking, again, there's so much knowledge about individually how much these guys know about each other.
Some of the best IGLs in the world, if they get banana control, will exec B the very first time in a half. You know, sometimes you just test it once you get that space, and I can't really blame Nouns for trying to play a broader, a more layered style of Counter-Strike, but against a team like Ur, sometimes just being in your own head is your own worst enemy. So yeah, this could have been cleaner for Nouns, but I think that they did a very good job in this. 16-11, and the way that we painted this beforehand, that, you know, this should have been a pretty close game. If we actually just look at the results, I think this is Nouns taking care of business in the fashion, or at least finding the round total that they should have.
Yeah, it's the edge that we'd expect them to come in with their win conditions, right? Their T side looked better. They had clearly a bit more in the book. CT defense was solid as well.
CT defense was
Marquee looked impeccable, and I think that it was just a good read from Nouns when we go back to that CT side with how much space they were willing to give Ur, right? You were saying that their confidence, Nouns' confidence, came from the doubt they had in Ur's ability to get onto those bomb sites.
And they kept that confidence, even, and to give them some credit on the T side low buys and things like that. They were doing a good job of staying alive, oftentimes getting a kill or two, or being able to exec and even come close to or even win the round. So I think they always kept faith in each of their buys, no matter how low it was, which was also cool to see. And you didn't really see too many flagrant mistakes besides what may have been nerves, is what you felt like, right, Maui?
Right. And I think if we kind of think about individuals on the side of Nouns, actually, I think that first half, Cynic actually did quite well. Kind of had a couple moments that were sort of awkward, especially towards the tail end, actually, of both halves. He had these kind of moments where it was like, you just wish he would kind of play to get it over the line, try to play for the win. But I mean, in terms of what he did on the other 14 rounds in that first half, excellent stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, exerted the pressure that I wanted to see. I also think the last round call to close the game out was a sign of actually knowing the environment and the atmosphere that's created in your team, how people were under a bit more pressure, how he made a mistake in the previous round, how Carson made a previous mistake. Just go for a set piece. And that's actually what got him over the line at the end.
Yeah, all they needed to hit into that A site to puncture through, to close out Inferno. The map choice, need we reiterate, of yours. So now Nouns probably going to be feeling good going into Mirage. This is where they wanted to take the series. To do so with a one-map advantage means maybe we're looking at the end of yours run. Time will tell. Join us in just a moment for that second map.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Imperial Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it's against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
I think that if you brought
Let's ask the crowd.
if you brought Montesie to the Americas RMR, which team would you put him on? Let us know in chat.
If Montesie were okay, let's talk about the difference between two players. If you put Montesie on any team at the Americas RMR and you put Kerrigan on any team at the Americas RMR, then
hold your thought.
Would the
First process
would the
these
unicorn
stats.
odds change, which we're getting here, where Nouns are heavily favored? If you had Kerrigan, what would those odds look like? What would those odds look like?
If you had Kerrigan, I think they'd be slightly better, but you're still, you know.
You think Nouns would still be the favorites?
No.
I think with Kerrigan running Ur would win this for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure would win this.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
But how about if Montesie were on Nouns and Kerrigan
Montesie
had
would
Ur?
win for either of these teams too. Yeah.
Okay.
He was. Yeah. He's like.
You done asking questions, Maui?
Basically, either of these players come down. Now, if Montesie played for one team and Kerrigan was on the other, who would win? That's an
what I was
interesting
saying.
question.
That's what I'm asking.
Into this game. But which team? Which team does Montesie go to?
For Cynic, because then they lose their in-game leader.
Okay.
So they're
and then Ur gets.
This is
Kerrigan.
live.
Kerrigan. Yeah. It's
We're live. We're in the pistol.
Yeah.
Y'all ready?
Ready.
We're ready. We saw them setting up.
Okay.
Looks like it's going to be a really nice A crunch.
The underpass flank is happening from Jitter. He's sizing this up, man. He's on the right road, but does he have the right timing? He's not going to get them before they get up connector. Cap players also not going to find it. Cynic's got the trade frag 2 towards the tickets. Flash over top. Walker still that whole time looking for something, and Jitter the exact same boats. They dive over top of the ticket. They throw themselves into the site. 2v4 left. It's a decoy. Don't turn from it. Oh, nice tap. But is it? Oh my God.
Oh my.
Yeah, nice tap ×2, man. Wreck, very clean down into connector. I'm sure Marky's asking himself, how did I die? Of all the people alive, he's bottom con, gets wrecked, but still Nouns take a pistol. And that's something that we were giving to Ur on map 1.
It was looking like Montesie right there.
That was, I saw
That was
a couple.
quick pickup.
Yeah, so I saw a couple of moments that were Montesie-esque. Cynic had a great pistol round there.
Oh,
the,
yeah.
The drive-by Glock into
Yeah.
Con.
Huge.
Massive. Sick stuff. Okay. Yeah, that was the firepower on display. I saw Imperial versus Team 1 have more labored pistol round fights than Nouns and Ur.
North Americans are really insane individually at pistols.
The time to kill is really fast in this game.
It is. It is.
It's no joke.
That's why NARMRs go by so fast.
They do. That first round, oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. Darty. Gotta be Dirty Dan with it. Not gonna happen.
Too much to ask with the pistols to hold the site. Kind of wish we would have had a better chance to see more of Ur versus Brazil. Like, you know, we're talking about NA on NA warfare here at the moment. And the fact that we don't get that second rounds of best of ones means we don't even get to see Ur fly all the way to think about, Ur came to Monterrey just to play Nouns. Somebody that they were constantly playing with back in NA.
Yeah, yeah.
I would have loved to see them size up, you know, versus other opposition.
I
It's
mean,
like,
they should have won versus Fluxo then.
yeah, that's also fair.
They had that real close. They
We
set
did get
up.
that example. We also got Nouns versus Bestia, so I suppose their opening rounds were outside of the region.
Yeah, but that was really damn close.
Carson with the quick in and out, and Nouns looking for exactly that, an in and out on map 2. 2-0, a possibility as the 2-0 scoreline is secured.
Nice shots all around. Everyone's still looking sharp.
Yeah, that's what you expect for an NA matchup on Mirage, where everybody in the server is legitimately an FPL demon.
So, when will Cynic die? 6-0.
I'm gonna give him just 2 more rounds.
2 more rounds.
Yeah,
Connor?
he's not gonna die this round, but the next one.
3 more.
3 more, I'll give him 4.
Okay. What? Let's see it. Very quickly, Marky dispatches of the Wreck and Dirty Montana play.
Is he going for the
More
ace?
and more money, baby.
Get the ace, Marky.
Ooh, the Mark 10.
For Mexico, come on.
It's right there.
Come on.
There it is.
There
Mexico,
it
raise the
is!
flag.
Viva Mexico!
There it is, baby.
Chicharrones all around.
The 5-0.
Vamos!
Very nicely done, Marky. All right. Now you just got to do it versus guns.
Yeah.
I really came underprepared in my Spanish here to Mexico, but one of my favorite parts is that if I really need to get something said, I add an O and it almost always works. They know.
You didn't
they
need
know.
to say this.
Yep.
You didn't need to say
If
this.
it's my name, I'm Talent here at the RMR, but if I'm Talent, they go, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is, and I go Talentos, and it's boom, I got
you
it.
get in. It's because you
understand
speak
each other
French.
here.
It's because you speak French. You're close.
Exactly.
I don't think the French has anything to do with it.
It definitely helps. Definitely helps. Although there's
It's
tons of
always good to be
comparable words.
bilingual. Okay?
I think Spanish is closer to English.
It is, yeah, and that's why the O's are also in English.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. All right, that window smoked missed.
Oh, timing
Oh.
almost. Wow. Okay. Jitter, lucky to be alive right now, but this is still a lot of space for Nouns. And Cynic, okay, throwing a molly. Jitter's playing right in front of that. I think Carson should sideswipe him. Yeah, there it is. Okay, things are getting a little bit awkward for Rec here and Walker on the site, and a lot of damage inflicted, and that's Rec doubling up, doing great work from under the balcony. Staying alive as well, 45 seconds, bomb down. Rotation is coming in.
Flash to the ticket, though, gets the CT back. That's that one moment where suddenly Nouns can pick back up bomb, can go size up the connector. Marky's carving a path away with CJ, who's low. And an op shot doesn't find him. They try to rush him down. They will kill him, but not before he can get that plant off. B-Will's support from utility tells them exactly what they need to know in terms of his position. And Marky's going to go for the quick jump up through window to double back on jungle. Will it work? It's smoked for now, but not forever.
Wow.
And as he kills Glacia, certainly Darty falling back, caught out by B-Wills, as they're wondering, will he just give up this fight?
Oh,
no!
wow.
He swings again. And again for the 4-0 Nouns, holding off on A.
B-Wills is so good in those kinds of positions. Like, he's so good when he has nothing to work with and he just is playing around one piece of cover. That's why he is the best anchor in the server, one of the best actually at this event. He is seriously so sick sometimes when he's in his bag like that.
That's awesome. Love that praise here for B-Wills. Somebody we haven't talked about that much, actually, so far at the RMR, which we absolutely should be doing.
I mean, there's a reason that he was getting onto all of those really good lineups in North America also. He was there for the good days of Triumph. I think he was, I mean, he's always just been kind of right there. If you need a guy to be kind of playing the less glamorous roles, he's good for it.
Poor Walker. Tagged by the nade. Still didn't see anything over top of that smoke. Montana sitting back in the B site, doing it on his own. We get that little quick expedition through the palace here from Ure. Maybe that frees up some pistols to get into the right site at the right time to try and stave off this hit that is no doubt coming here from Nouns. Once the smoke's up, they're gonna try to pounce it. But they didn't actually move that second player. The second one wasn't freed up, I suppose. Rec decides to keep it over towards Ticket. Now they'll be wondering, damn, should we have moved them all over? Slim pickings, a slight chance. And with those two very quick kills coming out of Nouns, I think that slight chance is now non-existent. Marky finds Rec as he late rotates through, and that flank just never finds its chance. It's now been spotted. An 8 damage op shot for the record.
That's a record. Well, they kept it calm, didn't even jump out of the halls. I think they understood that there was a couple of people there, but you know, you can get punished, obviously getting shot in the window and then you get stuck, but way too sharp. Yeah.
I love the exec into the site from Nouns. They use all of their utility, just dump 3 Molotovs, a couple smokes. I mean, I even think a couple teams like Imperial could take a page out of their books. Just, you know, there's no reason not to use that if it is truly your intent to actually approach that bomb site. Just take away the angles from the CTs. Jitter doing a great job here, but B-Wills is going to clean them up.
Yeah, and it's nice to have like an ultra late Van Molly as well, so it can't get interrupted. Nothing funny happens with it. It just has to be respected, and a guy just runs out underneath the window while you're attacking at the same time for maximum chaos. Nouns are the ones who have been orchestrating that the most. So we'll stretch the money thin here for Ure and get a very reasonable buy. Glacia does not have any utility, and Walker's out now too after this Molotov comes down. Jitter with the 1 kit.
It's an assist. The Rec has to finish off. What?
Oh,
Rec goes
he
flying
can't get
up.
off the ladder.
Double head smash.
Yeah.
Jitter and Rec just dead in an instant. So, I mean, that was quick for Nouns to come flying out Palace. What was that? 2 players out Palace?
Yeah.
2 players out Palace, 2 players out ramp, yeah.
All right. And Rec just gets caught trying to fly up that ladder. Probably felt like maybe he was getting chased. They were already out. Bomb plant can go down. Op even gets off site. Cynic able to just be the insurance policy. And with that exit, with no chance, no string to pull on here, Ewer will not unravel this post plant. It's a 6-0 start out of Nouns.
You have anything that you noticed on this round?
I mean, overall, I mean, I think the positioning from your got a little bit, I think they just got a little bit flustered because that hit came out at a time when they just weren't quite ready for it.
I was just going to say about that with Rec coming up the ladder.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him because he's shooting extremely close range. Yes, he's on the ladder, but he could have definitely still got the kill. But then didn't even have time to get off the ladder. It was just like, I need to rescue my teammate right now. And then they both get slapped up pretty instantly. So here in round 7 with the gun saved, it'll make a meaningful difference. They're still going to try to throw together anything they can to make it look like a full rifle. I don't know what's sitting on the ground here for Rec, but yeah, they get 5 rifles up and very decent grenades. But what changes about the complexion of the setup?
Sending Carson out mid, and it's pretty just all over, spread out default from Nouns. Not really fighting for any space all too quickly. Don't want to play into the hands of Ur, who might have been throwing their own aggressive play out. And it does seem like they're going to pressure towards Palace, or at least they're doubling up around that under Balk position. Eventually, this will get a little bit uncomfortable for these guys once they lose a lot of mid control. Just staying in that position for so long, you kind of run the risk of Rec playing a bad angle and then Clazy having to go for a multi-frag. And you can see now, yeah, they want to just go for a push. And Cynic was waiting, but he couldn't get the kill.
They can't kill him. He gets a lot of damage off of that one shot. You know, an Opera being low is one thing, as the riflers are going to feel it a little bit more.
Looking for the Palace play.
B-Wills has been
smoke.
You know, you've been in safe hands with B-Wills up here in the Palace. Oh
Yeah.
my God! Are they even looking the right direction? No. He mops them both up.
And then, definitely not worth it, but we saw what happened with the low health players here for Ur. Same problem can be had for Nouns. Montana preoccupied at the B site, wins his duel, but down goes Walker, which means open A site, and the HP disadvantage don't mean jack. Because poor Darty Montana can't even get into this one. He won his duel, but it's just over towards the A site that everything went south.
Dirty South.
Yeah, things really blew up there for Ur in such a quick span of time. Yeah, they wanted to go for that push towards ramp, then they go for the push towards Palace. I mean, yeah, I mean, committing for that double under Balk, it's so strong against a full-on A exec, but once the other team starts taking map control, that's more or less what you have to do. And yeah, there just was no great option for them.
Yeah, they have not been disrespecting the mid control for Nouns at all, and I think they had the money to do it in the past couple of rounds with utility, especially, you know, not glass cannoning going for like full sets. Oh, there's a chance Cynic dies. Nice track though from him.
Yeah, didn't panic. Took the extra half second. Shut down the mid aggro. Marky sizing up that B site.
But yeah, Nouns have been testing mid, and it's just it's had no resistance. So that'll have to be responded to for sure. They want to find some success here on CT side.
Scoreline check. What do you think? What do you think the Pred is here?
I'm going to make this one a 16-12 for Nouns.
Wow. Big comeback from Ur coming. Okay. We'll see. Good positioning from Darty Montana.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, couldn't double up. So close. 97
damn
damage
close.
with that second shot.
Right. Round up, damn it.
The fact that we're getting upset that these 5.7s don't do more damage is just really upsetting to me,
Yeah,
actually.
that's fair. That's fair. Best pistol in the moment.
It's strong. All right.
I think the pistols are in a really good place right now, actually.
They are. Whoa, the 2-op adjustment, which is a great thing to do when you're losing by a lot of rounds or when you're winning by a lot of rounds, because it can change up. It can change up if you used a lot of ideas already and they haven't worked, or they've been working too well and you're trying to figure out what your opponent's next move is.
Okay. Unfortunately, I think the adjustment is taking one of the ops mid and one of them B, and it's not really been the problem necessarily. It's an A hit that's coming from Nouns. Full exec here, and Rec behind triple. Oh,
Nice.
Doubles up. Great spray from him.
Super clean. Just enough bullets for that second one. Did his job considering it was that quick pop. Let's see what the recovery looks like here from Carson and B-Wills. Smoke underhanded.
Oh
Carson's gonna round it. Good chance. Great chance. And an even better finish on the 2K. But now Darty's got the angle. Easy shot back to deal with Carson. B-Wills into the clutch. Bomb on his back. He knows about the Opper. Doesn't know, however, where Clasia's at in that position. Back by Ticket will be the end of B-Wills. They shut it down for their first. Nice hold by Rec on triple.
Definitely. Man, Carson did so much and just gave it right back, walk in, right back by the window grade instead of holding on to window control. And I think, and they had a fresh top con smoke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they could have planted off of that, I think. But I think weren't feeling exactly comfortable or just wanted to keep the momentum going. But either way, that's your into the game now. After a very costly round, have now gone back to just this 1-up.
Oh, and Dirty Montana. It's no help right now, but it doesn't look like Nouns have put together the hit just yet. They're still shuffling with some of those nades.
They really didn't bother putting any pressure down on mid.
Dodge the flash. There's a lot of bodies there. Clean first one. Well done.
Oh, wow.
In the face of danger, goes for the jump up. Clasia's here to help now, so
They're
Montana
out,
can just slot in behind Van. CJ, ooh, he gets the kill in sight. A fast push out from the market window. Rec knows what he wants, but CJ's taking it from him. We've got a Cynic versus Walker clutch. Op v op. Lower HP, and now Walker knows it. Pistols out. Definitely the edge to him as that sidearm hunts for his counter opper. And he's got it with the headshot on top. Extra damage not necessary. Give him a little dip as find the second.
Well done, Walker. Walkered all over him. Perfect crosshair placement on the PT-50 shot. Good read on the re-swing, basically, into the middle of the site. And this hold gets a little crazy. CJ almost takes over in this situation, getting the second kill, nearly just winning in the 2v1 straight up before Cynic is even there. But a great clutch to respond from Walker.
Yeah, you're showing a little bit of life. This is going to be one of the... I mean, this might be the last buy for Nouns. We'll see, actually.
I don't think Cynic is aware that... Oh, he even showed himself opposite fire.
Rec over it. Good job by Carson to at least cool him off, right? We know Rec's multi-kills in this site were a key piece in their previous A hold. Smokes up and looking at jungle. We're gonna get Montana creeping out from that jungle doorway soon enough. Does he find the timing on the players with the cross? Carson, gun back out, denied by Jitter. Nice stairs hold, perfect in fact. Marky's gonna get a chance to swing back here from mid, but already alone. They know about him, and they're gonna gun him down. The double window peek, and you are very much alive now. 3 straight on this defense, trying to recover 7 rounds, best case scenario.
Oh, look how well they've done with their money, though. They instantly are able to pick up another buy. Mustering up another chance. And actually, because of their lead, I mean, they lose these rounds, they have another chance to buy, and then they're getting into lost bonus territory. So economically, Nouns have played a fantastic game throughout their lead, making this as difficult as possible for your who are actually broke themselves if they lose. So consistently in dangerous territory here, no matter how deep we get in this half, no matter how long of a streak it's been.
Oh, Jitter's on an island temporarily here. Yeah, flash forward, try to help him out. Oh, 5v4 is found. Couldn't quite continue the spray, but 4v4 and a little bit of information for Ur, but this is a position where Nouns can feel rather comfortable. Still some good utility on them.
Seen Montana test it on his own. We're also starting to watch Glacia rotate over. Glacia helped from the backside of sight when Montana just tucked under Van. And this time he's still on top of it. 3 here, bomb included. Molly goes past him. He's on high alert for the first fight. Marky bests him. Nice reaction shot. Glacia's position known, tries to change it up and get close smoke. He's found a way around.
Tagged.
A good path from him to stop the bomb. No chance there. Marky recovers, takes some damage in the process. Walker's op versus 2, but they have to cross in front of him. Smoke!
Oh my God.
Collateral! And with that, Walker keeps the CT side rolling.
1v2s just get easier and easier for Walker on B. That's 5 kills and 2 clutches, 2 rounds to his name. Oh man, they just had to wait for that smoke to plume. Ultimately, Marky clearly played it like there was an opper in there, but they wanted to rush the situation.
I actually think the smoke went a little too far. I don't know
Yeah,
if
it did too, yeah.
I don't think it would actually have blocked that.
It could have gray screened him from behind though, you know, like at least a bit or something. But
yeah, I mean, peeking before it does seem a little bit hasty for the side of Nouns there.
Regardless of if it's good or not.
Yeah, they definitely could have waited in some respects. Okay, yeah, Walker feeling himself now a bit. And Rec right under balcony. This is looking really good. This hold is sharp. Good support flashes on top. And yeah, this is a clean hold for your 5 in a row now.
Yeah, they let him straight back into this game. And again, though, for Nouns, they did such a good job economically. They're giving themselves the most chances to play here. They've had 1 eco through these 5 rounds and are right back onto full AKs.
You have made this a real game. All of the sudden.
Now it's FPL. They've been dragged into the mud, as Art would say.
Oh, jitter.
Damn.
Once again.
Wow, what
Yeah,
a
good
clip off.
chase. Good chase. Rec gets just the 1. It's been really stellar on these A plays, showing his value on the hold. B-Will comes out, this time with nothing.
Oh my God, they're just keeping it loose as hell right now.
Right?
It's just, everything just went out the window in the past couple of rounds.
Yeah, Nouns were keeping this game pretty composed. It looked like they always knew what they were doing. There was a plan, but this was the stringiest round from them thus far. Just individual peaks. You're also just going for their own fights, and this is, to me, an interesting pick for Nouns, going for Mirage against an FPL stack.
Yeah.
like, this is where it gets
weird. This is why they're a team.
Yeah.
It's because of Mirage.
This is, yeah, the one way you could have played into yours hands.
They found out they enjoyed playing together on Mirage, which is like the true test of friendship, really, in the late hours of the night. So
it's true. Mirage has tested
they
some
figured
friendships.
that out. They could survive anything.
Come on, Marky. Nothing to lose. Well, in AK, actually. There's literally something to lose, but what's he going to do? Play down the clock, make him think it's a save, or is he really just going to save here?
Yeah, I think he's saving.
Come on, throw it at the 10 seconds. You know you want to. Get that bomb down. Marky knows better. 6th one here for Yor. Very much back after they have recovered this first half. Very much back indeed. 6 straight.
Yeah, something, even though the odds were in favor of Nouns, we were in favor of Nouns, let's not forget, to actually make it to the RMR, you're defeated Nouns in the 2-1 match. So they know they can do this. That first map felt pretty stompy at times. The beginning of this map felt pretty stompy, but if you let your believe, they can run with that.
Yeah, the advantage is that this is the rematch. Nouns shouldering all that regret.
On top of the fact Nouns came here early to boot camp. So that's another advantage in terms of...
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
What?
okay.
He's the Tessus of our time.
Boot camp on that.
Oh, okay.
But it's not over.
Back. Jesus.
Cynic's going to find the recovery there versus Walker. Carson decides to take an angle deep on jungle. Cynic has to plant. He's going to have to rely on cover, but it's not even there. Oh, he gets away
so
with it.
Oh.
So incredibly punishable from Glacia.
Yeah, he just believed that the window peak was going to come down, and
there it is. Little bit later than he anticipated, so they actually recover this after the triple kill from Jitter off the stairs, which was nasty. We've got Nouns on the brink of a ninth.
Oh my god.
Oh, whoa.
Dirty
What?
Montana. Op shot to the face of Cynic. Frag deep on connector, drops him to 29, and a tap back to elicit the spray, which
my
just
God.
put him in the open. Carson with a flashback ends it with that. It's a 3-round lead. Nouns reminding Yor that this T-side still belongs to them.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
All right, now I'm going leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Kerrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Partial beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha biceps was on point. Lost it.
Just when things look bleak for Yor, they bounce back on the CT side here of Mirage. An individual level that got stepped up across the board. We had Rec holding off on that A site. We had Jitter hitting crazy shots. And that's because Yor are the wounded animal of this situation. They are 7 rounds away from being eliminated in Monterrey. No major dream alive after tonight for one of these two teams. And the Unicorn odds now heavily in the favor of Nouns, 11-1, as Glacia will creep out the A ramp. We've got no real defense in place. They've already lost the mid play, and they're gonna go fighting versus Rec, which will cost them a second. The Cat player tries to get into the engagement. There's at least the trade back, but while Carson takes damage off the connector peak, because while bomb's getting planted, we've got Yor going that much further on the offense.
See, Jitter just started turning up. Only headshots from him off that CT side. And now CJ in the 1-on-3. I mean, he's fighting his way out of a lot right now, and they're just coming for him. So they want to give him that fight. Okay, Walker will take it and lock it up. And that's Yor getting one step closer to tying this game after was 7-0.
Yeah, it was looking convincing for Nouns there in the first half, but Yor have really made a game out of this one, and that's scary news for Nouns. Letting Yor onto the CT side with some kind of buffer here. Also, losing the pistol out, I mean, it's, I still got Nouns in this one. I think they'll close it on the defense, but
You're not ready for Jitter.
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Of all maps to just have random rounds happen, I mean, they're feeling themselves.
Oh!
But Cynic, okay.
Yeah.
That's a way to start.
Ooh, slows down Connector and CJ up top on the balcony. It's a great spot to be, but Clasia trades him.
Tries to go for that swing, wanted a second. B-Will's on the Deeg in the window. Marky here with him. They're gonna try pressing up Connector.
Oh.
They're gonna go fight mid first. Looks like they want to fight with Connector at the bottom of mid.
Oh, nasty.
Last bullet tap. Down goes B-Wills.
He could hear that low ammo count, and he wanted to swing on it, understandably.
Best effort from Cynic Scout to start this. Don't forget, bomb's been in spawn the entire time. Okay,
That sounded like it.
Right? Yeah,
Right.
for a second I
Okay,
had to
right.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, he's in machine mode.
Rex just cheesing right now. Can't even help it. Can't blame him either. It's just deleting people from the server. Him and Jitter have just hit another level right now. Individual ability in this game is fun.
Very fun.
I need this.
Damn, dude. That's so clean.
That feels so good.
So clean. So they win the pistol, they win the first conversion, and now they are gifted a USP round here out of Nouns. What's the play? Nouns take it to top mid. Try to pull a Jitter. He was running at him.
Jit!
Just don't let it get too ugly.
Oh.
Yeah, hold up.
What the?
Hold up. Okay, all's good. Marky may have 2 with the USP, but Clasia's got enough. There we go. It's tied. It's tied. This game is tied. After the start we had, shout out Ewer to at least close that gap to 9-all.
So the first buy coming in here in the second half, and we'll see about this now on CT side. They knew what they were getting into picking Mirage, so now we're going to find out how ready they are.
Yeah, this is where you really should expect them to exert some dominance.
Are they double smoke?
I couldn't tell. It kind of felt like it there. Oh,
Oh,
what?
no
That's
way.
unbelievable.
What?
How do you get away with that?
That guy was on ticket booth. What?
I mean, what is that actually?
That's just unbelievable. Oh my god.
Was it ticket booth?
That was
Yeah, it was
ticket
toll
booth.
booth. Top toll booth.
That's crazy. Well, Bullet's got to go somewhere.
He's spraying.
This guy is winning the lottery.
Seriously.
This-
Oh, Clasia
Clasia's
though. I
close.
can activate. Okay, Clasia with one.
Empty
a
gun.
second. Oh my.
B-Wills went for the spray, found his weapon empty. And now Rex gonna run that bomb up the A site, but Clasia's so low on health. They're gonna go for the ticket play. Carson runs over, holding the murder hole.
Oh my god. There's the spray coming through. Rek is low, sitting here in the back of triple. Now, Clasia is his firm support here inside a connector, but Rek just takes one more down.
Why not? Marky trying to slide outwards. Rek falls into the sandwich. Marky's gonna cross in front of Clasia first, holding it from Khan with a nade out. He's not ready for the fight. And Marky, you'd think surely Sandwich is on the first step of clearing here, but no, he doesn't turn it. Rek gets off the site with 55 health, and Ewer are in the lead.
Yeah, that's unreal.
I think as soon as Marky spots that Clasia's throwing a nade like that, he thinks that he's trying to set up someone who's playing around triple, playing around default, maybe Firebox or CT. But to be in Sandwich, it kind of just doesn't logically connect with a person throwing any nade towards the site.
Yeah.
There's no flash setup for someone in Sandwich. So tough to read, but Clasia there with that late pressure with the MAC-10, that was everything. Just found the timing, double swing on those guys top con, and now you have the lead. Oh gosh, okay, B-Wills.
Okay, Jitter gets tagged by the nade and the deagle, so he'll be on 37.
Just crouched up for that.
They're still looking at this A site, man. They're not shying away yet, but that smoke will turn them back. Clasia is going to lead the advancement away from that A site.
They're going to need another zinger from Jitters to get out of this one. Health bar's already low for Walker and him.
Yeah, shame we didn't get a replay of that one.
We don't have slow-mo technology strong enough to capture it.
Right? That and the triple kill down towards ramp in the round at the end of the first half. I mean, impact's coming. Stack from 2, B-Wills.
Oh,
can't finish him off.
Do the damage.
We've got Carson on the van, drops bomb. Glacia headshot through the smoke, goes over, can't find bomb just yet, takes that extra second, and now Cynic and Marky trying to get ever closer. Walker's off shot missed.
Walker.
Glacia better, yeah, and he will pick up a little bit of slack. CJ late lurk towards mid though. He's so far removed from the situation. He can go ahead and save the AK, but the round belongs to Yor.
They're all trying to win the round by themselves there, man. They get they get a kill and then give a second for rotations to come in. You got a fresh smoke, and I feel like that should be very hard to win for Yor, but instead now just kind of keep jumping into their screens and giving them chances to get back in. That was 2 players coming in, 1 deagle shot away from dying. I think Glacia was one of them, just doesn't get tagged. So that's a round. I mean, they just start off so well with the B-Wills 1 deag. That, you're not supposed to win all the time. But in that situation, I think they were pretty favored, honestly.
Yeah.
They didn't even lose any HP, off the kill.
Definitely. I mean, this round could have swung either way at a few different points in it. But
Glacia does a good job of picking up the pieces, though.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, you got to put that op to work, though. It's nothing behind that for Cynic. Got to just find the kills. Jitter, yeah, I mean, if you're aiming like he is right now, I would be trying to fight anybody.
You can't lose.
Okay, okay, this is such advanced position already for Rec.
Yeah.
This could be an easy A crunch for Yor if they just put this together now.
What's left of Nouns is still in the right spot. 2 on ticket, 1 underneath. Carson's got a smoke in case they set him on fire. But there's nobody to keep Rec pinned inside connectors, so he's feeling more and more freedom to wiggle around. There goes the smoke. Rec's gonna walk around the corner. Carson, nice headshot. Able to dive back into the smoke. Cynic's gonna go peeking in the fire. That's gonna burn him all the way down. Dead, crisped. And while Marky's still back towards Cat, he loses his angle. Smoke top connector. Can CJ manage somehow to get back into this? That smoke's gonna start to fade. T's do not have another one. Double flashbang. Marky's still not moving. Not getting any closer. Con smoke's also up. Oh wait, they picked one up on the crossover. And CJ capitalizes by killing Jitter. Glacia's gonna go for the bomb plant. Marky comes up con. His nade goes deep. Chip damage versus Glacia, who you'd assume would just stay posted on the smoke. Make sure Marky can't run through it. But as he goes and checks towards CT, that's exactly when Marky emerges. He's got the kit, he's got the smoke. Dirty Montana up in Palace. There's no clue where they've gotten off to, though. He's gonna jump around towards Tetris. Montana takes the peek, catching him on the fall down. 3 rounds the lead here for Yor. Total comeback here on Mirage.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm seeing like a real lack of discipline out of Nouns overall on the CT side. Like multiple chances to, I feel like make way in just to keep improving positions, but they're just like going for the win every single time. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, no, I see that too. I mean, the way that Cynic played around triple right there, a back triple, mollied out, and then just goes for the wide swing. And no, I mean, he had to make something happen with his op. He didn't even have utility to support, and instead of just playing a slightly more passive angle, keeping the crossfire up, everything going, he swings for the fences and ends up striking out pretty heavily there. They feel like they're the ones in control now. It feels like Nouns are playing like they're underdogs, and Cynic, okay, that's 1 kill for him.
They got the 5v4 multiple times,
yeah,
however.
I'm not even confident in that. Okay, 5v3. Carson, if he gets 1, then this is surely a round for
2
Nouns.
dinks he got just now.
Yeah, that's huge damage. Immense, and stops Montana.
This is that JDC smoke he's been throwing, looks really good.
Glacia's still up in apartments, turns back, catching Marky on the flank, but there's still better weapons here for Nouns to try and work, and Cynic comes through with a 3rd. What a round for Cynic to come alive, to set them up, to give them the confidence to grab Nouns back to 10.
Okay, that's awesome. I mean, he covers every single position. I mean, I don't think there's really a flick in there. Just looking in the right place on both fights on the ramp, rotating over towards B, and the dinks in to scare Yor as they're trying to hit the B site.
Hell of a quick scope on the ramp kill.
Yeah, he made a lot of those look really easy somehow, even though they weren't. He just had great game sense in those moments, and it seems like Nouns probably are also feeding him some pretty good comms too, to always know where to look next in a fight for an opper. Takes good recognition, but also a great team behind that.
Double op transition here for Nouns, swinging a second one. Single AK. Did Glacia see that?
Or Carson. They've actually double op now.
Yep.
Okay, wow. They have 2 ops trained at this position. So odd, but...
Wait, he was watching the window cross?
Yeah. And now they just leave it entirely open. What?
Yeah,
I think they had just had a weird rotation, so, I mean, are they... No, they're not even switching it up. It just...
It almost feels like the second op caught Cynic off guard.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Carson's got to make something happen here because this is the round where Yor can just flood onto the side and win when they're not supposed to.
Ain't gonna try to retake this, right? Okay, that one's for free. 3 more will, well, 2 more will try to cross, and the rotation.
Glacia has it, the AK and the bomb.
Whoa, Glacia now comes through. Oh my God. Okay.
Carson gives up his angle, peeks on peeks.
Oh my.
What? Jitter goes deep, finishes it off with the deagle. Bomb plant will come through, and
the
Rec,
CTs are just, where are they?
He's been sat in middle the whole time.
The 2 of them holding Tetris.
Did Carson not calm that? Like, what? This rotation is so late.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got 3 kits. They should be fine, but oh no. Okay, they're starting to dig in right now. They're finding some decent positions. This is pretty hard to unseat them.
Still haven't seen Glacia's AK. Now that's gonna find a bit of damage. Jitter denied. CJ and Cynic 2 kills simultaneous. Walker is trying to push up. Not gonna happen.
Wow.
All the kills come through, man. That is so weird.
It's just so sketchy, though. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, what? Yeah, what is actually happening? I mean, Cynic, first of all.
Why were both ops on B?
The redundant angle towards the Halls cross is one weird way to start the round. But then going into holding it passive versus the anti-eco into no one rotating after 2 shots, and then seeing that many cross, and I guess Glacia delayed the bomb cross, so he didn't want to calm it, but like 3 bodies? How many do you need to defend A if it's just pistoling players jumping out and no rifle support coming in? I mean, I don't know. Might be a little shook.
Okay.
Jitter's jumping down mid with mollies, so he won't get a chance to pull anything out of the hat this time. 5v4 again. Back to the single op as well here for Nouns to note. Carson just keeping an eye on B from Catwalk. Everybody else leaning into the A play. CJ wins his fight close towards Palace. That's Rec down, and Rec has been a key piece for Yor. It's gonna leave Montana back on middle. Op fight set up. Now it's Walker's angle. Cynic could walk right back into this, and he wins the duel. Walker pulls the trigger as he sees a leg. Cynic isn't missing now. 2 clean kills out of him. Montana activates to get traded back, and Nouns' CT side has tied this 12 apiece.
He simply just walked back into it.
Cynic feels untouchable right now.
He's got it.
Yeah. I mean,
got it.
The way to jump up back on the toll booth box also after that fight, recognizing that you took down the opposing opper, you're just saying none of you riflers are going to be able to touch me. Like, it's such a statement to do that because a good rifler could punish that sort of play. Like, you are in a moment of transition. A rifler could trade you out right there, but he just says, I don't believe it.
The peacocking, though, this might make the difference in a game like this.
I mean, we've seen it come back to bite him in an A defense earlier, so there are some flaws with it, but as of right now, this feels like a momentum shift once again, and Nouns are the ones that are in control.
Utility pelting the players in the bottom mid setup too. Looked like they just wanted to try and jump a bomb site, but to do it at less than half health just feeds Marky another freebie. We do have Rex sizing up the B site. Nobody's home. Like, nobody.
We've done this before. Like, oh, okay, this is interesting. We're gonna probably actually. I don't know.
Never
if
get suspicious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Marky's got that internal clock on lock.
Yeah. thing they've got him towards catwalk. He'll pick it all up, dropping bomb, 13, Nouns back with it.
Well, make no mistake, this game ain't over. This one's too close. Just a nice comeback for Nouns to get back into things, but full buy-in for they absolutely can kind of win at any moment. Like the kills that Rek and Jitter are getting, they've insta people inside of mid, up the A ramp.
People are first bulleting everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's hitting every first shot, I feel.
Yeah.
I already know the top Reddit comment is going to be like, well, that was a pretty fun NAFPL game to watch. And some rounds it's felt like it.
It has, yeah.
But Nouns have actually shown a little bit of structure more so, and I think we kind of forget that after how things have went. And Carson, yeah, just playing the safe game right there. Instant Molly deployed. But that actually might make you consider the fact that if he's playing that defensively, is there anybody else home? Although, they're not going to pounce just yet. Not at least at B.
Doubling up now, but it's the underpass crawl. The potential for an A ramp lurk. Cynic eyes forward on mid. Lots of chances for everyone to catch people in transit. Marky over top of the smoke, of course. You know what you can do from here.
He'll do exactly that. Shuts down Rek. Talked about the individual hits here coming out from Ewer. Like anybody could win it at any moment.
It's getting lurky. It's getting very lurky.
Yeah, they're starting to lose those hard hitters. Jitter trying to find his chance to pounce on the op. Will catch Cynic.
Gosh.
But there is still CJ back towards Ticket, and his headshot is immediate. Glacia and Walker trying to run this one up from Con. We've got 30 seconds to that clock. Not much time to slow down. No smoke to cover plant. A flash still for Walker, and CJ has to turn attention. Now goes the last piece of util. Glacia is going to have to cover off any kind of a peek, but he does fall away. They don't manage to get the angle. Bomb is down, but so is Glacia. Walker falls away. Back into the ramp, looks to engage as they come around the corner. He's looking for the next point of contact, and a smoke forces his hand outwards, which gives Noun that coveted 14.
Okay, yeah, and they get one step closer here. And again, you know, it's Yer who won the last series versus them. So if Nouns felt like, okay, it was looking very good on Inferno, Mirage has started to turn out a little bit differently, and this might be the first time they feel slightly comfortable that things are starting to look right. They stop a full-on lurk round. You can definitely see ways which this could go completely awry, especially Jitter making that much space up towards stairs with the B lurk at the wrong time, with B-Wills not looking at it, for example. You've seen it before at basically every level, and you better believe with these guys knowing each other so well, there are timings all over the place. But Nouns quell the attack. You're in now a very difficult spot, but they've still got like a similar buy to last round.
Ooh, CJ's fighting still.
Wow. Oh, he went back to sandwich into swung again.
That's nasty. Okay.
Said, yeah, I want to fight.
His headshots have been good.
Oh, wow.
What
okay.
the?
Double kill back the other way. They lose their bottom player as well. Carson ahead of that nade.
Wow.
Glacia had an inkling that something was going down, but Carson was just that 5 feet in front of things.
Yeah.
And if he doubles to the B site, that's exactly where yours going.
He's still abusable here. Oh, no, sorry. He's got full HP. Carson, I don't know if
he's trying to recover the situation a little bit swiftly, but
doesn't really need to. He's got a great spot to retake from.
Yeah, staying alive is the best play he can make right now.
They turn it back to him. Carson gets closer. Darty is worried about the market. CJ wants to add himself to the Carson Apartments play, and that's going to leave Cynic up catwalk, not with the op, but with the smoke, and a molly here for CJ. That could be useful on the retake too. Rek's gonna catch Carson, jumps up, loses half his health for that. Good damage out of CJ despite him still being so low from the get-go, and now he's so low for the 1v2. It's your back with a recovery from mid to cat to B.
Honestly, it's just like, why even try to speed that up in that fashion to phase the smoke if that, you know, your van player doesn't have anything else to look at? So you're not exactly splitting atoms, I feel like, with that move.
This is also a heavy commit on the spray. This fight towards middle.
Marky, yeah.
Yeah, full committing the spray at that range is, I mean, I've seen Marky hit some crazy ones like that, but at that distance, the RNG is sometimes just your worst enemy.
Run boost in mid. Fast boost from Marky. No A presence out of the gate, but they will still leave eyes holding off a potential flank. They know about Jitter top mid now. Marky with that affinity to go for the fight, but he's locked in ladder room. Does he really want to give it up? He doesn't know what's actually on the other side. How many numbers are here? And add to the top mid play, the 2 down and underpass, waiting for that fire to burn out.
And it left, and this is actually the most staging that Euro have gone for in a round. Gonna be boosting into window, it looks like, or at least just hanging out there at the bottom. Yeah, here comes the boost. No one's there to hold the lampshade, so Darty's able to insert himself right beneath Marky.
Yeah, but what can Darty see in this spot? He's got it open. They're trying to cover this. I don't know if there's enough pressure to take attention away from Darty.
Oh, this is tense.
Let's
With B-Wills on this side of the smoke as well. It fades. He dies out. Darty tries to turn back. Marky knows he's in there. Double from Montana.
Wow.
And a double out of rack.
Oh my God.
14 rounds all.
Wow, well done there from the window play, for sure. I thought Darty was a dead man, but B-Wills, he wasn't weary of that lurk more than anything else. I think he was looking for a window timing to peek in a mid, first and foremost. But Nouns, man, it's just like killing me with the amount of free frags they give up in some of these advantage situations. I feel like Cynic really saved them in the last few rounds to get them to a point where they were stable, and then that retake on B just looks so, I should say winnable, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was just kind of disjointed.
Again.
Yeah, well, hey, round 29.
Cynic this time, but he's already close.
Oh, what?
Wasted no time.
Did he hear the scope or something? Had to have. He's so ready for that fight.
5v4 with 15 on the line. But B-Wills peeks out. Marky's gonna get killed. They know that B-Wills is still stuck in that corner. He can't run away. The fire's on the other side. He still tries to exit, goes down. 4v2 to secure 15. To give themselves a chance at closing this and a guarantee as well. Oh, but no, he doesn't kill it. CJ can't get the cap player, can't manage the transition down, and Carson has to limp into the A play with 4 up from Ure.
Gotta consider the save here if you're Carson. No way you're getting back into this one.
Yeah.
Great work towards middle from Ure. I felt like these plays were not developing in the same way at the beginning of this half, that they were getting shut down. Everything was getting shut down. Nouns were doing a great job overall, forcing Ure just kind of into some A hits. But Ure recognized that they can contest this space. They know the utility they need to throw. They know how to actually use this to the best effect. And yeah, Carson, there's no way he's going to keep himself alive at that point. Everybody chasing him.
Yeah, there's no save, but yeah, it was just, he had to fight his way out. There was no easy way to pull that off. So he goes for the couple of kills that he can get, and it's a very mixed buy here on Nouns' map pick of Mirage in round 30. Believe you me, they had chances to make this game easy. They forewent them, and now Ure are going to torment them with a potential for a third map with already a series win over this roster. Now looking to do it on LAN.
And to close it on overpass. They had the choice, Ancient or overpass.
Yeah, and for elimination here at the RMR. Whoever loses this game, I think, after this is going to have a very salty taste in their mouth. It gets extremely intense, so.
A defense, though. It's in the right place. The lean is correct.
Rek has been fantastic in some of these rounds on T side.
He's definitely got his name back in these last couple, because there was, you know, that resurgence from the Nouns CT side was coinciding with Rek dying early. B-Wills pops out connector. A one and done with the MP9, not the worst place to be.
It's a decent exchange of material, but in terms of overall map weakness, you know, the T side gets pretty strong. So we'll see if Nouns are going to be satisfied with that. They do get some info on mid. And oh my God, Clasia, wow, that could have been a free clip off. Instead, he gets shunted back a little bit.
Wow, okay. Full rotation now from Ure.
Yes, it is, and it'll be met inside a middle by Carson.
Not looking the right way. Mind between two spots. Rek gets his timing. Glacia catches the kill as well as he drops out from the B site. 2 deaths away from going to map 3. CJ tries to save it.
But he's running off of Cat. They're
they're
running
they're
back.
going-
They
they're
think
going
it's
to
still
A.
going to be B?
There's
Oh.
also better guns in mid. Maybe. Bomb goes
No,
down on the
they-
A site. Yeah, they think this is B because of that dropout from Glacia. They still think this is B.
Oh my god.
Util comes out.
Yeah, finally they know.
A gut-wrenching feeling when you realize you are so lost in this 2vx that you now have to somehow limp back into A. Montana just gonna stay tucked back behind box. Frag finds him, a little bit of damage, negligible. Marky killed right there, and sure enough, 2 maps, not enough. This one going to overpass as you're recover from an incredibly cold start at the beginning of this one. But a win is a win. And they'll push this the distance.
Yeah, they'll take it. Now, Overpass, obviously, that's a map that's, it came down to Ancient and Overpass?
Yes, sir.
I think were the 2 choices, so I guess we can talk about that in a second. But yeah, as for this game, I don't know, man. This one was extremely messy. Of course, it is Mirage, but I feel like you got to be critical of the team who picks it if they're going to play it like that, where it's just fundamental advantages were given up. They kept trying. I'm going to put it like this. They kept trying to speed rounds up all the time when, as if the map didn't matter.
Right.
Like, as if like the map wasn't like, could be the reason they lose the series or something.
They honestly, I mean, the way that Nouns played this in so many rounds, they thought they could just get 1 kill and it would just win the whole round for them or something. But Yer showed a pretty good sense of trading. I actually think that when Yer were approaching some of these bomb sites, they were swarming with strong intent. There was conviction in a lot of their plays, and for the Nouns side, it really did feel like they just thought this was going to be a walk in the park. Once they were up, they started just taking unnecessary risks. And you look at some of these score lines for the players of Nouns, like this was a close game. Like the score lines are going to be pretty close overall, but I guess we just have to praise Rek a little bit. I mean, his mid control was fantastic.
Yeah.
Jitter, even though he went negative in 1826, he was also a big reason that Yer were able to punch back into this game. But if there's one guy in what we've seen now in 2 days of Yer that people should keep their eye on as a rising NA rifler, I mean, Rek is that guy. And what he did for ATK also in the ESL Challenger playoffs, like he was basically their best player and he was a stand-in. So, I mean, this guy is seriously a real talent.
Yeah, and he shows no fear, and he looked really great versus Fluxo as well. So
the 2 consistencies, right? The only consistency really between their 2 games so far. That Rek is going to be at the very, very top. So 31 kills, something he should be proud of. Pulls that off in regulation, denies Nouns in early 2-0 to eliminate them. And now that elimination, the guillotine is set to chop someone down once we get to Overpass. Look at the streakiness that was at the start of this game to Nouns' favor. I mean, those 6 rounds towards the end by Yer, like you said, Maui, I think Jitter with the 3K down into the ramp, the spray up through the ramp. There were moments there for him despite the kills being in lesser quantity. End of the day, Nouns could have closed it here on Mirage. They better hope for their own mental that they can do that in Overpass, which we will find out whether or not they can, whether or not Yer can continue the run in Monterrey after that little break in between. See you there.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never, ever in my life.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
It was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
Oh,
such a sick
and in
play.
Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one for Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say a leash. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks.
Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. He's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Pasha beats it. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats it was on point. Marcus.
So the game that keeps on giving is ready to give a little bit more. Nouns versus Your going to Overpass, map 3 between two teams where we didn't know who or how it would match up exactly. At one point, the odds looked so skewered just because of the way Nouns were tearing through Your. But things turned around. Are you guys frustrated that Nouns weren't able to close that for their own sake because of the opportunities that they had?
It's been a while since I've casted just like such a pure NA game. And I was honestly disgusted. That was some of the worst Mirage I've seen in some. I mean, actually, individually it wasn't. Individually, they hit some insane shots, but like the decisions and some of the circumstances, I couldn't believe that they would, you know, try to win rounds faster when it was like almost a guaranteed thing in multiple rounds for both CT and T, honestly, for Nouns. So, and it's because if they pick the map. You know, I think we talk about Your as a team who surprised them and really carved a way back into that game. But I think Nouns obviously leave that very, very disappointed. I really just didn't enjoy watching that from their perspective at all.
Yeah.
And I don't think they even have room to complain about, like, Your. You know what I mean? Like, I think they can only complain about themselves and the decisions they made in that match.
Yeah, I have disappointment for Nouns after that one, but in some way I feel just relieved that you were able to find a map here, because the quality of their play overall and their individuals, I would say, is better than what I would have characterized as a flat-out 0-2 team at the Americas RMR. So in terms of just that perception, I'm glad that they've exceeded just the 0-2, don't win a map, sent home immediately, gonna feel bad that you even came necessarily, and would have had nothing to prove for it. And so for Nouns, a team that's actually orged up, that they've got a coach, that they've been together for a little bit. And when I'm talking about longevity here, I do want to add this caveat that this Nouns team's only been together for 2 months. So they're not like necessarily super experienced either. And Unicorn odds kind of reverting back to what we saw at the start of the series. I think it's actually almost exactly the same. Was maybe slightly more Nouns heavy on this, but yeah, I mean, this is actually up for the taking now, because the first time these two teams matched up, Your beat Nouns on Overpass. So, I mean, I'm not counting Your out of this series by any means.
Yeah. And I mean, Rek is, it's like Rek and Marky, and I think at first I was like, Marky is the best player in the server, but Rek's form at this event has been so solid, and he looked good, you know, versus an incredibly strong team yesterday. So to see him have the consistency over the first 2 maps, I mean, could be looking very much up if Rek keeps his performance at that level, gives time for his teammates to get involved. And yeah, if he's the one that's not nervous, I mean, really liking Your once again. And they already have a map win on Overpass. So
day to day, you said you like Your again. So obviously you liked what you saw versus Fluxo as well. Do you think today is a better version of Your than what we got versus Fluxo? Watching them on Inferno, watching them on Mirage, has that tainted what we first saw with the nuke T side that kind of impressed everybody and I think caught us all off guard?
Not for me, nah, because I didn't have expectations on nuke, so that was impressive to me, especially coordinating defaults on T side of nuke is just impressive. And so for them to leave it in the map pool and then try it showed to me that they want to really try and put an effort into this RMR. And then when things didn't go well on Inferno, again, it's just like I don't really look at them as the team that's supposed to be playing well. So when they do, I'm more impressed. And Mirage, they got back into it after a 7-0 deficit and then, you know, ended 16-14. So it's just been kind of only positives for me when I think about Your.
I would like to see Nouns use some more pauses. I feel like, I don't know how coaches can necessarily interact with Valve sanctioned events and like tapping them on the shoulders, or like usually at an ESL or Blast event, they can just get in front of them, give a timeout sign and call it. And I don't know if that means now, because you basically can't do anything as a coach at these events, if you can even gesture that you want to call a timeout so that your team calls one, because I don't get why Semphis isn't there to calm some things down. Like, I don't think we saw a single timeout in that last game. And that's just so concerning, because when you have a veteran presence there supporting you,
that's the point.
Yeah, he should be there to talk some sense into what's going on, because that game was going crazy mode, and Semphis would have been a sobering voice in that moment.
They need the DAO to call pauses.
Yeah, do you need the DAO to vote on it?
Yeah, vote the pauses.
I don't know if people know the context of that, but Nouns is actually funded by what?
Nouns DAO.
Nouns DAO,
Which
like
is actually the sickest DAO ever.
a cryptocurrency, just authority body essentially. So you're voting with your cryptocurrency on the future actions of this team.
Yeah.
And so if you actually want to essentially be a part owner, you just need to get DAO or Nouns, right?
Yeah.
I
And
think
you can
something
go
like
and
that.
publicly see everything that they're voting on.
We can all own a piece of this team.
Yes,
You can,
we
yeah,
can. We
yeah.
can control the future of this team. By,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sell this. I'm not marketing this. I don't have any
Do
stake
you
in
want to
this.
be a team owner? Well, I've got a team for you.
Yeah,
It could be
that's,
Nouns.
that's what the DAO is basically. Very cool though. They're actually Nouns is actually super cool, and they kind of just no matter what's happened with cryptocurrency, they've just stayed very cool like the entire time. Their project hasn't changed much, and if you want to own one, it's actually still really expensive. So, but yeah, either way, let's vote on some pauses here for Semphis because
Definitely that.
It's his presence, I think, that defines him. So why neuter that when you have 4 pauses ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, I really do wish we were able to get those moments where we can see just so obviously that he's having an effect on the team. And that's like most obviously demonstrated when you see what happens after a timeout. The shift in the team, how their style changes, the next play that they call, any of that. We saw earlier with Fluxo when they call a pause with Zeus.
Look what happened.
Things got better, you know? And they calmed down a crazy team that was going all over the place. And I think the same thing would have happened for Nouns. If they used one pause, I think they win that game,
And
honestly.
Semphis isn't like actually like a brash person, but he always has a lot to say if you ask him something. And so I feel like they could beckon on his advice. I mean, he should be obviously trying to interject as well in certain moments when things are like composure losing moments, but like there's really no reason to not. I mean, not here to eat, so.
He's here to look good.
Yeah. Well, no one's gonna be eaten if they lose.
Time to find out, folks.
No stickers if you lose. Did you know that?
Elimination. Elimination. Nouns, your overpass. A second chance for Nouns to close the series. A second attempt from Muir to claw it back from the 0-1 start. B-Wills goes, takes a little gander up towards the A site, sees something, falls back. No movement, though, from the rest of Nouns.
It's up to B-Wills to figure something out pretty quickly. No nade yet thrown, but okay, that should sound off the alarm bells. There should be a bit of a rotation here. Yeah, he's spotting a couple of bodies now, so there's got to be some help coming quick.
Yeah, but not quick enough. By the time Rek finds the headshot, Cynic's looking for something over Dumpster. Presence is just too much for him to hold on. He wants to fight alongside somebody, and the moment they get there, they're met by smoke. Does have a gap, but I don't know. Oh! All right. Finish off the little left of Glacia.
That did so much damage so fast.
Now Carson suddenly able to come out from bank. Whoa! That's a nasty shot as he just whips it back into the corner. Marky finds Walker. Montana's here on Optimus. He'll catch 1 kill, but it falls onto the shoulders of Rek, the guy who got this started. And now they're on the defuse. They can't stop it. A blind shot through smoke would have had to come, and Marky shooting first. So we get the retake out of Nouns as soon as this game gets going.
Good effort. And unfortunately for Marky, like my last memory is that really long spray that he tried to take inside of the window on Mirage. But it's like he didn't take over on that map. Like we really didn't talk that much about him in the same way like we did on Inferno. And I think this is a new chance for Marky to put a stamp on the game.
Stamp on the series. Yeah, you're though also planning on truck right there, despite the fact that there was no connector flank. That's a bit unfortunate. Would have given Rek a chance in that 1v2, but well, see if things stabilize. Oh, Jitter. Okay, he's been on a heater.
Wow. 1
kill, a dink on a Cynic. I think the one way that this game and this series has changed the most is that Jitter started playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's just like
that'll help.
Yeah, he had just a few rounds in the middle of the game that were just ludicrous displays of mechanics, and they helped out a ton, and then kind of like Rek took it from there. But yeah, the consistency isn't there. The flare is. The peaks are. Goat.
That's already, I mean, this is already a huge advantage for Ur, and they're going to be walking into an empty bomb site. I'm glad to see that Nouns actually exercise this option to more or less just stick heavy on the A side presence. And yeah, sure, Marky can maybe get 1 kill here at most, but this doesn't really get too interesting unless he gets 2.
Molly on wreck, flushes him back. He's able to exit, excuse me, Walker. Running back around through Monster. The triple Monster fallback onto the short play.
They're playing this super slowly for not having a smoke.
You can't justify this.
They can't win this anymore.
Yeah, you're out of here. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Had to be the kills.
And they pull the plug, so pistol means Jack in the big scheme of things. You're follow through on the B site.
Damn, you're just like that. That pistol round didn't even matter. And Jitter's damage obviously makes a huge impact here. Because he got the kill and a dink. Dink will make you think.
Just want the Semphis timeout.
Right there?
At any point. At any point.
Have we had one single one ever?
I don't think there was in the last map. I can't say for certain in Inferno though.
I mean, and when we were at the showdown, I don't think I
saw them either.
What's the deal with that?
I just remember he was eating a lot of chicken.
That was on the webcams actually. Yes. Yeah.
Jitter right back at
my gosh, Jitter. Okay, if he's just gonna play like this, Water is gonna be in the control of opens up their playbook massively. But on the other side, B-Will is doing a great job at A.
Boost though, just on the other side. B-Wills gets killed up towards the playground, so a 1v1 between him and Walker. Carson tries to capitalize on the fire, but they put it out. They're still sitting inside of it, which means they don't know about Carson. He still has the chance to get these kills, but did they anticipate a second?
They should be nervous about it. I mean, obviously boosting is an option, so you keep it in mind, but they don't.
No, they've written it off. The fact they went for the weapon swap, they changed guns as if that was not ever going to be possible, and they'll pay the price. Jitter's still going to be problematic through short water.
Oh, that shot so early.
Yeah,
I thought he had a free. I think he had a free kill if he held on for a second. But either way, it's the site with all this pressure. The bomb's outside B wasn't spotted. Marky.
He got an upgrade because he got the shotgun headshot.
Do I fall for this right now because something doesn't seem right? Clazia's coming in his direction, and Carson is far from helping. So Marky,
do the heaven peek.
This is a 3-pronged attack on poor Marky here. And it looks like Clazia is going to be the one to take him out. I can only assume.
It's with the MAC-10, but it's 36 health. So sitting duck is Marky. Gets that AK back off from his teammate, and you are converted down to the B play. Nice and cool from Clazia.
Knowing how to play that situation is actually so key on Overpass for Clazia, like the lurk through spawn to B. It's a situation that happens more often than you would normally expect on a map like this. And just being able to threaten it is huge. But there it is. Well timed. Crash the site, pick up a second round.
Yeah, and with how CT-sided this map has become in modern CS meta, I mean, for a team that should essentially have very little in terms of playbook in Euro, to find this sort of buffer already should feel great. If you're just going to keep this one back and forth, even if you just make it scrappy, and they've done better than scrappy. They've put together 2 consecutive rounds, then you're going to come into that defense feeling like you have this. And it does feel like in this game, momentum has been a key point. Like, we think about
there were no back and forth round wins on Mirage at
exactly. It was all streaks. It was all long streaks.
Yep, it was. So Carson, one gun here inside of blue, opens that door, but a great adjustment from Darty Montana. And honestly, saw some strong rounds out of him on Mirage overall in the B holds, and just peppering them in there. Not like star performance, but I think saying his name more and more often.
Yeah, his moments were there, no doubt.
We had a reason to talk Darty to him. Arm spotted.
Yeah, he just got tagged.
Huge
tags.
My
Huge
goodness.
tags. First one was 76, and Marky gets the wallbang headshot. CJ's getting closer to the flank.
Yeah. They're tightening the vice.
Dude, this game's gonna be weird, huh? Back and forth like this with the lesser weapons. It's gonna get scrappy. It's gonna get reckless. Glacia looking up top towards Heaven, connects to Cynic.
Off, actually. He's got zoning grenades right now as well, so he's actually just holding to see if he can get a kill, but right now he could, he's smoke lane, molly back pit, and he takes off another one. There it is. They start coming out. Glacia, 1v2, 2 kills already.
Smokes off CJ.
And I think he's got info on both players, but CJ just wins the duel through the smoke. Doesn't give him time to think.
Good. CJ, he had let off the flank for a second there. It looked like maybe he could have gone for the T-spawn flank. Double back around through connector. But Marky, obviously the star here, dude. That Deagle shot, the follow-up. Glacia tried his absolute damnedest to do it all here for Ure, but may have killed everybody else on site. Didn't kill Marky.
There has just been some great... Oh, a time. Let's go. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Semphis.
Grab him by the balls.
Getting animated.
Pick him up by the legs.
I'd love to be in this timeout.
Throw him over your shoulder.
Looks like there's so much being said.
I wonder what the idea is, if he's called beckoning on a set play that he knows they need to use that they haven't.
Yeah, something to just keep them locked in here. Yeah, I really would like to see the result of that, though. Like, are Nouns going to string together 3, 4, win the half entirely?
Listen, boys, I thought we won Mirage. It's map 3. I'm starving. Break.
Carson does some risky stuff. Like, people love spamming that. Yeah. Like, I don't see that anybody stand there usually for that long. All right, little set piece to just actually try to unseat anybody from that pocket.
Two players were there last time, right? So
exactly.
Oh boy.
Good play to make. B-Will's burned forward.
Uh-oh.
Not comfortable, but he gets his one.
It.
He got his.
Yeah, that could have been way worse. It was looking way worse.
He's telling everybody now, where's yours?
Yours slowly working up through bathrooms. Montana doubles back. They're going to have long control as Rec with bomb starts to press out. Cynic and it's Carson. Carson's walking out of the bank, goes for another jump spot. Running risks, but Rec goes around into the M4 of Cynic, who drops a smoke, gives himself a little ambiguity, but he loses his supports. So at least he's alive. He's got a little gap on Dumpster. Cynic coming back for second servings. Nade for the default. See ya. Jitter. Balone to smithereens. And that is all Cynic. He'll die to Montana. Leaves him on 14 health. CJ tries to chase it. Does
Hold on. And wait, he can
now
plant.
the plant's in.
He's got it.
That extra second, he's got it in. 3 health left for this clutch.
Will it be sped up here by Marky is the question. Or will he be worried? Okay, has no idea it can come from there. Wanted to clear out the back bathrooms. Nice try from Tardy.
Whoa, CJ,
somehow
man.
found a chance, yeah.
CJ almost dropped the ball.
Fluffed the spray a little bit.
Was, yeah, way too close for comfort. You can expect that Ure wants to keep this game as chaotic as possible. Going to be investing into the next round as well.
There's some... was there a gap in comms, or did they not know that they could be long as well when Carson came out of bank?
See, the thing is with Carson in some of these situations, I don't know what information he's passing on to the team, because there have been lapses in Nouns' knowledge as a team in areas where he's been present.
Right.
So, I mean, you never know how teams are working behind the scenes, but there's been a lot of evidence to say one thing and tell one story here, and I'll let people, that's up to interpretation right now.
Yeah.
When I'm on the desk, I'll say it how it is. I'm a different man on the desk.
You're a free thinker.
Yeah, I'm a different man on the desk, but over here I'm a little bit more impartial.
You're nice and boring. I'm gonna try to coax him into saying it.
Yeah, egg him on. Bully him, Launders. Bully him.
Jitter toggled in this one. Jitter became a different man on Mirage, that's for sure. He's been so sick to watch. I feel like he's just actually lacked a lot of confidence in the beginning, or just nerves. Also just flat out the room's kind of cold. Maybe he wasn't ready for that. And I've been loving what I've been seeing from him now.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a possibility. Where's he from?
I don't know.
Might not be acclimatized. Oh, Marky clean with the M4A4 peak. Flash comes out of the A site before they ever get too close. They've left Montana down in short water, 3 towards bathrooms. It's Cynic watching for the left side dice peak. And his teammate in front of him just dealing with long. Little molly just in case.
20 seconds.
Frag, they are on the other side, but it's not there at all. It is all in from bathrooms that this rush starts to move forward. Walker, nice little snapback. The 90-degree hit.
What?
The double from Glacia. He can go ahead and plant, but the problem is Montana.
He's
Can he
got support.
cover?
Wait,
Can he
Montana.
cover? No, it's there. Oh, it is there. Marky,
No
again.
way!
Montana locks him out.
This game is just so hard to predict what is happening. Thinnest of margins between these two teams right now.
Second Mac 10 from Glacia is insane, but then Darty Montana's also, his cover was great here. I mean, honestly, when he missed the swing out from CT, I was like, whoa, Glacia is dead. And then I was kind of curious, why would you even leave the duel trying to because Glacia can't get off of default. He could eventually spam him down. But wanted to dislodge his support first, and I think would have had a better chance just trying to pick away at Glacia, who was already low, but he didn't know about the HP maybe.
How this game's going, I almost favor Nouns in it. Just pistols, but it's been just so hard to read. Interesting setup between these players at the top of Con. Walker, that's a lot of information for him, but he wants to keep on fighting. Wow, okay.
All right.
He's comfortable with that one.
Mac 10 finds its home. Jitter comes out from Monster.
Wow, he just walked out. Did he walk out through that smoke?
Yeah.
I think it's a lurk smoke from the tease.
Oh,
though.
okay, yeah.
CJ caught off by it as well, so Jitter with the double. Now, Marky's always good for the one. He's been trying his absolute damnedest with these pistols to hold off on B site, but this time it's just the one. He dies right after.
You're definitely believing themselves right now.
Yeah, for sure.
If that weren't apparent, I mean, the way that they've brought it back a couple of these rounds have just been so impressive, and it's tough. It's tough if you're in Nouns' shoes.
Yeah, and we're just starting to see, I think, what the other players on the team, quote unquote, have to offer, outside of just like what was looking like the 2 carries, and that's been nice to see more of them. And of course, you're going to get more comfortable as the tournament goes on, more maps you play. That's natural. This would be, I think, pretty gut-wrenching for Marky, to lose if this happened in this map.
Yeah, there's going to be some rounds that Marky has to look back on, especially on Mirage.
Yeah.
Don't think he's doing too badly on this one, 9-3 right now, but yeah, this definitely should have ended in 2 if Nouns played up to their 100%.
I mean, even if they played at 90, man, I think.
Yeah.
They really.
They dropped the ball.
Yeah, that wasn't like, so when you're lost yesterday versus Fluxo, like 5 things in a row went wrong, but they went wrong so fast. It was like almost like hard for your to make the best decision, appropriately, so you could sympathize with them. With Nouns, it was like you are actively participating in your own defeat right now.
Yes.
And so it's harder to feel bad for them. But yeah, Marky being the only Mexican representative here on a team that in the specific matchup should be like comfortable and confident and is at risk of just simply losing. I mean, that's pretty rough. And he's also had so far a very solid tournament.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of,
wow, vamos.
And that's his 10th kill.
Yeah.
Chaw.
Awesome stuff. I mean, he can drop an op now for Cynic.
Honestly, keep it.
Which is pretty huge.
Just keep it.
But also just
buy yourself something nice.
Just for some of the history here, we haven't really had a Mexican event in Tier 1 or even really Tier 2 Counter-Strike for forever. I don't know if it's ever happened.
Forever.
Has there ever been an event? And so for the only Mexican participant,
there
has been.
Well, I mean, how would you define Mexican? It's like they didn't face it finals.
No, Oh, yeah, okay. For there to be a Mexican participant in a Mexican event,
right? Okay.
That's where the history is here.
I see it's here. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. So
there it is.
He keeps on going.
Trying. He's absolutely trying, and so is Jitter in this short B play again. Nobody keeping eyes on him.
It's round 8 Canelo right now.
Carson.
Working hard.
Just flagrantly running around here, yeah. Risks, right? Short
spotting,
walk up.
yeah, so.
Marky's the only guy to hold off on B site.
Yeah, Marky's holding his nerve, and it doesn't seem like anybody else from Nouns is.
They just like, those short walk-ups are really strong, and it is hard to stop them at like any level, honestly. But with the two people there, Marky on one side and someone on Big Pillar, you're thinking you can trust putting spam down, you know, for a second.
I think almost the biggest shame is that Marky's just playing B anchor. Like, monster anchor with how he's performing right now. You're not going to change your whole team structure just because of how one guy's feeling in the moment, but yeah, you just wish this guy could do even more to support his team because they are headed A right now, and B Wills, he is right behind this dumpster.
He's going to continue to play retake here, or let's see if he can... Wait.
Sliding out.
Yeah, he's sneaking in.
Thought he found the timing, but Rex able to react. Half his health still up. CJ going to move back towards Bank. Not alone. Not alone at all. Cynic's with him.
Rex just hits some game changers sometimes, man.
Damn, that Molotov, that takes away one avenue as the other is still smoked, and it allows for Rek to slide in, making the retake even that much more difficult. Cynic desperate for the wallbang shots. He got it with the pistol. Why not try with the op? But it is not there for the taking. They save. You're with a 6th.
Damn.
Oh, and Rex hunting.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, if it gets
he's going to get one.
Oh,
he's going to get at least one.
Honestly.
He might get more. First one's free.
All right.
Marky fights back, as he has.
Another one for Marky.
All 3 kills in this round, all Marky. Nobody else putting up numbers. He's 13-4. He's got 2 teammates with 2 frags, 1 with only 3.
I think this is one of those games where, I mean, top fragging on an elimination game sometimes can make you feel a little bit better. I don't think this is going to be one of those situations. Oh, boy.
That's a clean spam.
Marky's aim just still feels so consistent, even in these high-pressure situations. Everybody else, you can see the cracks here and there. Pressures get into him, not necessarily delivering the way that you would expect for Nouns.
I think when Semphis calls a pause, that's when it all went wrong.
Well, he called another.
Oh, called another, okay, so we can reverse that.
But he's not
actually
talking.
joking, by the way. I don't remember exactly what happened off of the pause. It might have been.
I think they won one and then they lost several in a row.
Right.
He didn't contribute in this timeout.
Oh, he didn't?
He was quieter.
He
That's
didn't
for
talk.
sure. Yeah.
He didn't talk at all.
And sometimes pauses are just stress breaks, and that's
Sure,
also
yeah, no,
important.
it's
and
a
it's
good
like,
use.
That's like at the very minimum sometimes when you don't, you know, you leave pauses on the table. You didn't have tactics to talk about, fine, but like have the break as well. Okay. So evening out the money carefully here are Nouns. Eyes on Cynic, though. He's actually been great as sometimes the only really good gun on the round when it's been an op. Up to 4 kills. Lots of movement from him in these positions.
We definitely saw it on Mirage.
Yeah.
You know, in that exact round where he just dominates a ramp.
Very good at staying active and
flies to market.
Wow, this is just wild from Jitter. Again. This is wild. He heard the op there, and he just expected the rotation and that he could slot on in. He just, oh my gosh. That is crazy. It's like when you let your relatives stay over and now they're just living in your house.
Can't say I've ever had that problem.
Yeah.
Mohan, you?
Like you invite them over for Thanksgiving
I don't
dinner
really
and
then
they stay the one night over because they're like, I'm hungover, I'm gonna stay over for a little bit. Then they stay the next day, then you realize they never actually were even living anywhere.
Suddenly there's a quinceañera.
They were living out of their van this whole time, and they're raising a whole family. Someone else's quinceañera in your house.
Counter-Strike on speakers and there's just music blaring. But you know what? It's a great time.
They're doing like Bikram yoga in your living room. It's like
Chanting Hare Krishna.
Yeah, never signed up for any of this.
So relatable here.
Just me.
Yeah, just you, man. Just you. Hate to break it to you.
Well, that's how they felt. That's how they felt when Jitter just ran in.
All of that at once.
My house now.
And I mean, this is an advantage you gotta press. If people are not putting pressure back on Monster, well, it is such a powerful point of attack for even one person to get out of. That's why we saw that lurk smoke. That's designed for someone to get out by themselves safely is huge. But it should never feel okay for this to happen. And it's important for Jitter to continue to test it as long as it does feel fine. Because why not? So
FaZe had a whole map of just Rops doing this every round versus Cloud9 in the ESL Pro League Finals recently, and it changed the entire tide of the game.
Axel used to carry doing this frequently. Automatic had his huge game with very similar plays.
His huge game for the new EG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Carson very much alone with 2 players on the approach. Clacia has been very sharp.
He's holding really high for the far. Oh, wow.
Done. Toast. Nice assist there from Walker.
Euro are looking like they deserve this. Good map control procedures, finding the kills that they're supposed to with these nades.
And they took it here, right? Remember, they banned Ancient to play overpass. We were kind of sat there like, can they put together a T-side?
This is actually a pretty decent setup for now.
Nice.
So, I mean, they got the kill from B-Wills, which is huge, plus info at 30 seconds. Molly and
he
a
goes.
tag. Oh, they ran through it. And, I mean, Cynic, good movement to get to the back of the site. And this sets up Marky, and that's what you want to see for Nouns.
Not this time, Jitter. Okay, 1 time, shame on me. 2 times, shame on you. Maybe next time, it won't even happen. Maybe he's learned his lesson.
Marky.
Marky shuts it all down.
Marky never even got off.
Nope, just stood there.
Just stood on jail. Semphis is looking at his settings right now. Like, trying to figure out his res and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He's obsessed with it. Cool. Tune into Blast_HF on Twitch.
Maybe, maybe not.
Or if you're on the YouTube, then actually there is no sound. There's no sound.
Oh, there's no sound?
No, there's no sound.
Oh, just speak with your hands. Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
No. Can see you though. They can hear our microphones?
Oh, I think we're good
Oh,
now.
you can
Oh,
hear
we're
you
back.
now?
Yeah, audio's good. Audio's good now, guys.
Ah, yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you, yeah.
so we're gonna stick here. We were thinking about switching to the
go.
other stream, but
But we decided we ain't moving.
not to do
I'm
it.
glad you guys stayed along for this wild ride, which is Nouns v. Yer.
The ride just keeps getting wilder.
It does.
Gets
Walker.
dartier and dartier by the minute.
It gets Walker and Walker.
By the Montana.
It wasn't
This is
the
the
arena,
most
but remember the 1v1 I had against Nav?
Okay,
It was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
that one was actually
All
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh my, nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
Oh,
such a sick
and in
play.
Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken
yeah.
from either opponent.
Okay.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monesi, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Alba.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Alba, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's in Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monesi, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Not close.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid?
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27. Imagine, maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had the one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he